Chapter 35. One Soul Palace is furious and declares war on Xingyun Pavilion. You have swallowed up the souls of the black and white celestial lords, and the 8th and 9th celestial lords in succession. I have to say that you are really crazy. The mixed memories and emotions in their souls can turn you into a chaotic thing. From now on there will be no more Yao Chen in Zhongzhou, only Yao Crazy, and you will eventually die from self-exposure. Mugu laughed loudly towards the sky. In his opinion, Yao Chen was not far from death, and it would be a death in extreme pain. Yeah. Hearing Mugu's words, Yao Chen sneered, and black air filled his body. The several souls that were swallowed in his body were quickly digested, making him look full of evil aura. Even those murderous people in the Soul Palace do not have this kind of evil aura. Boom! At this moment, Yao Chen's aura suddenly surged. Originally, he was already a high-level semi-saint, infinitely close to a Duluo saint. This time, after devouring 4 powerful soul bodies, Yao Chen finally had the opportunity to break through. How is it possible? How could it be so weird? Seeing that Yao Chen was not affected at all and his strength increased greatly, Mugu instantly became flustered. He could feel that Yao Chen's strength and aura seemed to be even stronger than before. Mugu, you should feel honored to be the first soul I devour after I break through to Du Sheng. At this moment, Yao Chen's scarlet eyes looked at Mugu. Brother, please don't kill me. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Yao Chen in this state was even more evil and terrifying than the people in the Soul Palace. Mugu was afraid of death, so he immediately bowed to Yao Chen, wanting to live. Crunch! Hearing Mugu's plea for mercy, Yao Chen was not moved at all and directly bit off and swallowed his soul arm. Sharp screams continued to ring out, and Mugu basically watched helplessly as his soul was swallowed by Yao Chen mouthful by mouthful. In the end, only a head was left. After this last bit of soul was swallowed up, Mugu was completely gone from the world, but his soul as an 8th-grade alchemist also brought considerable help to Yao Chen. As for Yao Chen, after swallowing the remaining souls of the Soul Palace people here, he flashed into the ruins of the Soul Palace branch in front of him that had collapsed. Boom! In the ruins of the Soul Palace, countless black chains are entangled, and at the end of those chains, there are countless soul light balls hanging. The people of the Soul Clan obviously treated them as food. So many souls, there are tens of thousands of souls here. Although Yao Chen has now become a soul-devouring being, nothing will happen even if he devours all of these souls. However, these were all innocent souls captured by the Soul Palace, and Yao Chen had no intention of devouring them. The next moment, Yao Chen waved his hand lightly, and a terrifying gust of wind blew past like a gale. Those chains burst in an instant, and the souls in the light balls slowly opened their eyes at this moment. They looked around weakly and blankly, and finally suddenly emitted waves of extremely ecstatic souls. Although they didn't know exactly when it happened, they felt a taste of freedom. For many years they had been locked here like prisoners. Sometimes even death became a luxury. Let's all go. Looking at these souls who were almost in tears due to their ecstasy and excitement, Yao Chen sighed softly and said, "In the sky, countless souls were lingering." Finally, they all knelt down in front of Yao Chen, performed a great salute to him, and then rushed out of the space barrier with a roar, rushing madly towards the free world outside. And under these souls there is a ball of light about the size of a millstone suspended. The light ball is transparent, and there are countless black chains connected to the outside of the light ball. The ends of these chains are connected to the souls that have just escaped. Obviously, this ball of light should be something extracted from those souls. Yao Chen is extremely familiar with this kind of thing. The soul fluctuations in it are extremely pure, without any impurities. The soul is the foundation of all living things. Everything in the world has a soul, and deep in the soul, there is a trace of the origin of the soul, which is the foundation for the birth of the soul. It can also be said to be the purest and most strange energy in the world. Absorbing the soul essence can increase the power of the soul. If you have a very large soul essence and are lucky, you may be able to step into the legendary Emperor realm. So what exactly is the Soul Palace going to do? Yao Chen felt doubtful. Forget it. I don't want to think too much about it. Although these soul essences are condensed by killing and should not exist in the world, since they have appeared, there is no reason to abandon them. It would be great to present them to the master. Shaking his head, Yao Chen directly put away the soul origin and left. Of course, after going out and seeing Feng Zhenji and others, the evil spirit in his body was naturally hidden. Now he has turned back into the medicine saint. Who dares to kill someone from my Soul Palace? At the same time, somewhere in Zhongzhou, in a huge black palace with a similar structure to this branch of the Soul Palace but several times larger, An old man covered in a blood-stained robe and with red hair suddenly roared. The two Soul Palace masters around them didn't even dare to breathe. The reason was naturally because the soul tablets representing the 8th and 9th heavenly lords in front of them were broken. 8th and 9 are useless, but we cannot allow outsiders to kill them. Go and find out who is provoking our Soul Palace. The blood-stained robed man turned around and shouted at the two people behind him. As you command, Lord. 4 heavenly lords. The two Soul Palace venerables responded very respectfully and then withdrew. Hearing this address, it is obvious that the man in the blood-colored robe is one of the 4 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace, Yui. Shu was originally a very famous strong man in Zhongzhou. His blood-transforming technique was extremely strange. In those days countless first-rate strong men died from it, but later he suddenly disappeared and joined the Soul Palace. At this moment, another black figure flashed into the secret room. 4th brother. The man in black robe came in and said to Shu quickly, 4th brother, not only are the 8th and 9th dead, but the black and white guys including Mugu are all dead. It seems that the branch temple guarded by Hai Bai was attacked. Let's go there quickly. Xu Tianzin reacted and spoke quickly. Wait. The other party was able to kill the 8th and 9th at the same time, so their strength must be quite impressive. At least there must be a Dazun Peak warrior among them. If we go there, I'm afraid. The man in black robe stopped the river of blood with some hesitation on his face. It doesn't matter. I have the space jade slip given by my second brother. Even if I can't defeat him, what do I have to be afraid of when my second brother comes? Wansu waved his hand, then quickly created a space crack and everyone entered it. 2 days later, when Zhui arrived at the Soul Hall branch, there was only a ruin and countless corpses left. There was no trace of the previous branch and the enemies had all disappeared long ago. Damn it, these people are so bold. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xu Tianzin was furious. The soul essence in this branch hall has also been stolen. Damn it. Thinking that the loss of those soul origins might cause the palace master to be furious, Xu Tianzin became even more angry. Investigate, we must investigate. If this matter is not resolved, how can our soul palace survive in Zhongzhou? Soon, Shui ordered a thorough investigation of the matter, and soon the answer came out. Yao Chen is not dead, and he has even broken through to the semi-saint level. Considering the grudge between him and Mugu, he must have come here to seek revenge on Mugu. The man in black robe analyzed. No matter what hatred he has with Mugu, after killing so many people from my soul palace, there is no need for his Xingyan pavilion to exist, Xu said in a cold voice. Wei Yao Chen's return to Zhongzhou and his becoming a semi-saint will definitely be real big news. Some of the older generation of powerful people have deep feelings about the influence that Yao Lao had in Zhongzhou back then. Although many years have passed, no one can surpass Yao Chen's reputation as the #1 alchemist in Zhongzhou. Even the 3 giants of Danta had to admit that they were indeed no match for Yao Chen. Now that the #1 alchemist in Zhongzhou, and even the continent who had been missing for many years has reappeared, the shock and turmoil he will cause will naturally be earth-shattering. While most people in Zhongzhou were shocked, Yao Chen had already returned to Xingyan Pavilion with several people from the branch of the Soul Destruction Palace. Moreover, the news that they had destroyed the Soul Palace branch was gradually spreading throughout Zhongzhou. The power of Soul Palace is most clear to the forces in Zhongzhou. This behemoth-like existence has always stood above Zhongzhou. Even Danta has been repeatedly at a disadvantage in several battles with them. Therefore, although many forces have been persecuted by the Soul Palace, they did not dare to retaliate against it, and could only suppress their hatred in their hearts. Now, suddenly hearing this news, I feel somewhat gratified. The power of Xingyan Pavilion has already surpassed the reputation of the 3 valleys, and is even inferior to the other 2 sects. Master, this is the soul essence obtained from the branch hall of the Soul Palace. In the Xingyan Pavilion, Yao Chen presented the spoils to Chenfeng as soon as he came back. Very good. Looking at the soul light ball in front of him, Chenfeng was very happy. This soul light ball was almost equivalent to the previous 7 or 8 miniature soul origins. After absorbing all these things, Chenfeng's soul power finally entered the heavenly realm. Yao Chen, please pay more attention during this period. After killing so many people from the Soul Palace, the Soul Palace will not let it go, Morning Breeze instructed. Yes, young master, I will keep your words in mind. Yao Chen nodded respectfully. Not long after that, Venerable Feng also came over. When Venerable Feng saw that Mu Qinglan's cultivation had now reached the 1-star Du Zun level, he was completely dumbfounded. Obviously, before setting out, his disciple's cultivation was only at the low-level Du Huang level. In just 5 or 6 days, he had advanced from the low-level Du Hong level to the low-level Du Zun level. This was truly incredible. Master Feng, don't worry, Qingluan's cultivation progress will not have any sequela. Looking at the surprised look on Master Feng's face, Chenfeng chuckled and spoke. There will definitely be no problem with what Master Chenfeng does. Lord Feng wanted to ask something else, but Yao Chen suddenly interrupted him. All right. With Yao Chen stepping forward, Master Feng had no choice but to keep his doubts to himself. 2 days passed peacefully like this, and then a group of uninvited guests came outside Xingyun Pavilion. Yao Chen, you are so bold that you actually dared to destroy my Soul Palace branch. Today I will destroy your Xingyun Pavilion. A cold shout filled with murderous intent resounded across the sky. On the Xingyun Peak, all the disciples of the Xingyun Pavilion stood up at this moment, looking at the distant sky with doubtful eyes. Because they were protected by the formation formed by the falling meteorites, they could not see the situation outside, but they could vaguely feel that a powerful enemy seemed to have come to Xingyun Pavilion today. The people from the Soul Palace arrived so quickly. In a square of Xingyun Pavilion, Master Feng frowned and said, after Yao Chen came back, he did not increase the power of this natural formation. Therefore, after a while, the formation outside was shattered. The outside of the Xingyun Pavilion is now surrounded by overwhelming black fog, and in the sky not far in front of them, nearly 100 figures are standing in the black fog. Soon, the strong men from Xingyun Pavilion flew into the sky. A bunch of chickens and dogs dared to come to Xingyun Pavilion to cause trouble. Venerable Feng came in front of the group of Soul Palace warriors and shouted at them loudly. At this moment, the ground outside the Xingyun Pavilion quickly cracked open, and a huge crack hundreds of feet wide quickly spread out. In just a blink of an eye, a deep ravine hundreds of feet wide appeared in the eyes of shock. Along with the appearance of this deep ravine, a strong and sickening smell of blood surged out from it, and faintly, extremely shrill screams were heard. Within the huge abyss, a sound of breaking wind was heard, and a huge blood light that was 100 feet in size shot out, and then condensed into a blood-red dragon in mid-air. With a roar it rushed towards Master Feng and his group with terrifying momentum. Spread, as the blood-colored dragon rushed over, Yao Chen appeared instantly and slapped it away with one palm. The blood dragon was destroyed, and the blood-red color suddenly emerged from the dark ravine. It was actually a sticky scarlet sea of blood. The viscous sea of blood continued to rise from the abyss, and only stopped slowly when it reached the same level as the abyss. As the sea of blood squirmed, a figure covered in blood slowly emerged. The rumors are true, Yao Chen, you really have broken through to the level of a saint. Rising his scarlet eyes, the figure looked indifferently at the medicine dust in the sky, and his hoarse voice echoed under the sky. Xu, you have become a dog of the Soul Palace. Can't you see the situation clearly? Or are they deliberately letting you die? After destroying the blood-colored dragon, Yao Chen looked at the blood-colored figure that appeared with contempt. Chapter 352 The Second Heavenly Venerable Guyu. Haha, Yao Chen, don't think that you are invincible just because you have achieved the status of a semi-saint. There are many people in my Soul Palace who can deal with you. Second brother, I'm leaving this medicine dust in your hands. Hearing Yao Chen's ridicule, Xu didn't care at all. He responded with a sneer, and then shouted towards the sky behind him. As Xu's voice fell, a space crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and an overwhelming aura spread out from the space crack. This aura seems to be that of a semi-saint. Feeling this aura, everyone at Xingyun Pavilion began to worry. Because, in their opinion, the semi-saint strongmen from the Soul Palace will be able to hold back Yao Chen. But Xingyun Pavilion does not have a strong man like Xu who has reached the peak of Du Zun. By then, Yao Chen will be restrained, and who among the others will be able to stop the bloody slaughter? Soon, under the gaze of everyone, a pale and dry hand stretched out from the crack in space, and an old voice of continuous coughing also slowly came out from the crack in space. Then, an old man in gray and white clothes slowly stepped out of the crack and appeared in everyone's attention. The old man had a hunched body, leaning on a skull cane in his hand, and his eyes were sunken with two faint green lights flashing in them, giving people a spooky and weird feeling. Yao Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again. After the old man appeared, his green eyes looked at Yao Chen, and a strange smile appeared on his dry face. Ha, Guyu! It seems like you've been doing pretty well these years. Yao Chen obviously knew the old man. He chuckled and replied. His voice was very casual without any sign of nervousness. Old fellow, you are pretty good too. You suffered such a severe blow back then, but not only did you not die, you even broke through to the semi-saint level. It's really amazing. Guyu smiled and nodded. As he spoke, he leaned on his crutches and slowly stepped into the air. After a few illusory steps, he appeared in the sky not far from Yao Chen. The skull-like face showed an extremely hideous smile to the latter. It seems that today you are the biggest trump card of the Soul Palace to attack my Xingyan pavilion. Yao Chen's expression remained calm, and he was not at all flustered by Guyu's arrival. I guess so. I want to see how much you have improved over the years. Guyu stared at Yao Chen with his green eyes and said, but don't worry, during the duel between the two of us, the others will not attack the people from your Xingyan pavilion for the time being. Well, since you have said this, I will make your death slower today. Let me die slowly. I hope you will have the same confidence next time. Hearing what Guyu said, Yao Chen smiled and nodded. This time he only planned to use his high-level semi-saint cultivation to fight Guyu. Of course, the reason why Yao Chen made this decision was not entirely because of what Guyu said just now, but because Chenfeng had instructed him before that unless it was absolutely necessary, he should try not to expose the fact that he had broken through to the Duluo Saint level. All of you, get out of my way. Guyu waved his hand and spoke to the person behind him. After hearing what Guyu said, Xu wanted to say something, but after moving his lips he held it back. He had no choice but to do as Guyu said and not attack Xingyan Pavilion while the two of them were dueling. Yao Chen did the same thing and asked Venerable Feng to lead everyone from Xingyan Pavilion to retreat a little. After all, the battle between two semi-saints would cause too much noise, and if you were too close, innocent people might be affected. Soon Guyu's figure disappeared from the sky. When it appeared again, it was already half a zhang in front of Yao Chen. A dry palm slapped out and Yao Chen also slapped out at this time. Bang! During their first clash, a terrifying gust of wind spread out from the point where their palms collided. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon a dark white flame surged on Yao Chen's palm. The dark white flame instantly burned Guyu's palm and tended to spread to his arm. Snort! Realizing this, Guyu quickly stepped back and kept a distance from Yao Chen. He quickly shot out a black mist to remove the flames from the bone spirit cold fire on his palm. At this moment, a huge ball of white flame has covered a large area of the sky, causing the temperature between the heaven and earth to rise sharply. The power of the strange fire is indeed powerful. Seeing Yao Chen using the strange fire, Guyu was a little shocked but not afraid. Today, I will break your strange fire. Guyu stepped on the void, staring at Yao Chen in the distance with his green eyes, and said in a hoarse voice. As he uttered the last word, the skull crutch in his hand suddenly burst into rolling black mist. In the blink of an eye, the black mist covered half the sky. These black mists are filled with extremely cold and gloomy energy. Therefore, even though the temperature between heaven and earth was greatly increased by the bone spirit's cold fire at this moment, it did not dissipate. Instead, under bone spirit's control, it quickly condensed into a huge black skeleton. This black skeleton is nearly 1,000 feet tall and stands in the sky like a skeleton evil god. Rolling black fog was swirling on the surface of the skeleton, and a cold and chilling pressure was sweeping out from within the skeleton. It made most of the people present feel as if their souls were in an icy cold pool, appearing particularly gloomy. Dark Skeleton King, I didn't expect that my second brother would summon this thing right away. It seems that he wants to quickly decide the outcome with Yao Chen. Looking at the huge black skeleton standing in the sky, Xu Tianzhen seemed to be thinking about something. This so-called black skeleton is a relatively rare low-level heavenly fighting skill. If one masters it, he will be able to use his own fighting spirit and the energy of heaven and earth to condense into this form of the Skeleton King. This Skeleton King is as hard as diamond, immune to water and fire. Moreover, every part of its body contains extremely cold energy. If one is hit by this cold wind, the soul will be corroded in an instant. Therefore, this thing can be considered to be quite sinister. With the current strength of Gaio Semi-Saint, if he uses this fighting skill with all his strength, the black skeletons he summons will be even more terrifyingly powerful. Even if Yao Chen is also a semi-saint, it would be difficult for him to resist without the same heavenly-level fighting skills. Go ahead. On the side of the second heavenly venerable Guyu, after summoning a huge black skeleton, he pointed his crutch at Yao Chen from a distance. Two balls of faint green light immediately emerged from the black skeleton's empty pupils. With a huge step across the sky, it appeared not far in front of Yao Chen. The skeleton palm, which was filled with cold black mist, easily tore through the space, and then slapped Yao Chen hard on the head. Snort! Seeing Guyu performing heavenly-level fighting skills, Yao Chen was not to be outdone. As he fired hand seals continuously, A huge halo of dark white flames, dozens of feet in size, suddenly burst out from his body and finally collided fiercely with the bony palm of the black skeleton. When the two collided, a sharp hissing sound suddenly broke out. The extreme cold and extreme heat intersected, causing bursts of slightly fishy white mist that eventually spread. In this confrontation, Gu Yu finally did not suffer a loss like before, but instead fought to a draw with Yao Chen. Yao Chen continuously sent out pillars of white flames to attack the black skeleton. Due to some characteristics of the black skeleton, ordinary attacks did not cause much damage. Therefore, Yao Chen had been using the hot power of the strange fire to restrain the cold aura of the black skeleton for the time being. Haha, let's see how powerful your strange fire is. Gu Yulu's eyes flickered, and then his dry hands formed a strange handprint. At the same time, a strange shout came out of his mouth. Roar! As Gu Yu's shout fell, the huge body of the black skeleton in the sea of fire suddenly trembled. Waves of black mist surged out of its body like an overwhelming force, and shrill screams resounded through the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the black mist was actually formed by the gathering of countless souls. Bang bang! Bang! Countless souls surged out, and when they came into contact with the bone spirit cold fire, they suddenly exploded. The simultaneous explosion of so many souls was so powerful that even the white sea of fire was partially dispersed. The black skeleton's body also shrank. In the blink of an eye, it went from 1,000 feet in size to only 10 feet in size. However, although its size has become smaller, the skeleton's body appears darker, and a terrifying cold energy slowly spreads from the skeleton's body. Watch how I tear apart your fire formation. The skeleton slowly raised its head, and as its upper and lower jaws moved, it actually made a strange laugh. It was obviously the voice of Bone Ghost. This old guy was actually able to merge his soul with this skeleton. In the direction where Gaia was before, there was only an old figure standing there. His eyes became empty and lifeless, obviously just a shell. The black skeleton ignored the bone spirit's cold fire and attacked Yao Chen directly. Its bone palm, which was glowing with a strong black light, slapped Yao Chen heavily. Bang! Yao Chen raised his hand to stop him, but after the collision he was sent flying dozens of steps. Haha, second brother is going to win. Everyone, follow me and kill all the people from the Xingyan pavilion. At this moment, Xu Tianzin seemed very excited. He waved his hand and ordered countless people from the Soul Palace to attack Xingyan pavilion. In addition to himself, there was another 9, Stardew Zun and 7 Soul Palace elders on this trip. Although there were also 6 venerable realm powerhouses in Xingyan pavilion, their strength was completely incomparable to that of the Soul Palace. Stop them, don't let them get in. Venerable Feng took the lead and stood in the front. Although he knew that he was no match for Venerable Xu, he had no other choice at the moment. Court death. Seeing that Xu actually launched an attack on Xingyan pavilion at this time, Yao Chen, who was originally at a disadvantage in the duel with the black skeleton, finally stopped hiding his strength, and the pressure of a true Du Sheng powerhouse completely erupted. Bang! With just one move, the black skeleton was repelled and several cracks were left on his body. At the same time, a terrifying palm wind struck to the side, blocking the road of the Blood River. How is this possible? Feeling the terrifying power in the palm wind, Xu was horrified and hurriedly urged the Blood Sea to resist. However, as soon as it came into contact, half of the Blood Sea was knocked off, and then the palm wind still fell heavily on him. With just one move, the 4 Heavenly Lords' Blood Rivers suffered heavy damage. How is this possible? You have actually become a true Du Sheng. Gu Yu was also horrified at this moment. Goyu, you are not the only one who possesses the heavenly rank fighting skill. I also have one. Great slash! Chen didn't say anything nonsense. His palm turned into a sword. A burst of hot energy gathered madly, and then he swung out a sword light that was 100 feet wide. This elementary heavenly fighting skill was a reward given to Chenfeng by the system when Xiao Yu gave birth to a child. Chenfeng later passed it on to Yao Chen. Among the primary heavenly fighting skills, the power of this fighting skill has reached the pinnacle. When Yao Chen used his 1-star Du Sheng cultivation level to unleash this power, the power was astonishing. Call. Looking at the terrifying blade light coming at him, 2 green lights flickered in the black skeleton's deep eye sockets. He was obviously very nervous. At the same time, a breath of black air slowly spewed out of his mouth. 10,000 souls bone armor. Along with a hoarse old voice coming out of the black skull's mouth, thick black fog suddenly burst out from its body like an overwhelming force. Sharp screams resounded through the sky, and the black fog was obviously formed by countless souls. As soon as these souls appeared, they all adhered to the skeleton's body. As these countless souls adhered, black light surged, and finally, a set of bone armor with a black luster appeared on the black skeleton's body. There are countless tiny bone pieces on the bone armor, and on each of these bone pieces there is a ferocious face. From afar, these hideous faces were faintly converging into a huge face that was 10 feet tall. This face was filled with pain, which made people shudder. I just don't believe that my 10,000 souls bone armor can't withstand your fighting skills attack. The bone armor condensed, and the black skeleton suddenly raised its head, looking at the flaming knife that was tearing through the sky. The voice of aging resounded through the sky. Call out. As soon as the hoarse voice of the bone saint fell, the fire knife suddenly rushed over. Under the gazes of so many people, he crashed heavily onto the huge bone armor. Boom. At the first moment of the impact, the world was silent, as if even the sound of the wind had disappeared in an instant. Then, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. That large area of space collapsed at this moment, becoming a dark hole. On the ground, a terrible strong wind poured down, and sand and rocks were blown away. Everyone could clearly see that the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet was being blown away at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, after the flames dissipated, a huge black skeleton about 10 feet tall appeared again in everyone's attention at the center of the explosion in the sky. Chapter 353 Young Master wants you to die, and you cannot live. Actually managed to hold on. Second brother is awesome. Seeing the black skeleton still standing in the sky, Shui Tianzhen's face suddenly showed an expression of ecstasy. Originally, he thought that Yao Chen had reached the level of a true fighting saint and Gu Yu would be powerless to resist. However, he did not expect that Gu Yu could actually withstand the heavenly level fighting skills displayed by Yao Chen. The second heavenly master of the Soul Palace actually managed to withstand such a powerful attack. He is truly amazing. Venerable Feng also sighed inwardly. However, at this moment, they are no longer afraid. Knowing that Yao Chen had broken through and become a true Du Sheng, it was only a matter of time before he defeated these invading Soul Palace masters. Crack! Suddenly, a slight crackling sound was heard from the surface of the black skull standing in the sky. Immediately, a piece of broken bone armor suddenly fell down amid some astonished gazes. Crack! As the first piece of bone armor fell, more and more bone armor began to fall like snowflakes. Cracks quickly appeared on the huge body of the black skeleton. Finally, the huge bone armor exploded with a bang and turned into bone fragments that flew away. Seeing this scene, the hope in the eyes of those Soul Clan warriors quickly disappeared. The bone armor shattered, revealing the skeleton inside. However, the black skeleton's diamond-hard body was now covered with dense cracks. A light breeze blew across the sky, and the green light in the skull's eye sockets dimmed and disappeared with a puff, puff. When the two balls of green light disappeared, the black skeleton slowly turned into ashes under the astonished gazes of many people, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Puff! The skeleton turned into ashes, and the bone ghost, which had been motionless in the distance, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The green light once again surged in his empty eyes, but his face was extremely pale. I didn't expect that the difference between half-saint and fighting saint is just one word. But the difference is so terrifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Yu slowly raised his head with fear and envy in his eyes. Gao, it's time to end. Yao Chen took a step forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yao Chen, just kill Shu He and give Gu Yu a chance to live. At this moment a voice sounded in Yao Chen's mind. This is the morning breeze coming from those watching the battle from afar. In the moment that Yao Chen was stunned, Gu Yu had already retreated desperately. Because Chenfeng gave the order, Yao Chen did not use his full strength in his final strike against Gu Yu. While Gu Yu was seriously injured, his figure quickly disappeared from his sight. Zhu, this saint has already said that you are here to die today. After that, Yao Chen's gaze turned towards the blood river below, which he had not yet had time to escape. Ah! When Yao Chen stared at him, Zhu let out a scream of fear. Waves of terrifying blood, red mist gushed out from his body like a flood. Finally, they gathered into thick blood clouds in the sky, and the stench filled the sky and the earth. A blood arrow suddenly shot out from the blood cloud. This Zhu was very experienced and knew that if he kept dodging, he would be hit sooner or later. It was better to counterattack to weaken Yao Chen's attack. The blood arrow shot up into the sky, and Yao Chen simply slapped it downwards lightly, breaking it into pieces. The remaining terrifying gust of wind still slammed straight into the blood river. Blood demon robe. Faced with the remaining fierce attacks, the four heavenly lords were also filled with horror. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. Blood suddenly flowed out from his pores, quickly forming a thick layer of blood on his body. Bang! The remaining palm wind, like thunder, slammed heavily on the bodies of the 4 heavenly lords. The terrifying force of wind directly broke the blood shackles on the latter's bodies into pieces. Puff! Although the blood demon robe blocked the attack, the remaining strong wind still caused the 4 heavenly venerables to spit out blood. But their bodies were also quickly sent flying backwards by the thrust. Want to leave? Oh, Yao Chen's body flashed quickly, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with Shui. His palm, which was wrapped in white flames, slapped Shui's body fiercely. A terrifying firestorm swept across the sky, and the terrifying temperature instantly evaporated all the moisture in the world. Some of the weaker people even felt that the blood in their bodies was becoming boiling hot at this moment. Bang! In the firestorm, a low muffled sound was suddenly heard, and then a figure wrapped in flames fell from the sky like a cannonball, and a shrill scream rang in everyone's ears. The flaming figure was none other than Shui, one of the 4 great celestial masters of the Soul Palace who was so awe-inspiring earlier. But at this moment, this Lord Tianzin seemed to be turning into a roasted pig. Boom! Under the gazes of so many people, the 4 heavenly lords shot directly and fiercely into the sea of blood in the deep ravine. A terrifying temperature emanated from it, causing the sea of blood to boil. In just 10 seconds, the sea of blood disappeared into thin air. In the sky, the sound of breaking wind was heard, and Yao Chen's figure appeared above the deep ravine like a ghost. Shu is now on the verge of death. Even an ordinary 8-star Duzun warrior can take his life, but Yao Chen still wants to give him another blow. If the young master tells you to die, you can't live. Yao Chen attacked again with an expressionless face. When his palm fell, Shu's body exploded, and the deep ravine of the cracked sea of blood was also flattened. At this time, in the sky outside the Xingyan Pavilion, many Soul Palace warriors saw that the situation was not good and turned into black mist and fled quickly. Yao Chen casually struck out a few times, and a large number of figures fell, and countless Soul Palace strongmen were killed or injured. The Medicine Saint is mighty. The Medicine Saint is mighty. Such a record greatly excited everyone in Xingyan Pavilion, especially those Duzun powerful warriors who had just joined Xingyan Pavilion not long ago. All of them had firmed up their thoughts and felt that Xingyan Pavilion was a rare and good place to go. After this battle, the reputation of Xingyan Pavilion in the Duqi continent will directly surpass the 2 sects and 3 valleys, becoming the top 4 second only to the Soul Palace and Danta. The reason why Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to let go of Guyu was because he was worried that after killing Guyu, the Soul Palace would be devastated. In the Soul Palace, there were only 3 people who were stronger than Guyu: the Great Lord, Deputy Lord, and Lord of the Soul Palace. These 3 people are all true Du Sheng powerhouses, not to mention the strongest one, Hun Mi Sheng. Even the weakest one among them, Da Tianzun, is not something Yao Chen can resist now. Therefore, Chenfeng plans to slow down. Ding, it is detected that Mu Qingluan is pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chenfeng's mind. Chapter 35 for Expanding Territory. Celestial Soul, Qingluan is pregnant, good. Hearing the reminder sound in his mind, Chenfeng smiled. During this period, he spent every day with Mu Qingluan, and indeed gave Mu Qingluan many generous gifts. Sure enough, if you work hard you will get rewards. The next moment, Chenfeng said directly to the system, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Micro-Soul Origin. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a primary experience pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary heavenly fighting skill, the star-shattering palm. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 longevity pills. Ding, all the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, a series of system prompts immediately sounded in his mind. Good. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Chenfeng's expression was rather calm. Now, the reward of pregnancy is nothing to Chenfeng. For example, the Micro-Soul Origin, the ball of soul origin that Yao Chen looted from the Soul Palace branch last time, was equivalent to 10 Micro-Soul Origins. Now that he has accumulated so much soul essence, Chenfeng estimates that as long as he digests all of this soul essence, he will definitely be able to enter the heavenly realm of soul. As for the primary experience pill, it basically has no effect on Chenfeng. What Chenfeng is looking forward to now is something like the high-level experience pill. Chenfeng would never have too many heavenly-grade fighting skills. Even if he didn't use them himself, he could give them to people around him. Now, many of his women have almost reached the level of Duzun, and can start to slowly get in touch with and learn heavenly-level fighting skills. Qingluan, I'll take you back to my place later and let you meet the other sisters. The next moment, Chenfeng turned his head and spoke to Mu Qingluan. Hearing this, Mu Qingluan nodded shyly. During this period of time, she also knew that Chenfeng was not the only woman. At the same time, she was also very clear that a man as outstanding as Chenfeng was not someone she could control alone. Soon after Chenfeng explained everything to Yao Chen, he used the space teleportation flag and brought Mu Qingluan back to the Wind Realm. Brother Feng, is this really the world you control? When she arrived at the Wind Realm, Mu Qingluan was immediately shocked by the scene before her. In such a vast world, only the middle area is inhabited. Originally, Mu Qingluan was already somewhat proud of being in the natural formation space of the Xingyan Pavilion, but now that she saw the Wind Realm, she realized how narrow her previous knowledge was. Of course, in this world I am the master. Qingluan, you stay here to take care of your pregnancy first. I will start arranging the wedding in a while. As Chenfeng spoke, he brought Mu Qingluan to the harem in the center of the Wind Realm. After meeting Yun Yun, Ya Fei, Chao Ying, Queen Medusa, Sun Feng Qing'er, Xiao Yixin and others, Mu Qingluan finally realized that her man was extremely unfaithful. So many stunning beauties, all of them fell in love with Chenfeng. Brother Feng, this sister seems a little shy. A Fei walked over slowly, swaying her waist, and took the initiative to pull Mu Qingluan into the crowd. Dear sisters, my name is Mu Qingluan. Mu Qingluan introduced herself in a low voice. Sister Qingluan, how long was Brother Feng's first night with you? Soon, some bold and explicit words were heard from the crowd. When women get together, the topics they talk about are actually much more obscene than those of boys. When he came back this time, Chenfeng suddenly felt that it seemed necessary to expand the territory. After all, a rare item like a monitoring compass can play a greater role the larger the territory, the greater the effect. Just like Xingyan Pavilion, because Yao Chen is the pavilion master of Xingyan Pavilion, and a subordinate of Chenfeng, therefore, Xingyan Pavilion can also be regarded as Chenfeng's force. Now, Chenfeng can monitor a large area managed by Xingyan Pavilion at will. Add Jingshan. Thinking of this, Chenfeng went straight out of the Wind Realm and found Jia Jingshan. Master, what do you want? Jia Jingshan bowed respectfully to Chenfeng and asked, I order you to send people to unify the surrounding empires. The progress must be fast. Chenfeng said bluntly, Master, rest assured, I will immediately count the troops. Jia Jingshan nodded without hesitation. Nowadays the strength of the Gamma Empire is many times stronger than before, and even the Duwang strongmen can directly form an army of thousands of people. For an empire like the Izumo Empire, the strongest in the surrounding area, being able to gather 50 Duwang warriors is already considered quite good. As for the rest of the empires, there are usually only a dozen Duwangs. As long as the Gamma Empire wanted, it could quickly annex them. Okay, let's do it. The Morning Breeze waved his hand and then returned to the Wind Realm. When he arrived at the Wind Realm, Chenfeng directly took out all the micro-soul origins that had been accumulated during this period of time, as well as the soul origins that Yao Chen had plundered from the Soul Palace branch. Soon, as the size of these soul origins shrank, Chenfeng's soul power soared to a terrifying level. In the entire Wind World, countless spiritual energy surged out from the energy of heaven and earth and poured into Chenfeng's brows. My husband's soul power has broken through again. This time, is it possible that I have entered the legendary Heavenly Realm Soul? Heavenly Realm Soul, this is the threshold to becoming a 9th grade alchemist, but it's a pity that my husband is not an alchemist. The women in the harem also noticed Chenfeng's breakthrough. Nowadays, the soul power of Tao Ying, Lin Fei, Xu Mai and others has reached the spiritual realm. They can clearly feel the strengthening of Chenfeng's soul. As this the heaven realm, the shadow of Chenfeng's soul appeared in the sky and uttered a sigh. When the power of the soul reaches the heavenly realm, it means that the soul can leave the body at will and fight together with the body. In the entire Duqi continent, Chenfeng is the only one who can reach the heavenly soul realm at this age. The improvement of soul power not only allows the release of more powerful soul attacks, but also greatly increases reaction and control capabilities. For example, when two people of the same level are fighting, if one of them has stronger soul power, he will be able to predict the opponent's attack trajectory in advance and avoid it. The heavenly realm spirit realm is already so powerful. I wonder how powerful the legendary Emperor Realm Soul is. Chenfeng felt somewhat yearning at the moment, but he also knew that with his soul power at its current level, it would be very difficult to improve it further. Therefore, Chenfeng still had his eyes on the Soul Palace. Each branch of the Soul Palace stored a large amount of soul origin, especially the 3 most important Tiangang palaces. If he could plunder the soul essences of the 3 main halls, Chenfeng would be able to quickly reach the perfection of the heavenly realm. By then, If he finds the right opportunity, he will be able to achieve the Emperor's soul in one fell swoop. Chapter 355 The Azumo Empire surrenders Jiama Empire. After Chenfeng issued an order to Jiaxingchen to expand its territory, the army of the Gama Empire began emergency mobilization. Within 2 days, an army of 200,000 men rushed towards the border of the Azumo Empire. The reason why we chose to attack the Azumo Empire first was because, among the several large empires around it, the Izumo Empire was the most powerful, except for the strengthened Gama Empire. In the Azumo Empire, most people practice poisonous fighting spirit. Poisonous fighting spirit has countless branches, but they are basically the same, and they all contain deadly poison. Of course, abnormal fighting spirit properties like poisonous fighting spirit are generally not normal properties that are born with, but rather artificial mutations. Most practitioners in the Azumo Empire need to soak their bodies in some poisonous water before they become fighters. In this way, as the poison slowly invades the body, it will merge with the fighting spirit in the body. As time goes by, the normal fighting spirit in their bodies will turn into poisonous fighting spirit with different effects. Compared with ordinary fighting spirit, poisonous fighting spirit is indeed superior in terms of lethality. However, poison is poison after all. As the practice becomes more intense, the practitioner's body will become increasingly weakened by the corrosion of the poison. Unless one can be promoted to a duwang, the lifespan of those who cultivate poison, attributed du Q, will be much shorter than that of ordinary people. Moreover, because there are many toxins mixed in the body, some people's personalities will always be distorted. This also led to considerable chaos within the Azumo Empire, with fights and quarrels occurring from time to time. Perhaps because there is poison in their bodies that can erupt at any time, the people of the Azumo Empire are more crazy when practicing. Because everyone knows that if one does not reach the Duwang level, the poisonous Du Q that one cultivates will sooner or later devour one's life. If it were 2 years ago, the Gama Empire would definitely not have the strength to attack the Azumo Empire, but now it is different. In this first army alone, there are 8 Du Huangs and 200 Du Wang powerhouses. Such strength is enough to crush the scattered Azumo Empire. Within a few days, the army of the Gama Empire arrived at the border of the Azumo Empire. At the border of the Izumo Empire, all the troops stationed in the fortresses were sent by its weak royal family, and were completely vulnerable. In just 2 days, all 7 border fortresses were breached by Gama's army. The Gama Empire is actually trying to destroy Izumo. What countermeasures do you have? When the news was passed back to the Azumo Empire's royal family, the top officials of the Azumo Empire were immediately panicked and all gathered in the palace hall. Today they are also aware of the power of the Gama Empire. He also learned that the emperor of the Jiama Empire was a cultivation genius with a very deep background. He was the son-in-law of Fenyan Valley, a first-class force in Zhongzhou. In my opinion, the only way out of this battle is surrender. If you resist, there will be no good outcome. A member of the royal family offered his opinion. Yes, with our strength, going against the Gama Empire is like throwing an egg against a rock. His Majesty Chenfeng is the _1 prodigy in the northern territory. For such a strong man, it would be easy for him to destroy our Chion Empire. Moreover, His Majesty Chenfeng is the son-in-law of Burning Flame Valley. The rest of the people in the hall nodded in agreement. In that case, surrender. The leader of the royal family of the Azumo Empire came forward and made the final decision. In the Azumo Empire, the royal family is actually just a decoration, and no force really obeys the royal family. Among them, there are 3 most powerful sects, namely the 10,000 Poison Sect, the Demonic Poison Sect, and the 10,000 Scorpions Sect. In recent years, the most powerful ones are the 10,000 Poison Sect and the Demonic Poison Sect. However, the real strong men of the Azumo Empire are very clear that the Wangxi sect is the real boss of the Azumo Empire. That sect is considered to be the oldest sect in the Azumo Empire. Now, with the Izumo Empire's royal family announcing their surrender, it is basically difficult to see any force within the Azumo Empire that can stop the Gama Empire's army from advancing. Among them, the 10,000 Poison Sect and the Demonic Poison Sect surrendered one after another and submitted to the Gama Empire. Master Jia, now the Wangxi sect is the only one left in the Azumo Empire. How should we deal with it? A few days later, the army of the Gama Empire had already marched into the heartland of the Azumo Empire. They were discussing how to eliminate the last resistance force of the Azumo Empire, the Wangxi sect. Just push it down, or kill it if it doesn't surrender. Jia Zingshan waved his hand domineeringly. Soon, the army of the Gama Empire surrounded the Scorpio Mountains where the Wangxi sect was located, and all the people of the Wangxi sect retreated to the Wangxi Mountain where the sect was located. The camp where the main force of the Gamma Empire was stationed was not far from the headquarters of the Wangxi sect. They were only separated by a bottomless mountain stream. The stone walls of this bottomless mountain stream are covered with countless colorful poisonous scorpions. The poisonous fog lingering in the stream is also slowly rolling, revealing a slight fishy smell. It's time to launch a general offensive and wipe out the 10,000 scorpions sect in one fell swoop. Above the camp, Yunshan issued the order for a general attack. As the order for the general attack was given, soon, sharp humming sounds resounded throughout the entire mountain range, and the sound of fighting was suddenly heard. The densely packed army of the Gamma Empire, like a tide of ants, poured into the 10,000 Scorpions mountain, and then rushed towards the top of the mountain where the 10,000 Scorpions gate was located. As soon as the army rushed into the Wangxi mountain covered with dense forests, shrill shouts were suddenly heard. Obviously, the people from the Wangxi sect were also hiding in the forest, waiting for the poison sect to attack at any time. The two sides then started a fierce battle. During battles, the people of the 10,000 Scorpions sect would occasionally throw out poison mist bags that spread the deadly poison. Fortunately, the army of the Gamma Empire had learned a lot of experience from the continuous battles with the Izumo Empire, and their overall strength crushed the 10,000 Scorpions sect. Above the sky, 100 Duwang warriors led the way, which was truly shocking. Soon the army of the Gamma Empire reached the top of Wangxi Mountain. Almost all the strong men of the 10,000 Scorpions sect gathered here. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and wearing a yellow robe. He was the sect master Shishin, whose cultivation was at the peak of Duwang level. Behind Shishin, there were 5 old men, all of whom had Duwang strength. However, 3 of them had obviously unstable auras, as if they had just been promoted not long ago. The people further back are the Duwang powerful warriors of the Wangxi sect. A rough count showed that there were nearly 20 people. Such a lineup seemed very ordinary here. After all, the army of the Gamma Empire had more than 100 Duwangs. If it were 2 years ago, even if the Yunlin sect was included in the Jiama Empire, there would not be as many Duwang powerful people as the Wangxi sect. From this we can see that the strength of the Wangxi sect is second to none among the surrounding empires. Chapter 356 Fierce Battle Master. What should we do? Should we continue to resist to the end? Looking at the mighty Jiama Empire warriors pouring into the mountain gate, several Du Huang warriors behind Sishan said nervously. Although the number of Du Huang masters on both sides is similar, 3 of them from the Wangxi sect are only 1-star Du Huangs, who were just promoted through special means, and their foundation is unstable. Moreover, the number of mid-level Duwang masters is 5 or 6 times higher than that of the other 2 sides, which makes them even less confident. Of course, we in the Izumo Empire cultivate poison fighting spirit. How can we allow outsiders to take over? Everyone listen up. We will not surrender until we die. Although Shishin was a little scared, he still held on at this moment. He wanted to take a gamble. Ha, Shishan, you are not worthy to be my enemy. Let Shi Biyan come out. Yujia Xingshan's figure appeared above the Jiama army, looking down at the people of Wangxi sect. His powerful aura gave them a great sense of oppression. Just as Jia Xingshan finished his words, a white-haired old man with a cane and a slightly hunched back appeared above the people of Wangxi sect. The old man was dressed in ordinary clothes and had an expressionless face. His seemingly turbid eyes were filled with a chilling brilliance. In his hand was a pitch-black cane with an exceptionally ferocious scorpion head on it. On the forehead of the scorpion head, a little bit of imperceptible purple light was flashing. The old man stood in the air with all his energy drawn into his body without any leakage. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, after he appeared, the strong men from the Wangxi sect all hurriedly saluted respectfully. 4-star Du Zong, do you think that with such a trump card, you can compete with my Jiama Empire? After the hunchbacked old man appeared, Jia Xingshan's expression remained calm. He himself was a powerful 5-star Du Zong, so how could he be afraid of a 4-star Du Zong? Haha, the Izumo Empire has been in chaos for so many years. It is undoubtedly wishful thinking for your Jiama Empire to unify it. Today, let me see how powerful you are, Bi Yan sneered. How dare you, a defeated general, act so arrogantly in front of me? Jia Xingshan spoke with disdain. He had fought with Shi Bian several times in the past and had the upper hand every time. The next moment, he stopped talking nonsense, clapped his hands, and a stream of khaki-colored fighting energy fiercely slammed towards Shi Bian. Shi Bian looked at Jia Xingshan, who was the first to attack, with a cold gaze. He suddenly clenched the crutch with his dry hands and then rushed out violently. Due to the fast speed, he actually caused a series of illusory shadows to appear in the air. The two Duzong masters collided violently like comets under the gazes of countless people from both sides. The energy ripples that erupted at that moment even shook the space violently. Looking at Jia Xingshan and Si Bian, who were quickly fighting each other, Sai Shan's eyes flashed with cold light. He looked at the strong man of the Jiama Empire opposite with ill intentions, and waved his hand and said, "Everyone of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, listen to my order, kill." Hearing Scorpion Mountain's order, all the powerful men from the 10,000 Scorpion sect responded in unison. Then their fighting spirit gushed out like a fountain. Rays of light and shadows, carrying a slight smell of poisonous gas, rushed towards the Gamma Empire camp like lightning. Faced with the massive counterattack of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, the strong men of the Gamma Empire also uttered angry roars, and flashed their bodies, colliding fiercely with the enemy's large force. As this chaotic war began, the sky suddenly became lively, and the sound of energy explosions was endless. Streaks of fighting spirit of different colors swept across the sky and shot everywhere. On the ground, the army of the Gamma Empire attacked the mountain gate where the 10,000 Scorpion sect was located. But they were faced with a fierce counterattack from the 10,000 Scorpions sect. For a while the sound of fighting rose to the sky, more than 100 Duhuangs against 20 Duhuangs, basically a 5-on-1 situation. The battle had just begun, and the people of the 10,000 Scorpion sect suffered heavy casualties. "No, it looks like we have to ask the Guardian Beast to come and help." Shen brought 5 Duongs to deal with the Duong powerhouses of the Jiamar Empire. Although they were defeated, they did not lose in a short period of time. The next moment, after taking a few steps back, Scorpion Mountain suddenly took out a blue whistle from his ring, and then a low humming sound came out. Seeing Shishan's actions, the Duong strongmen of the Jiama Empire looked around but did not find anything wrong. But it was obvious that Scorpion Mountain was not just putting on an act for them to see. Suddenly the whole mountain trembled violently, and then a sharp hissing sound suddenly came from the mountain stream filled with poisonous fog not far away. A moment later, a huge monster rushed out of the poisonous fog and appeared in the gaze of countless people. The huge creature hovering in the sky at a glance seemed to be a giant scorpion that was several dozen feet long. This giant scorpion has 4 pairs of huge wings on its back, and its hairy black legs stand tall in the sky. Its legs are covered with sharp serrations as long as human thighs, and they are glowing with a faint purple light. Behind it, there is a scorpion tail as long as its body, which is swaying and retracting unsteadily, and a cold light is faintly visible at the sharp tip of the tail. The sudden appearance of this giant scorpion immediately attracted everyone's attention. 4 Wind Sky Scorpion, how did it appear here? This is a genuine 6th-level magical beast. Someone from the Gamma Empire recognized the giant monster and exclaimed in surprise. "Aha, this is the sect guardian beast that old Scorpion took great pains to subdue. It's the first time it's appeared today, so let you try out its power." Scorpion Mountain laughed strangely, and then the whistle in his mouth emitted another strange sound wave. As the sound wave spread, the 4-winged sky demon scorpion suddenly let out a hissing sound, and then vibrated its huge wings, like a meteorite, rushing straight towards several Duong powerful men of the Gamma Empire. With the help of this 6th-order magic beast, the Duong powerful warriors from the Wangxi sect were finally able to stabilize the situation and avoid continued defeat. However, the terrifyingly large number of Duong powerhouses is a very tricky problem, and the people from the Wangxi sect have no countermeasures yet. If this continues, I'm afraid all the ordinary disciples of the Wangxi sect will be killed. It seems that we still have to let that person take action. Scorpion Mountain's expression became ferocious again, and then he sent out a strange signal. From deep within the Wangxi gate, a majestic aura that caused the faces of many people present to change drastically slowly spread out, and finally enveloped the entire Wangxi Mountain. As a powerful aura with a hint of chill spread out from the depths of the Wangxi sect, the battles in the sky and on the ground gradually came to a halt. The strong men on both sides looked towards the source of the breath in surprise and doubt. Except for a very few people, it seemed that not many people knew the origin of the owner of this breath. Chapter 357 Slave Takes Action. Even some Duong-level warriors turned extremely ugly when they sensed that aura, because they found that the power of this aura was far greater than theirs. He has reached a level comparable to Jia Xingshan and Si Bian, and at this time, the appearance of such a heavyweight powerhouse is enough to reverse the outcome of this battle. Above the sky, Jia Xingshan and Si Bian also stopped. Jia Xingshan, I want to see if your Jiama Empire can still resist another Du Zong. Si Bian stomped the air with the crutch in his hand and laughed in a sinister voice. At this moment, From the depths of the Wangxi sect, a thick black smoke suddenly surged out, and then flew towards the battlefield as fast as a demon riding on clouds. In a few flashes it stopped directly in the sky, and the black smoke slowly shrank and finally turned into a black shadow whose face could not be seen clearly. That smell again. When he saw the person coming, Jia Xingxian immediately remembered the two Soul Palace guards who had broken into the palace on the night of Chenfeng's wedding. Haha, Si Bian, I didn't expect that your enemy country would be so powerful and force you to this extent. The shadowy figure laughed strangely. He Iron Guardian, the Jia Ma Empire has developed rapidly in recent years. I hope you can help me win this war. I will definitely start a war again and guarantee that you will be satisfied. Si Bian spoke quite politely. Good. With your words, this guardian feels relieved. As soon as the words fell, the Iron Protector's palm moved violently, and the two black chains circling around his body suddenly shot out, cutting through the sky in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Puff puff, two chains shot out violently, and many poison sect warriors hurriedly dodged in horror. However, the black chains seemed to have intelligence, and they spun strangely in the sky for a few times, and then pierced through the chests of two Gamma Empire Duwang warriors. The black chain shook slowly, and finally lifted up the two corpses with wide eyes and fear on their faces. The chain was surrounded by black mist, and it forcibly sucked out two illusory souls from the bodies of the two Duwang warriors, and finally swallowed them into the chain, while the corpses that had lost their souls were thrown away at will. The souls of ordinary strong men are indeed not as good as those of alchemists. If it weren't for the people of the Danta, in the central part of the continent, they would have gone there to slaughter people wantonly. I'm afraid the mission would have been completed very quickly. After sucking the soul into the chains, the Iron Guardian shook his head and said with regret, Iron Guardian, you are so brave. At this moment a sinister laugh was heard again in the sky. At the same time an aura 10 times stronger than that of the Iron Protector filled the sky. Ho! Feeling this breath, Iron Protector was shocked. The person who came was also like him, covered in black mist. Eagle Guardian. With just one glance, Iron Protector recognized the person, but at this moment, Eagle Protector had already reached the strength of a 9-star Duzong, which made Iron Protector very confused. How is it possible that you have progressed so quickly in the past 2 years? Iron Protector was very surprised and doubtful, because the last time he saw Eagle Protector's strength was even weaker than his. You can ask these questions in the underworld. The Eagle Protector laughed strangely, and then a chain shot out, instantly reaching the Iron Protector and piercing him. Ah, how dare you attack me privately? The Venerable will not let you go. Faced with the current strength of the 9-star Duzong of Eagle Protector, Iron Protector had basically no power to resist and was directly hooked away by the chains, letting out a shrill scream. Immediately afterwards, the Eagle Protector actually swallowed the Iron Protector. Many powerful people did not expect that the reversal would come so quickly. Soon, the Eagle Protector devoured the Iron Protector's soul completely, and his momentum increased slightly. How is this possible? The Iron Guardian couldn't even survive a single move from that man. Seeing this scene, Shi Bian was horrified. Fortunately, after the Eagle Protector killed the Iron Protector, he did not continue to attack, but quickly disappeared. It turned out that when Chenfeng ordered Jia Xingxian to lead the army to expand the territory, he had arranged for the soul slave Eagle Guardian to follow secretly. Firstly, the Eagle Protector has now become a soul slave. Like Yao Chen, he can directly devour souls to increase his strength. When the two armies fight, the souls produced must be huge. Chenfeng ordered the Eagle Protector to devour all the souls except those of the casualties of the Gamma Empire. Secondly, with the Eagle Guardian following him, he can lend a helping hand to Xingxian at critical moments and help him clear up some troubles. Now, after Eagle Protector dealt with Iron Protector, he did not take any further action because the situation was already under control. He only needs to harvest souls in secret, and if the battle continues this time, he will have a chance to break through directly to the level of Du Zun. Si Bian, let's see what trump cards you have now. When the Iron Protector was killed, Jia Xingxian was overjoyed and looked at Shi Bian with great pride. If that person hadn't intervened, do you think you could have taken me down so quickly? The Si Bian laughed angrily, then stomped the air hard with his crutch and tore his robe apart. The robe was torn and a blood-red giant scorpion tattoo appeared on his chest. This blood scorpion was like a living creature, filled with a fierce aura. Judging from its ferocity, it seemed to be even more ferocious than the previous 4-winged sky demon scorpion. And this is just a tattoo. If it were the real person, it would probably be even more terrifying. Who are you trying to scare by getting a tattoo? Jia Xingxian looked at the bloody tattoo that looked no different from an ordinary scorpion and didn't care. Not long after I was promoted to Du Zong, I was fortunate enough to meet a blood demon scorpion king that was seriously injured and about to break through to the Du Zong level. After taking great pains to kill it, I turned its flesh and blood into flesh and sealed its soul in my body. Over the years I have gradually refined it. Today, I will let you be the first to try the power of my 10,000 scorpion sects, blood soul art. After it is fully developed. In response to Jia Xingxian's ridicule, Sai Bian immediately sneered. With a sneer, the seal in Scorpion Baiyan's hand suddenly changed, and the blood scorpion tattoo on his body began to wriggle. Immediately, the blood scorpion tattoo penetrated into his body bit by bit, and as the tattoo penetrated into his body, Scorpion Baiyan's body suddenly became much wider, and his hands turned into two giant bloody claws. The change was still going on, and when it gradually slowed down, Scorpion Baiyan had turned into a half-human, half-scorpion monster. His body was covered in blood, and a violent and murderous aura rose into the sky. The current Shi Biyan is already able to rival a 5-star Du Zong. Chapter 358 Destroy the Mulan Empire. Jia Xingxian, today I will make you the first sacrifice after I perfect the blood soul art. The bloody giant pincers pointed at Jia Xingxian, and a ferocious look appeared on Shi Biyan's face. Perhaps because of the martial arts skills, their voices became hoarse. Haha, that depends on whether you have the ability. Looking at Shi Biyan, whose aura soared to the level of a 5-star Du Zong, Jia Xingxian remained calm. He was truly at the peak of the 5-star Du Zong level, and not like Shi Biyan, who had only been promoted temporarily using secret methods. The next moment, a cocky stick appeared in Jia Xingxian's hand. The tremendous energy, madly condensed on the stick, is frightening. Earth-level fighting skills, and it seems to be mid-level Earth-level. Feeling the power of Jia Xingxian's charged fighting skills, the smile on Shi Biyan's face froze again. Not to mention that his cultivation is not as good as Jia Xingxian's. Even if their cultivation is equal, Jia Xingxian can display intermediate Earth-grade fighting skills, which is not something he can compare with. Let's fight. Biyan had a ferocious look on his face, and his body flashed quickly. He swung his bloody giant claws towards the stick in Jia Xingxian's hand, trying to interrupt Jia Xingxian's accumulated power. Oh, you're too slow. Looking at Shi Biyan rushing over, Jia Xingxian showed a trace of disdain on his face, and a stream of cocky energy shot out from the stick frantically. At this moment, Scorpion Baiyan's bloody giant claws also hit the stick, and with sparks flying, the stick was broken. Unfortunately, that energy column hit Scorpion Baiyan's head hard. Bang! Following the sound of bones breaking, Shi Biyan's body fell rapidly to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Ancestor, seeing a scorpion mountain falling from the sky, the strong men of the 10,000 scorpion sect's eyes were about to burst. In such a big battle, the ancestor of the sect was killed in front of so many people. This was a huge blow to them. These strong men were fine, but the ordinary disciples of the 10,000 scorpion sect on the ground had lost all their morale and their faces were pale. Go to hell. Jia Xingxian took advantage of the victory and launched dozens of attacks when Scorpion Bairak was falling, burying the entire area. After this, he could clearly feel that Shi Biyan's life breath had disappeared completely. The ancestor died so quickly. On the side of Scorpion Mountain, fear was also revealed on their faces. Because they had the help of the 4-winged sky demon Scorpion, they did not suffer any loss in the confrontation between these Duhong-level warriors. But now, with the release of Jia Xingxian, the strongest force in the Jiam Empire's army, the battle is no longer suspenseful. Soon the 4-winged sky demon Scorpion was also killed by Jia Xingxian, and all the Duong combat forces of the Wangxi sect were either killed or defeated. After eliminating some of the stubborn remnants of the Wangxi sect was completely wiped out from the Azumo Empire. From then on, the Azumo Empire no longer had any resistance forces and was completely incorporated into the Gamma Empire. At this moment, the area displayed on Chenfeng's monitoring compass was more than twice as large as before. Very good. In the Wind World, Chenfeng felt the changes in the monitoring compass and was extremely satisfied. From now on, any strong person appearing in the Azumo Empire will be able to be detected by Chenfeng at the first moment. If the entire northwest continent is under his control, then if those people from the ancient clans dare to enter casually, Chenfeng will know it instantly. Even if someone like Emperor Hun Tian enters Chenfeng's territory, it will be no exception. Generally speaking, such a war between two countries would affect the interests of the surrounding empires. When the lips and teeth are gone, some empires will sometimes help the weaker party to prevent it from becoming bigger and stronger. However, this time because the Izumo Empire has always been a hostile country of the Gamma Empire, and the poison cultivators of the Izumo Empire are hated by several surrounding empires. Therefore, this time the Gamma Empire's army attacked the Izumo Empire without the participation of the surrounding empires. The Izumo Empire has been destroyed. Next up is the Mulan Empire. On Jia Xingqian's side, after leading his troops to capture the Izumo Empire, he did not stop but continued to send troops towards the Mulan Empire, a neighboring country of the Izumo Empire. As for the conquered Izumo Empire, he mobilized more than 50 Dowang warriors from the Gamma Empire to suppress and manage it. With 50 Dowang warriors suppressing the enemy, the defeated and surrendered Izumo Empire had no chance to regroup and rebel. A few days later, the army of the Gamma Empire appeared at the border of the Mulan Empire. This time is different from before. The Mulan Empire paid attention in advance and got the news. Nearly half of the country's strength is concentrated in a fortress on the border. Why did the Jiama Empire launch this military attack? At the border of the Mulan Empire, at the Tianlan fortress, countless soldiers of the Mulan Empire gathered here, and there was a sea of people moving around. Suddenly, 3 streams of light of different colors rushed out from the army on the city wall, and finally transformed into 3 old men, appearing in mid-air. The 3 old men who appeared in the sky were all wearing green robes, but on their robes there were 3 kinds of patterns of lions, tigers and bears painted on each of them. These patterns did not look like they were made of ordinary embroidery threads, but rather seemed to be condensed from some kind of mysterious energy. Therefore, when people looked over, the 3 extremely ferocious beasts would glare at them fiercely with their huge scarlet eyes. If a person was not mentally competent, his legs would inevitably go weak just by looking at them with such murderous and violent gazes. Although the aura of these 3 old men in green seemed to be only at the peak of Dowang level, the 3 beasts' savage art they practiced was quite strange. When they joined forces, their combat power was amazing and could rival that of Dozong. Elder Mulan, you are so old. Can't you see the situation clearly? Today, I am following the order of His Majesty to attack Mulan. You either surrender or die. When the 3 elders of Mulan appeared in the sky, Jia Xingqian also came directly to the sky outside the fortress. Jia Xingqian, I just want to know, after Mulan Valley surrenders, can the sex unity continue to be preserved? The old man with a bear embroidered on his robe sighed and asked. Mulan Valley can be retained, but all the affiliated territories and resources must be handed over. Jia Xingqian nodded. Alright, hearing Jia Xingqian's words, the 3 elders of Mulan nodded in unison, looking helpless. They had heard about the battle record of the Gamma Empire army before, and especially after seeing Jia Xingqian, the last bit of resistance they had was gone. If we surrender, at most we will lose some interests. If we don't surrender, we will lose the sex inheritance. After the 3 elders of Mulan decided to surrender, the soldiers on this border fortress threw away their weapons and opened the city gates to welcome the Gamma army in. Chapter 359 Flame of Living Beings. We have also conquered the Mulan Empire. This is quite efficient. In the Wind World, Chenfeng discovered that the visible area in the monitoring compass had increased significantly, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Although the Gamma Empire does not have any top-notch experts now, its overall growing strength should not be underestimated. With such a large number of Duwang warriors, if a Duhong comes, a dozen, 20 or even 40 or 50 Duwangs working together can stop the Duhong warrior. Brother Feng, please come and pick me up. I have already received the inheritance of the clan. At this moment, news about Xiyan came from the communication stone. Okay, I'll come pick you up right away. After seeing the message, Chenfeng directly used the space conversion flag to go to Ancient Dragon Island. During this period of time, Xiyan spent most of her time receiving the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Now she has mastered some of the Dragon Clan's fighting skills and secret techniques. Moreover, the 4 islands are now firmly attached together to form a super large island. It has to be said that the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is very powerful. People like Joxi and Jonan are both powerful beings in the late 3-star Duluo stage. The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan can find 6 or 7 2-star Duluo warriors, and there are also many 1-star Duluo warriors, and there are even more of those in the semi-saint stage. In the Ancient Dragon Clan, most of the adult ancient dragons have the strength to reach the high-level Duzong, or are promoted to Duzun. Such strength is not much different from those ancient races. Brother Feng, I miss you so much. When Xiyan saw Chenfeng coming, she went up to him and hugged him without caring that there were people from the Ancient Dragon Clan nearby. At this moment, Xiyan's belly was already showing signs of pregnancy, and some elders also knew that their Lord Dragon Emperor was pregnant. However, with Xian's current strength, skills, and authority, no one would dare to interfere in her affairs unless she announced anything. Soon Chenfeng and Xian returned to the Wind Realm. Xian, wait for you to stabilize your cultivation for another month, then try to see if you can break through to the 6-star Du Sheng level directly with the help of elixirs. Arriving at the Wind Realm, Chenfeng and Xian immediately began practicing dual cultivation. Xian's current strength is at the 5-star Dulu level, and she still has one chance to take the Duluo star, upgrading pill. Although there was no breakthrough after taking it for the 3rd time, she can continue to take it for the 4th time. However, Chenfeng still adhered to the principle of not wasting such a precious pill as the Du Sheng Shengjing Dan, and waited until Xian had a better chance of a breakthrough before taking it. In this situation, Xian, with her 5-star Du Sheng cultivation, is assisting Chenfeng, a junior half-saint, in his cultivation. Her help to Chenfeng is so visible to the naked eye. While Chenfeng and Xian were practicing dual cultivation in the Wind Realm, Jia Xingxian had already brought a large army to take over the entire Mulan Empire. Next, it's the Falling Goose Empire. After leaving a group of people from the Gamma Empire to take over the Jinyan Empire, Jia Xingxian led the army directly to the border of the neighboring Loyan Empire. A few days later, when the army had just stepped into the border of the Jinyan Empire, a man rushed out from the border fortress of the Jinyan Empire. When everyone glanced, they saw a man in golden clothes floating in the sky. Behind him was a pair of extremely large golden goose wings shining with golden light like a god. "Mr. Jia, how are you?" After the man in gold appeared, he bowed in the direction of the Gamma Empire army. "Hao Yan Luotian, I think you should be clear about the intentions of my Jiama Empire." Seeing the appearance of the man in gold, Jia Xingxian also showed up. He chuckled and his tone was very indifferent, as if destroying this empire was an extremely easy thing. "It is clear. Your Majesty Chenfeng is so powerful that he should have been the ruler of this area long ago. I, the Golden Goose sect, am willing to surrender." After hearing Jia Xingxian's words, Yan Luotian was very polite and directly announced his surrender. He didn't want to be the second C by Yan. Very good. Sect Master Yan really knows how to handle current affairs. Another empire surrendered without a fight, and Jia Xingxian felt extremely happy. Soon, the people of the Gamma Empire began to take over the Loyan Empire. In this surrounding area, there are only 3 large empires: Izumo, Mulan, and Jinyan. Many of the other small empires cover an area that is not as large as a province of the Gamma Empire. Despite this, Jia Xingxian still sent people to occupy it. In just half a month, after annexing the Izumo Empire, the Mulan Empire, the Loyan Empire, and many small empires, the land area of the Gamma Empire has reached 10 times its previous size. Even further forward, across the Black Territory plain, the army could be led directly to the Black Horn Territory. With such a large territory and many empires surrendering without a fight, the Gamma Empire suffered basically no losses but gained a large amount of resources. Just after Jia Xingxian conquered another small empire, Chenfeng discovered something strange. A strong wave appeared in an inconspicuous mountain of this small empire. Chenfeng cut through the screen and discovered that there was a strange fire in the mountains. This strange fire was like a ball of flowing green liquid. Along the way, some medicinal dust grew wildly, revealing a powerful breath of life. The flame of the living being in childhood. After observing carefully, Chenfeng couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy on his face. The flame of living beings, its adult form ranks 5th on the list of strange fires. Although this is only a young fire, its appearance in such a small empire is indeed a happy event. Such strange fire is simply a magical weapon for alchemists. It can stimulate the growth of medicinal materials crazily, and because it is in its childhood, it is extremely simple to refine. Take it back first, and then decide who to give it to later, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and then left the Wind Realm directly. With his current cultivation level of a high-level semi-saint, it only took him more than an hour to cross this distance. Soon, Chenfeng used the monitoring compass to find the hiding place of the young flame of life. Although the flame of life ranks 5th on the strange fire list, it is just a young fire after all, and its strength is only at the Duzong stage. It is still easy for Chenfeng to subdue it. Call out. When it sensed the breath of the morning breeze approaching, the ball of flame-like green liquid immediately hid in a big tree, and no longer emitted any breath. However, in morning breeze, which has a monitoring compass, the flame of life will be of no avail no matter how well it is hidden. The next moment, Chenfeng took direct action and pulled out the flame of life along with the big tree where it was hiding. Flame of life, I wonder how many alchemists have dreamed of you. After catching the flame of life, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel happy. Next, he directly placed the flame of life into the ground of the wind realm. As the ruler of this world, no matter where the flame of life hides, if Chenfeng wants to use it, he can summon it out instantly. Chapter 360 Xiao Yan gave birth in recent days. The expansion speed of the Gamma Empire is somewhat terrifying. As the Jiama Empire continued to expand, 7 or 8 Soul Hall Guardians from the northwest continent gathered together. Most of these Soul Palace Guardians support certain forces within some empires, stir up disputes, and secretly collect souls. The expansion of the Gamma Empire obviously disrupted these people's plans. The Gamma Empire is too powerful. Many empires surrendered without a fight. We don't even have the chance to collect souls. What's the point of saying so much? It is said that Emperor Jiama is the son-in-law of Burning Flame Valley. Ordinary forces dare not touch him. Moreover, how can the real big forces care about this barren land in the northwest continent? Wu should report this to His Holiness. If we continue to carry out the mission here, I'm afraid no one will be able to complete it. After some discussion, the Soul Palace Guardians all planned to evacuate. The news of the continuous expansion of the Gamma Empire gradually spread to areas outside the northwestern continent. Hurry, Madame Tao Ying is about to give birth. As for Chenfeng, after taking away the flame of life, he immediately returned to the Wind Realm. At this moment, in the Wind Realm, all the women came to the outside of the palace where Tao Ying was. Because there were so many pills used in production, no one showed any worry on their faces, they were all just looking forward to it. Mom, try a little harder, it will come out soon. Mom, come on in the room, the midwife's loud shouts could be heard continuously. It's born, madam, it's born, it's a little princess, wow wow. But not long after, the loud cry of a baby was heard. Everyone quickly entered the room to visit Tao Ying. Ding, it is detected that the host has a new offspring, and now the host is rewarded with a gift package. Ding! Would the host like to open the gift package? A system prompt sounded in his mind, but Chenfeng didn't care at all. In the room, Tao Ying had already gotten off the bed. She had a slender body and was wearing a black dress. She had a cold and arrogant temperament, skin as white as snow, and her 3,000 black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was a little thin, but extremely delicate, like porcelain, making people feel unable to let it go. At this moment, she is not only charming, but also shrouded in a layer of maternal glow, making her look even more radiant. Yinger, thank you for your hard work. Chenfeng reached out and held Tao Ying's soft, snow-white hand and spoke softly. It's not hard. Giving birth is much easier than I believed. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Tao Ying shook her head slightly. With those pills, she did not feel too much pain when giving birth, and her body's vitality was not lost. Brother Feng, now that the baby is born, let's prepare for the wedding in a few days, Cao Ying said with anticipation in her eyes. Good. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded without hesitation. His marriage to Cao Ying had been delayed for nearly a year. Have you decided what to name your child? Cao Ying held the child in her arms and asked Chenfeng, how about calling the little fellow a little demon? Morning Breeze responded with a smile. Little demon. The mother is a big witch. And the daughter is a little witch. Yun Yun and others were very happy to hear the name Chenfeng gave to the child. Next, after playing with the girls for a while, Chenfeng quietly walked aside and said to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced Saint experience card. Ding, congratulations. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Dune star. Star up pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience Pell. Ding, all the above rewards have been distributed to the system. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Chenfeng didn't feel much. This is not to say that the rewards have become smaller, but his perspective is different now. For example, the intermediate experience pill was a priceless treasure to him a year ago. Although it is still helpful now, the effect is not very obvious. Of course, if there were several or even dozens of them at once, Chenfeng would still laugh out loud. This time, for Chenfeng, the most precious reward is the Du Sheng Star, Up pill. This kind of elixir can allow a strong person at the Fighting Saint stage to increase his cultivation by 1 star, which is really good. Nowadays, the only one who consumes this kind of medicine is Ziyan. According to Chenfeng's plan, he was going to let Ziyan take the 3rd Du Sheng Star, uphill in the next few days to see if she could break through to the 6-star Du Sheng in one fell swoop. If Xian could ascend to the level of a 6-star Du Sheng, coupled with her dragon phoenix body, she would probably be able to fight a 7-star Du Sheng for a long time without being defeated. At that time in this Duki continent, the only ones who could defeat Xian would be those who stood at the top. You know, the patriarch of the ancient medicine clan only has the cultivation level of a 7-star Du Luo. The patriarchs of the spirit clan and the stone clan, which are weaker than the medicine clan, have even lower cultivation levels. After digesting this reward, Chenfeng handed the third Du Sheng star rising pill to Xian, and then he used the space transfer flag to take Cao Ying back to the holy pill domain. In the inner area of Shengdan Chao family. When the people of Chao's family learned that Chenfeng was here to set the date for the wedding, they were all very happy. He also made the matter known to the world, causing a sensation. After meeting the elders of the Tao family, Chenfeng and Cao Ying went directly to Danta. Xuan Kongzi is Cao Ying's teacher, so he must be informed of such matters. Haha, I never thought that in just 10 months, Yinger, you have reached the level of Du Sheng, and your soul realm has even entered the spiritual realm. In the next alchemy competition, you will definitely be the champion. This time Chenfeng and Cao Ying came to Danta and Xuan Kongzi was extremely excited. As a teacher, you will naturally feel happy when your apprentice becomes stronger. Morning Wind Boy, I heard that Yao Chen was able to return entirely thanks to your help. Suddenly Xuan Kongzi asked something. Chenfeng was not surprised by this. Xingyan Pavilion belongs to his sphere of influence. When Xuan Kongzi came to visit him before, Chenfeng sensed it at the first moment. The only ones who knew about this were Feng Zun and Mu Qinglan. No one else in Xingyan Pavilion knew about it. Xuan Kongzi must have learned about it from a conversation with Yao Chen and Feng Zun. Chapter 361 3000 Flames. Everything is fate. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, without denying what Xuan Kongzi said. It's a blessing for that old fellow Yao Chen to meet you. Xuan Kongzi sighed with emotion in his eyes. Senior Xuan Kongzi, I heard that the 3000 flaming flames imprisoned in the Dan Tower have been waiting for the right person to subdue them for so many years. Is this true? The next moment, Chenfeng directly changed the topic and talked about the 3000 flames of flame. Yes, although the 3000 flames of flame are imprisoned, they need to be sealed for a long time. If they are allowed to escape, I'm afraid the entire Holy Dan domain will be burned. Xuan Kongzi did not hide this matter. But then he asked curiously, Chenfeng, why are you asking about this suddenly? What's your plan? Yinger has now reached the level of Du Zun, and her soul realm has broken through the spiritual realm. Perhaps we can let Yinger try to subdue the 3000 flames of flame, Chenfeng said bluntly. As Chenfeng finished speaking, there was some surprise in Cao Ying's eyes. Can I do it? Cao Ying spoke with a lack of confidence. When the 3000 flames of flame were in Danta, countless people wanted to subdue them, but they all failed in the end. Even her teacher, the 3 giants of Danta, were unable to refine the 3000 flames of flame and had to choose to imprison it. Don't worry, I'll do it if I say so. Chenfeng raised the corner of his mouth, put his hand on Cao Ying's snow-white shoulders, and spoke in a very confident voice. According to the rules, if you want to try to subdue the 3000 flames, you have to become an elder of the Dan Tower, or get into the top 10 in the Dan Conference. But with Yinger's current strength, we can make an exception for her. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Xuan Kongzi hesitated for a while but finally agreed to let Cao Ying give it a try. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. As the leader of the 3 giants of Danta, he still has this authority. Next, Xuan Kongzi sent a message in a certain direction. Soon 2 figures appeared in the hall. One of them was an old man with very dark skin. His face was tense and he looked stern and unsmiling, with eyes like lightning. The one on the right was a beautiful woman in Xiangsam. Although Chenfeng was sure that she was definitely not younger than Xuan Kongzi and the other 2, her appearance was similar to that of a woman in her 30s. Her expression was indifferent. Her face was beautiful, and there was a hint of charm that came from years of experience. The beautiful woman also had a very good figure. The Xiangsam she wore did not hide her proud figure, slender waist and perky buttocks. She looked just like Mentor Rulin back then, with a sense of mature temptation. Meet the 2 presidents. After the 2 men came in, Cao Ying immediately bowed to them. Chenfeng also knew the identities of the 2 people at the first time. The man was Tian Laizi and the woman was Xuan Yi. They were the other 2 giants of Danta. Girl Cao Ying has changed a lot since she left Shengdan domain this time. The beautiful woman looked at Cao Ying carefully, and after a moment expressed her admiration. Tian Laizi, who was standing aside, also had a look of deep shock in his eyes. Chao Ying's progress in cultivation was truly beyond expectations. Next, Xuan Kongzi explained it to the two of them, but he still didn't get to the point, which only made the two of them more curious about Chenfeng. Okay, since Yinger wants to give it a try, let's open the star realm for her now. Next, they all arrived in the sky above Danta. As the hand seals of Xuan Kongzi and the other two changed at lightning speed, vast soul fluctuations spread out from their bodies. Immediately, the empty sky suddenly fluctuated violently, and then a light silver space gate appeared in everyone's sight. Xuan Yi, take the two young men in. Tian Lei Zi and I will stabilize the seal outside to prevent any accidents, Xuan Kongzi said with a smile. Wan Yi nodded gently and said to Chenfeng and Tao Ying in a very gentle voice, "Let's go, Mint." Xuan Yi was the first to step into the space gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chenfeng and Tao Ying hurriedly followed. As the space fluctuated, the figures of the three people disappeared one after another in the space fluctuations. Entering this dark space, the temperature of the surrounding space changes suddenly. However, the three people who entered the star field at this moment all had high cultivation bases, and were not afraid of such heat at all. The so-called star field is a space forcibly torn out by the three giants of Danta. This kind of space is naturally not as good as strange places like Danji and Guji. Moreover, this place looks quite desolate, with a faint hot mist all around. Faintly, some weak light penetrates into this space, making the light here seem a little cold. The biggest function of this space is to block the penetration of some starlight. The 3,000 flames are also known as the fire of the starry sky. It is created by condensing the power of the stars. As long as the power of the stars is sufficient, it will be immortal. In this world, the power of the stars rarely disappears completely. This is because, even in broad daylight, the power of the stars still exists, but it is relatively weaker. Follow me closely. Xuan Yi turned around and smiled at Chenfeng and Tao Ying. His eyes were very gentle and had a mature charm. Several people walked in this empty space with their heads down. Although the temperature was getting higher and higher, it had no effect on them. After all, even Cao Ying, who had the lowest cultivation level, now had the cultivation level of a 3-star Duzun. Soon, a ball of light appeared at the end of their vision. As they gradually approached the dazzling light, the object within the light appeared clearly in their sight. Within the light, there was a gigantic dragon with no end in sight. The dragon's eyes were tightly closed and its body was coiled in a winding manner. A strange purple-black flame was lingering on its huge body. As the flame rose, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. In the vast void, a giant dragon is perched and purple-black flames continuously seep out of its body, burning tirelessly. This spectacular scene makes people feel an unconcealable sense of shock. Although the dragon has its eyes closed now, the strong dragon power and this body's shape are too shocking. This is the 3,000 flames, but it's sealed now. Yinger, go and try to see if you can subdue it. Xuan Yi tilted his head and said to Tao Ying, put your palm on the forehead of Sanqin Yanhuo, where there is a dragon scale that has not been covered by the purple-black flames, and then invade it with your soul power. If you are lucky, you Chapter 3 are 62 surrender. Can I do this? Seeing this huge 3,000 flames, Chao Ying was deeply shocked and at the moment he was extremely unconfident. Yin, if the gentle method fails later, you can take this pill and directly devour the origin of the 3,000 flames. Chenfeng handed Tao Ying a red pill, which was exactly the fire bath pill. Chenfeng had had this pill for a long time, and today it was finally going to come in handy. How can I swallow the origin of the strange fire? Cao Ying took the pill handed over by Chenfeng without hesitation. She did not doubt Chenfeng's words at all. However, the beautiful woman Xuan Yi standing next to her reacted extremely strongly and shook her head repeatedly. Cao Ying, the origin of the strange fire is so strong that it is simply not something a human can withstand. You will be burned to death instantly. Xuan Yi spoke again. Trying to make Tao Ying give up the method, Chenfeng said, I believe in Brother Feng. If Brother Feng says it can be done, then it can be done. Cao Ying had a smile on her face. At that moment, she didn't look like a witch, but rather a crazy little fan who obeyed Chenfeng's words. Chenfeng, please try to persuade this girl. The Xuan Yi wanted Chenfeng to speak, but suddenly realized that it was Chenfeng who proposed this suggestion, so he suddenly took back his words halfway through. Ms. Xuan Yi, don't worry, nothing will happen to Yinger. Chenfeng's lips curled up, and his face still had an extremely confident smile. Alright, perhaps it was because of Chenfeng's words, Miss Xuan Yi, that made Xuan Yi feel a little strange, or perhaps it was because Chenfeng's confidence was contagious. Xuan Yi believed it a little. Next, Tao Ying stepped forward as he was told, and found the dragon scale that was as tall as him. Sure enough, there was no flame on it. Taking a quick glance at the dragon scales, Cao Ying discovered that the scales seemed to be covered with black lines like spider silk. These black lines are entangled with each other, forming runes that look extremely strange, and these runes are tightly attached to the dragon's scales. It was like a huge black net, enveloping all the 3,000 flames. Cao Ying did not delay, took a step forward, and then gently touched the dragon's scale that was not surrounded by flames with his palm. When I touched it with my palm, it was surprisingly not warm at all, but instead had a slight chill. But Cao Ying didn't have time to think about it at this moment. He closed his eyes, and the soul power at his brows carefully flowed along his arm, and then along the dragon's scales and invaded. The strange thing was that the fire bath pill was also wrapped in this separated soul power. After Cao Ying's soul power invaded the dragon's scales, a subtle low voice suddenly sounded, and then Cao Ying's soul seemed to break through a layer of something, and appeared in a strange place of nothingness. This piece of nothingness was filled with purple, black flames, and in the center of the flames, there was a mini version of a giant dragon. However, at this moment, the little fire dragon was sitting with its eyes closed, as if it was asleep. Seeing the little fire dragon with its eyes closed, Cao Ying knew that this thing was the origin of the 3,000 flames. According to Shan Yi's method, Cao Ying extended a trace of soul power to try to gain the favor of 3,000 flames, but there was no response at all. It seems that method doesn't work. Cao Ying shook her head. At this moment, the little fire dragon, which had kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Its dragon eyes, filled with purple-black flames and emitting a cold color, stared at Cao Ying's soul. Brother Feng guessed correctly. The origin of the 3,000 flames is not dormant, Cao Ying exclaimed in her heart. Stupid human. The fire dragon suddenly spoke in cold human language, and his voice was full of mockery. The next moment, purple-black flames suddenly burst out from the fire dragon's body, and then swept towards Cao Ying like an overwhelming force. However, just when Cao Ying felt that the flame was about to burn her soul power, a layer of red light shield protected her soul, preventing the flame from invading at all. It seems that the pill that Brother Feng gave me worked. After realizing the situation, Cao Ying understood it immediately. The next moment, she remembered what Chenfeng had said before, and her soul incarnation walked towards the fire dragon without dodging, completely ignoring the flames that filled the surrounding area. Who are you? Why can you ignore my flames? Watching Cao Ying approaching step by step, the flames were unable to burn her soul, and the mini dragon suddenly panicked. The next moment, Cao Ying approached and swallowed it directly into her mouth. Outside, the huge body of the 3,000 flames of fire immediately opened its huge dragon eyes after its origin was swallowed, and began to struggle frantically. Roar! The 3,000 flames struggled desperately, and the roar resounded through the void. The purple-black flames burned the black runes madly. Moreover, in the void, there was also a slightly cool star power that continued to seep out, and finally continuously penetrated into the huge body of the 3,000 flames. Faced with the desperate counterattack of the 3,000 flames that had been silent for many years, even the black runes seemed a little pale in comparison. Under the crazy burning of the purple-black flames, some runes became much dimmer. Oops, the seal is about to be broken. Still trying to struggle. When Xuanyi saw this scene, she subconsciously wanted to strengthen the seal, but the next scene shocked her. Chenfeng only said one word, and the flames on the dragon's body went out, and it was immediately tightly bound by the black lines. Who on earth is he to hide such strength? After seeing this scene, Xuanyi no longer regarded Chenfeng as a junior, because even she herself could never do what Chenfeng did. Ms. Xuanyi, don't worry. Yinger has already begun to erase the consciousness of the 3,000 flames. Once the origin of the 3,000 flames is refined, it will be completely subdued. Chenfeng spoke very calmly. He still had great confidence in the effects of the fire bath pill. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xuanyi nodded in agreement almost subconsciously. In a strange space, Cao Ying's soul was fighting with the soul of 3,000 flames of flame. Without the threat of fire, the soul of 3,000 flames of flame was just an ordinary soul, so how could it be a match for Cao Ying's spiritual soul? In the repeated confrontations, Sanqin Yanhuo's soul was constantly damaged and even his memory began to disappear. Sanqin Yanhuo began to beg for mercy, wanting Cao Ying to let her go. Cao Ying had no mercy on this. She would destroy the soul of 3,000 flames now, and then a new soul would be derived. Although the soul that was born after that would still be as ferocious as this soul, it would be very loyal to her. Chapter 363 Xiao Yan breaks through the 6-star Dusheng. Miss Xuanyi, this refining process may take a few days. So let's just wait here quietly. As the outside world fell silent, Chenfeng simply sat down cross-legged on the spot. In front of Chenfeng, Xuanyi seemed to have forgotten that he was an elder. Chenfeng seemed to be the one taking the lead in everything and every decision. During this quiet waiting, a crushing soul battle was taking place within the body of 3,000 flames. The memories and consciousness accumulated by the 3,000 flames over the years are being erased bit by Cao Ying. The purple and black little fire dragon's eyes gradually lost their luster and became a little dull. This kind of competition is a life and death struggle, there is no third way. Cao Ying could still sigh a little at this moment, but if the 3,000 flames of fire won, it would probably burn her soul with great pride, and would not have any other emotions at all. The struggle between life and death is inherently cruel, and there is no such thing as evil or good. Standing up, Cao Ying slowly walked towards the little fire dragon in front of him and gently placed his hand on its forehead. A suction force surged out, and the latter turned into a ball of extremely deep purple-black flame, slowly floating up. Soon, this strand of Cao Ying's soul power entered into her body, and her body slowly opened its eyes. Brother Feng, I succeeded. Cao Ying opened her eyes and looked at Chenfeng, who was sitting next to her. She rushed towards him excitedly, her soft body pressed against Chenfeng. She completely forgot the existence of the old senior Xuanyi beside her. Looking at the intimacy between the two young people, Xuanyi's face also turned a little red. However, at this moment, her heart was already filled with surprise. Sanqian Yanhuo had been imprisoned for so many years, but I didn't expect that he would be subdued today, and the person he was a little girl in her early 20s. Ying, with the 3,000 flames, your medicine refining skills will probably be able to reach the 8th grade high level. Morning Breeze praised. This is all thanks to Brother Feng's help. Otherwise, how could I get to the city so quickly? Cao Ying gave him a sweet kiss. Now that they both have children, they are an old couple, so this action is very natural. Cough. Looking at Chenfeng and Cao Ying, who were so engrossed in their thoughts, Xuanyi coughed softly in embarrassment. After hearing the sound, Chenfeng and Cao Ying stopped their intimate behavior. Let's get out. Chenfeng took Cao Ying's hand and walked towards the outside of the star realm. The huge body of the 3,000 flames quickly shrank and turned into a purple, black fire dragon that entered Cao Ying's body. It took a total of 3 days to subdue the 3,000 flames this time. Therefore, after Chenfeng and Cao Ying left the star realm, they went directly to the place where the space conversion flag was placed. Then they used the space conversion flag to leave Shengden City and return to the Wind Realm. During this time, Chenfeng felt a spiritual power scanning him secretly. That soul power was much stronger than Xuan Kongzi and the other two. It was very likely a powerful person from Xiao Danta. However, Chenfeng did not care. With his current cultivation level of a high-level semi-saint and a heavenly soul, even if he did not use the hidden spirit stone, those people in the small Dan Tower would not be able to tell what he was capable of. Wind World. As soon as Chenfeng came back, he learned about a piece of good news. Yan, after taking the 3rd Dusheng star up pill, successfully broke through to the 6th star Dusheng. With Yan's current strength, Chenfeng really felt that he would have to live off her for a long time. Brother Chenfeng, I feel so awesome now. Yan excitedly threw herself on Chenfeng, but she was restraining her strength. Otherwise, with her current physical strength, if she used a little more force, Chenfeng would probably vomit blood. Let me see how powerful you are. Chenfeng pushed Yan down. Of course, Yan's current physical condition was not suitable for in-depth communication, so Chenfeng just kissed her. 2 months later, it will be his and Tao Ying's wedding day, and people from Dainyu Chao's family and Danta will come to congratulate them. This matter has now spread throughout Zhongzhou. Chenfeng had previously married Tang Hoer from Fenyan Valley, which had already made him famous. Now he has married Danta, the proud daughter of the Tao family in Dainyu. I wonder how many men are envious and jealous of her. Of course, the more famous one is, the more gossips there are. More and more people began to be curious about how Chenfeng appeared in the northwest continent and became rich so quickly, and what extraordinary abilities he had to marry so many beautiful wives. Cao Ying is actually going to marry Chenfeng. This guy is so lucky. Maybe that kid has some secrets. For someone from that kind of place to be favored by both Burning Flame Valley and Danta at the same time, I'm afraid he must have obtained some treasure. Even if he gets the treasure, what can you do? He not only has connections with Burning Flame Valley, but even Danta has to protect him. No matter what his background is, as long as I do it perfectly, no one will be able to trace it back to me. All of a sudden, many people began to rush to the northwest continent. Of course, Some of them came to congratulate, while others came to seize the secret treasure on Chenfeng's body. Chenfeng knew exactly how these people came in. After all, the territory of the Gamma Empire has now expanded more than 10 times compared to before. In addition to those large empires, it has also occupied hundreds of small empires. Chenfeng even planned to let Jia Xingqian continue to lead his men to expand towards the Black Horn region. And within his territory, the surveillance compass is able to detect every move of every person. Furthermore, in today's Duluo continent, the ancient races have clan covenants that forbid strong men above 4-star Dulu to take action. With Xiao Yan, a 6-star Duluo, in charge, Chenfeng is not afraid of anyone having ill intentions. In the half-month after coming back, Chenfeng had been practicing dual cultivation with Xiao Yan. The huge difference in cultivation between a 6-star Duluo and a high-level half-saint had greatly benefited Chenfeng. In just half a month, he surpassed the realm of fighting saint that was unattainable for ordinary people and became a true fighting saint. However, after Chenfeng broke through to the level of Duluo saint, he did not directly use the Duluo star upgrading pill to break through. He felt that something like the Duluo star upgrading pill could only be taken after one's cultivation reached the level of 3-star Duluo saint. It would be a waste to use it right from the beginning. Mrs. Hanshu is about to give birth. Madame Hanshu is about to give birth. Go and inform His Majesty and the other ladies. Just after Chenfeng broke through to the level of Duluo, a group of maids and midwives in the harem began to get busy and quickly rushed to the palace where Hanshu was. Soon, Chenfeng also learned through the blood crystal that Hanshu was about to give birth. He hurriedly ended his training and went to Hanshu's palace with Xiao Yan. Chapter 364. Hanshu gave birth. Ma'am, that's great, we've made it out of the way, keep going. It's out, it's a little prince. Whoa, wow. Less than a minute after Chenfeng arrived, a loud baby cry was heard in the palace. Ding! It is detected that the host has a new offspring, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind. For Chenfeng, checking the gift package was definitely not as important as Hanshu and the child. He simply ignored the prompt sound in his mind and walked into the room. Today Hanshu, wearing a purple shirt, still has willow-like eyebrows, snow-white skin, and a tall figure. But wrapped in the purple shirt, her curvy figure looks particularly plump. Although she is not as tall as her sister Han Yu, her height is still better developed than that of ordinary people. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty, it's a little prince. The midwife and several maids congratulated Chenfeng with smiles on their faces. Boy, not bad. Chenfeng walked straight to Hanshu and looked at the little one in her arms. He was very happy. He now had so many daughters, and finally he had a son. Brother Feng, what are you going to name your child? Hanshu happily handed the child to Chenfeng's arms and asked expectantly. Middle Hanshu, how is it? Morning Breeze responded with a smile. Hanshu, sounds like a girl's name. Xian pouted beside her. No, this name doesn't distinguish between boys and girls. Hanshu Fenger, you named your child this because you hope that he will be elegant and handsome in the future. Yun Yun denied Xian's words and expressed her own opinion. I think what Sister Yun said is right. Han Shi also agreed with Yun Yun's words and nodded happily. Because of the many elixirs, Hanshu did not suffer any serious damage after giving birth to the child. She quickly became friends with the other girls and chatted about some precautions in taking care of the child. Chenfeng said silently to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly rank primary fighting skill, Qingfeng Zhan. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Do Sheng Star, Up Pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Fire Breath Pill and an intermediate experience Pale. Ding, all the above rewards have been distributed to the systems for lessons for their sleep pill. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Chenfeng suddenly realized something and hurriedly checked the skill revision card. Kung Fu Retraining Card allows the user to perfectly switch to other Kung Fu techniques without any sequela. It's this indeed. Upon hearing this information, Chenfeng was immediately delighted. Now, Taoying has already subdued the 3,000 flames, so it is entirely possible for Taoying to switch to practicing the burning technique, at which time he can continuously devour and fuse the strange fire. Of course, Although the burning technique is very powerful, it is also extremely dangerous. Chenfeng's idea is that in the future, unless she wants to devour a flame that is weaker than Cao Ying's own flame, she must use the fire bath pill to ensure her safety. Thinking of this, Chenfeng directly handed the burning technique to Cao Ying. There is such a magical technique that can devour strange fire to evolve. After seeing the burning decree, Cao Ying was immediately very surprised, because, in her understanding, an alchemist can only refine one kind of strange fire, and she has never seen anyone who can possess multiple kinds of strange fire at the same time. However, after going through so many things, Cao Ying already trusted Chenfeng very much and felt that every word he said was true. Therefore, after Chenfeng gave her the burning technique, she immediately agreed to switch to practicing the burning technique. With the skill conversion card, Cao Ying's conversion to the burning technique went very smoothly. Moreover, because the 3,000 flames had already been refined by him, he was able to easily consume it with the skill. After swallowing the 3,000 flames, the level of the burning decree was directly raised from the intermediate yellow level to the elementary earth level. Although it is only the initial stage of the earth rank, the burning decision fighting Q is more powerful than the general intermediate earth rank fighting Q. Yinger tried to devour and fuse the second strange fire now. After Cao Ying succeeded, Chenfeng directly took out the Qinglian earth core fire that he had obtained long ago. Blue Lotus earth core fire. I didn't expect this strange fire to be here with Brother Feng. Looking at the gifts that Chenfeng took out, Cao Ying's excitement was simply indescribable. Fool. The morning breeze blew Cao Ying's high nose bridge and she chuckled and said, "You need to be more focused. Although the 3,000 flames are stronger than the Azure Lotus earth core fire, it is refined in the body after all, so you still need to go all out." "Well, Brother Feng, I will be careful." Cao Ying smiled and nodded, then began to devour the Green Lotus earth core fire. The Green Lotus earth core fire entered Cao Ying's body and immediately began to rage. However, before it could become arrogant for a moment, it was surrounded by numerous purple-black flames. The two flames were facing each other, and it seemed that a big conflict would occur at any time. If they broke out in the human body, it would be a disaster. At this time, the power of the burning decision fighting Q is reflected. The huge burning decision fighting Q is separated between the two strange fires to prevent them from dueling. After that, Cao Ying began to slowly guide the two kinds of strange fire to merge. This process is naturally long. Even with Cao Ying's current level of cultivation, it will take at least half a month to fully integrate it, and then evolve the technique. Calculating the time, it won't delay the wedding. However, while Cao Ying was fusing the 3,000 flames in the Azure Lotus earth core fire, Tang Huer was already close to giving birth. Originally, Feng Qinger got pregnant before Tang Huer, but since she had the body of a demon beast, her pregnancy time was longer, just like that of Queen Medusa, Ziyan, and Ling Yu. So now Tang Huer got the upper hand. Before, when I had 10 offspring, the system gave me such a powerful reward. I wonder if there will be a similar wave of super gift packages when I have 20 offspring. Sensing the unusual movement of the blood crystal, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, Tang Huer successfully gave birth to a daughter. The child's hair is the same color as her mother's, and even her eyes are very similar, which makes Tang Huer, a new mother, very happy. Chapter 365. Tang Huer was born with a generous reward in the room. Tang Huer had already gotten out of bed. She was wearing a red dress and had a slender figure. A dark red ribbon was tied around her waist, which made her waist look even more charming. Tang Huer's appearance was also very remarkable. There was a hint of heroism between her slender eyebrows. With her fiery red outfit she looked heroic and had a unique charm. At this moment she came to Chenfeng, held the child in her arms, her eyes full of joy and love. "Huer, this child really inherited all your characteristics." Looking at the look in Tang Huer's eyes, Chenfeng smiled and spoke. "It also has your characteristics, Feng brother," Tang Huer said softly. At this moment, she put away her temper like a young lady and became extremely gentle. Soon other people started to come in. Yun Yun and others were holding their children in their arms. Among them, Xiao Sunner was holding 2 babies and was pregnant with another one. On Chenfeng's side, after spending some time with the girls, he finally remembered the system's notification sound. "System, open the gift package," Chenfeng muttered silently in his heart. "Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Essence Pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Micro Soul Essence. Ding, congratulations for obtaining a Dosheng star, uphill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hetli Great Immediate Body Movement Fighting Skill. Dragon Phoenix Step. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Duwang star uphills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Ding, all the above rewards have been distributed to the system space. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Listening to these system prompts, Chenfeng suddenly became interested. Dragon Phoenix Essence Pill. This pill can only be used by people with the blood of the ancient Sky Phoenix and the Great Void Ancient Dragon. After using it, it will awaken the blood of the ancient Dragon Phoenix, but there is no energy infusion. Tisk. Even though there is no energy infusion, it is still great to be able to awaken the Dragon and Phoenix bloodline. Looking at the effect of the Dragon Phoenix Essence Pill, Chenfeng did not feel any pity. The next moment, Chenfeng looked at Feng Qing'er. Feng Qing'er was wearing a colorful dress, and from a distance she exuded an unconcealable noble temperament. Her cheeks were slightly thin, and her perfect oval face, coupled with a pair of purple-brown gemstone eyes, made her look like a princess from an empire, beautiful and holy. The previous Feng Qing was a little cold, and wanted to be competitive and unwilling to admit defeat in many aspects. But after being subdued by Chenfeng, her personality changed a lot. Just like before, when Chenfeng gave the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit to Xian, she was very reasonable and did not make a fuss at all. She also especially hoped that Xian could regain the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan as soon as possible and unify the Ancient Dragon Clan. Qing'er, come here. Chenfeng hooked his finger at Feng Qing'er. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Seeing this, Feng Qing'er took light steps and came to Chenfeng's side. Look what this is. Chenfeng extracted the Dragon Phoenix Essence Pill and brought it to Feng Qing'er. Feng Qing'er is of the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan, and she immediately sensed the wonder of this purple and gold two-colored elixir. This is, Feng Qing'er asked excitedly. Qing'er, take this thing and you will be able to awaken the ancient dragon and phoenix bloodline. Chenfeng said bluntly. Is that so? Although Chenfeng's words were very surprising, Feng Qing'er had almost 100% trust in Chenfeng after spending some time together. She now believed that this pill really had such a strong effect. Soon, Feng Qing'er swallowed the purple and gold dual-color pill. As soon as the pill entered the body, it turned into a ball of purple and gold liquid and flowed into Feng Qing'er's entire body. Before she could absorb it, the strange energy automatically merged into her flesh and blood. Gradually, Feng Qing'er's physical strength began to increase, and her blood turned into purple and gold. Dragon, Phoenix bloodline, I have finally awakened the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. Feng Qing'er began to shout. At this moment, she looked like a little girl who had received a reward, not as aloof as before. Seeing Feng Qing'er's reaction, Chenfeng couldn't help but kiss her. That fair cheek has a faint sweetness. Next, Chenfeng took the time to look at the other rewards. Now, the Fighting Saint Star up pill seemed to appear every time, which made Chenfeng feel more at ease. In this way, in addition to using it himself, he could also use it to improve the strength of his subordinates. Just like Yao Chen, although Yao Chen is a soul slave and his soul structure has changed, he can still use the Fighting Saint Star up pill. Maybe Yao Chen will grow into his #1 general in the future. Moreover, Xian's Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan also has several loyal elders. The 3 previous elders of Donglong Island are all trustworthy. When there are enough Dusheng Star upgrading pills, they can consider rewarding them and allowing them to enter the mid-level Dusheng. In this era, when the Du Di has disappeared, the number and quality of Dusheng powerhouses are the criteria for measuring the strength of a force. As for the other members of the Dragon Clan, such as the West Dragon King and the North Dragon King, as well as Jumu Swanmo and others, even if they had evil intentions before, they have now surrendered. As long as Xian, the Dragon Emperor, does not die, they will never rebel. When those powerful dragons gather together, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. Dragon Phoenix Step, a heavenly intermediate level fighting skill that can only be practiced by those with Dragon and Phoenix bloodline. Intermediate heaven level fighting skills. Next, Chenfeng caught a glimpse of the fighting skill, Dragon Phoenix Step, and was delighted again. Yi Xian's current cultivation level is that of a 6-star Duluo. Coupled with the powerful combat power of her Dragon Phoenix bloodline, it is estimated that even an ordinary 7-star Duluo would be unable to do anything to her. If she had such powerful body movement and fighting skills, she would really be able to fight a 7-star Duluo to a draw. King Xian, this volume of fighting skills is very suitable for you and Xian to practice. Chenfeng did not hide anything and directly took out this precious fighting skill. Feng Qing was only a low-level Duzun now, so when she learned that this was a mid-level heavenly grade fighting skill, she was very self-aware and said, Xian, you should practice first. It is still difficult for me to master this advanced fighting skill now. Moreover, with my strength, I cannot bring out the power of the Dragon Phoenix step. Well, I'll go practice first. When you reach the high-level Duzun level, I'll share my experience with you. Xian smiled and nodded, then put away the Dragon Phoenix step scroll. Although their two races were mortal enemies, as both were women of Morning Breeze, they had long since discarded that notion and were praying in their hearts that the two races could live in peace. Chapter 366 Year. Wedding. The army attacks the Blackhorn region. It's just a high-level Duzun. It won't take long. Hearing what Xian said to Feng Qing'er, Chenfeng showed a confident smile. He possessed a huge number of Duzun star-enhancing pills, but he had never given them to the women before. If the women use the Duzun star-up pill, their strength will surge. Of course, before that, Chenfeng would practice dual cultivation with them again to improve their strength. For example, for pills like Duzun Shengsing pill, the higher the cultivation level, the more the effect could be maximized. As time passed, it was soon the day for Chenfeng to marry Tao Ying. The scale of this wedding was grander than the previous ones. This is because the current land area of the Gamma Empire is more than 10 times larger than before. In this case, Morning Breeze's tax reduction will undoubtedly make the whole country celebrate. Countless powerful men gathered in the Gamma Empire capital, including 7 or 8 Duzun strongmen. Among them is Xuan Kongzi, the leader of Danta's 3 giants. In the eyes of these guests, Chenfeng getting married and having Xuan Kongzi come to watch the ceremony was something that countless people envied. In the palace, many powerful people who came to congratulate took the initiative to greet Chenfeng and wanted to get to know him. After all, Chenfeng married Xuan Kongzi's apprentice. Moreover, there have been recent rumors that the 3,000 flames that had been imprisoned in Danta for a long time have been subdued by Tao Ying, which shocked many powerful people on the continent. The 3,000 flames of fire had been imprisoned for many years. During this period, countless powerful alchemists wanted to subdue it, but no one succeeded in the end. Tao Ying must have some extraordinary qualities to be able to subdue it. Everyone has no doubt that in a dozen years, Tao Ying will have the strength to inherit the 3 giants of Danta. Morning Breeze, I haven't had any wine in many years. I'm happy today, so I'm going to drink a few more glasses. At the banquet, Xuan Kongzi took Chenfeng to drink happily, and the powerful people in Zhongzhou who were related to Xuan Kongzi did the same and gathered on Chenfeng's side. Of course, not all of the many powerful men from central China who came to the Gamma Empire were here to congratulate. Some of them had ill intentions. It is estimated that when Xuan Kongzi returns, these people will be truly exposed. 2 days later, the guests who came to the Gamma Empire gradually dispersed. Xuan Kongzi could not stay for long because he had to be in charge of Dan Tower, so he left the next day. On the 3rd night, just like the old star-picking ghost, a dark shadow quietly slipped into the palace. This person's cultivation is much stronger than that of the old star-picking ghost. I want to see what secrets this kid from this barren land has. The black shadow murmured softly, and in a few steps, it arrived deep into the palace. When he sensed the space seal at the original harem of the imperial palace, he was stunned for a moment. The seal was so strong that not even he could see through it. Could it be that old fellow Xuan Kongzi set up a seal here? Sensing the strength of the seal, the old man began to consider retreating. Because he might not be able to break Xuan Kongzi's seal, if he lured Xuan Kongzi out, it would be a waste of time and effort. Since you're here, why not sit down and have a couple of drinks? Just as the black shadow was about to retreat, Chenfeng's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Bang! The next moment, the black shadow was hit hard and fell directly from the sky to the ground. With the strength of a 9-star Duzun, I can only be an obedient puppet. After shooting down the man, Chenfeng's expression was very calm. With his current cultivation level of a 1-star Dusheng, it was easy for him to deal with such a small character. Soon, this 9-star Duzun powerful man who was quite famous in Zhongzhou was fed an intermediate puppet pill by Chenfeng and became an obedient puppet. With this puppet, Jia Xingshan can speed up the invasion. After controlling this 9-star Duzun strongman, Chenfeng gave him a code name, Puppet No. 1. He will serve as a sharp blade sent by Chenfeng to eliminate those who dare to resist Chenfeng in the northwest continent. In the next few days, Jia Xingshan, who led troops to guard the border, began to make big moves again. He personally led an army of 300 Duwangs and more than 20 Duhuangs, and began to cross the Black Domain plain and march towards the Black Horn Domain. In the Black Horn region, many forces soon learned of the movements of the Gamma army, and each of them became a little nervous. Everyone, the Gamma Empire's army is taking action again. And this time it's obviously heading for our Black Horn region. You are all aware of the strength of the Gamma Empire. It is impossible for any of us to compete with the Gamma Empire if we don't unite. We will be defeated one by one. Unite. This is a good idea. With everyone's strength, there will be no problem in expelling the Gamma Empire's army. The leaders of many forces gathered together and finally decided to form an alliance to resist the army of the Gamma Empire. Among them, the Black Emperor sect is the leader. The Black Emperor sect's leader, Mo Tianxing, is a 4-star Dozong powerhouse. His Black Emperor sect is very powerful. In this alliance, Mo Tianxing served as the leader of the alliance. In terms of the number of Duhuang masters, this new alliance actually has more than 20 of them, among which the Black Emperor sect alone has 6 Duhuang masters. Since everyone has nominated me, I, Mo Tianxing, will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and will definitely beat back the Gamma army. The Black Horn region is not a territory that those empires can get their hands on. Facing so many powerful people, Mo Tianxing also showed his courage. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Although the number of Duhuang powerhouses in the Black Alliance was similar to that in the Gamma Empire's army, they had only joined together in a hurry and each had their own ideas, so not many of them really gave their all. In addition, the Gamma Empire's army had a large number of mid-level Duhuang powerhouses. As a result, the Black Alliance army suffered repeated defeats and finally retreated to the Black Emperor's city, the Black Alliance's headquarters. All soldiers, listen up. Tomorrow we will attack the Black Alliance's lair and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Wu Jia Xingxian chose to pursue the victory, and not give the Black Alliance a chance to breathe. He led a large army and marched towards the Black Emperor's city in a mighty manner. 2 days later, the outline of a huge city loomed at the end of the Gamma Empire's vision. As they got closer, the huge city at the end of the avenue finally appeared gradually within their sight. Gazing at the towering city walls in the distance, Jia Xingxian's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. The Black Imperial City was indeed as its name suggested. Its grand scale did not overshadow the word Emperor in its name. The pitch-black city walls that stretched to the end exuded a cold feeling. The sunlight pouring down even made the black city walls reflect a faint light like a mirror. Chapter 367 Destroy the Black Emperor Sect. Those who know the goods will be able to discover that the surface of the city wall is actually covered with a layer of quite rare black mirror stone. The city walls made of this material have the miraculous effect of rebounding some attacks, so it is a very good choice to use it to build city walls. But this thing is also quite rare, and the Black Emperor sect can use it to cover an entire city wall. Such a foundation is indeed quite strong. Yes, it would be interesting to capture a city like this. Looking at the huge city ahead, Jia Xingxian's eyes showed excitement. As long as this victory is achieved, the plan of the Gamma Empire's army to invade the Black Horn region will be half completed. At this moment, the city wall of the Black Emperor city was already filled with soldiers. These soldiers were naturally elite and basically had the strength of high-level fighters, and most of them had reached the level of fighter masters. Of course, it was impossible for the Black Emperor sect alone to have such a large and elite force. This was the sum of more than a dozen major forces in the Black Horn region. If nothing else happens, this battle will probably be a stalemate for a while, and it will not be as simple as dealing with the Mulan Empire and the Jinyan Empire before. Soon, as Jia Xingxian led the army towards the city, an old man in a yellow robe appeared in everyone's sight above the city. The old man in the yellow robe had several golden dragons embroidered on his robe, and he looked very majestic. It seems that you are the leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tianxing. Above the sky, Jia Xingxian looked at the old man in yellow robe and spoke very calmly. Yes, I am. Moreover, I am the leader of the entire Black Alliance, and you are just a running dog, Mo Tianxing replied loudly, not giving Jia Xingxian any face at all. Haha, being able to become the most loyal lackey of His Majesty Morning Breeze is a blessing that many of you would envy. Jia Xingxian did not feel insulted at all. Instead, he felt that it was his greatest honor to follow Chenfeng. This Jia Xingxian's answer made Mo Tianxing speechless. After hastily ending that topic, Mo Tianxing returned to the main topic. Jia Xingxian, do you think your Gamma Empire army can really invade the Black Horn region? The Black Horn region is not like those empires. The people here yearn for chaos and love freedom. They don't care about the Emperor. Haha, His Majesty Morning Breeze's goal is to end this chaos and re-establish the laws of this area. All those who stand in the way must be cleared. Hearing Jia Xingxin's words, Mo Tianxing's face turned pale and he said in a cold voice, "If you want to destroy us, let's see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as the words fell, more than 100 figures on the city wall immediately flew into the air. Among these people, the lowest cultivation level was Du Wang, who possessed Du Q wings, and 23 of them had reached the Du Huang level. You don't know your own limitations. After learning about the attitudes of Mo Tianxing and those members of the Black Alliance, Jia Xingxin showed disdain on his face. As he raised his hand, hundreds of black spots rose into the air from the army of the Gamma Empire. These people are the strong ones in the Gamma Empire's army. There are 26 Duong warriors and more than 300 Doong warriors. Such strength is obviously greater than that of the Black Alliance. As for the main general, Jia Xingxin is at the peak of the 5-star Duzong, while Mo Tianxing is only a 4-star Duzong. The difference of 1 star will make a huge difference in strength. Bang! Just as Mo Tianxing was about to order a counterattack, his head suddenly exploded without any warning, and blood splattered from the neck of the headless corpse. Upon seeing this scene, countless soldiers on the city walls of Black Emperor City immediately cried out in fear. Even the group of Du Wang and Du Huang warriors flying in the sky were no exception. Mo Tianxing's head exploded, and then his body fell to the ground, giving them a creepy feeling. What happened? Kill Mo Tianxing if I have it. To be able to do this so quietly. The person who came must be extremely powerful. The strong men from the Gamma Empire brought by Jia Xingxin also felt confused. It seems that His Majesty has arranged for strong men to take action. Although Jia Xingxin was surprised, he was soon relieved. He was well aware of Chenfeng's methods, so it was not surprising that he sent a dozen strongmen. Mo Tianxing is dead. I'll give you one last chance. If you surrender, you can avoid death. Seeing that the Black Alliance's strong men were already demoralized, Jia Xingxin took the opportunity to persuade them to surrender. In this way, he could destroy the Black Alliance with minimal losses and take over the Black Emperor City. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender too. As Jia Xingxin's words fell, several Duwang masters among the top leaders of the Black Alliance took the lead in making a decision, which then led more people to surrender. Under the general trend of the times, even those Duong powerful men from the Black Emperor sect had to surrender. In the face of life, what does the sect mean? Quick, Moya is trying to run, catch him. Above the sky, there was a very young Duong warrior, less than 30 years old. He was looking at Jia Xingxin with hatred on his face, and then turned around and ran towards the Black Emperor City. However, after the top leaders of the Black Alliance turned against them, several Duong masters blocked the young man's way in order to gain merit. Get out of here, you sinister bunch. Seeing this, the young man spoke with indignation on his face. Haha, Moya, Mo Tianxing is dead. Who do you think you are? Why don't you surrender quickly? 3 or 4 Duong masters surrounded him with sneers. The battle is about to break out. But it is nothing more than a civil war among the powerful members of the Black Alliance. Under Mo Tianxing's training, although Moya reached the level of Du Huang at a young age, he was outnumbered and was quickly overwhelmed by several powerful members of the Black Alliance. Mo Tianxing and his son were all killed in the battle, and from then on, the Black Emperor sect was destroyed. Jia Xingxin directly led the Gamma Empire army to take over the Black Emperor City, and many high-ranking officials of the Black Alliance were also recruited. I have to say that the supplies left behind by the Black Emperor sect are still very rich. Master Jia, all the treasures of the Black Emperor sect are here. Soon, all the treasures of the Black Emperor sect were moved out of the treasury and piled up in the hall. Seeing this, Jia Xingxin nodded slightly. He did not have much expectation for supplies, because for a long time, Chenfeng was the one who subsidized the army and seldom gained anything from the army. One of the Black Alliance warriors stepped forward and lifted the largest piece of white cloth on the field. Then, a giant corpse that was 10 feet wide appeared in front of everyone's gaze. The body of this monster is not small in size, but it seems to have been dead for a long time, and its bones and flesh are all dried up. The most eye-catching thing about this thing is the pair of huge wings that have turned into white bones. The wings are quite strange, like jade, emitting a faint fluorescence. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that there is some kind of strange energy contained in these wings. However, since it can still retain some energy after such a long time of death, the level of this monster must have been very high when it was alive. Chapter 368 Bodhi's Body Saleva Master Jia. This demon beast corpse was accidentally found by the people of the Black Emperor sect in a mountain stream. According to previous identification, This demon beast should be a peerless beast that is about to break through the 7th level and advance to the 8th level. A red-faced old man who originally belonged to the Black Emperor sect stood up and explained. This red-faced old man possesses the strength of a high-level Duwang, and his alchemy skills have also reached the 6th level. However, his reputation is not as great as the previous medicine Emperor Han Feng. As his words fell, there was an uproar in the hall. A magical beast that is about to advance to the 8th level. Isn't that equivalent to a human Duzun strongman? Magical beasts of this level almost all have extraordinary abilities and extremely long lifespans. How could they die here? This mummy of the demon beast has been perfectly stored since it was obtained by the Black Emperor sect. It has not been damaged at all. Moreover, this mummy of the demon beast may contain a demon core that is about to break through to the 8th level. The red-faced old man continued to smile. His words undoubtedly dropped another powerful bomb. Everyone knows that this peerless and ferocious beast is almost full of treasures. Its skin can be used as armor, its claws are sharper than some weapons made of special metals, and its blood must be filled with powerful and violent energy. For some alchemists, it is an excellent material for making pills. Of course, the most important thing is the magic core. One can imagine how terrifying the energy contained in a magic core of a warcraft that is about to break through to the 8th level is. The value of these things added together is inestimable. Therefore, the red-faced old man's words instantly caused the value of the monster mummy to skyrocket. The corpse of a Duzun-level monster is actually quite useful. Jia Xingshan groaned, interrupted the old man, and ordered his men to collect the body of the monster and present it to Chenfeng when they returned. Master Jia, the Black Emperor sect's other resources are good, but they are not treasures. There is only one thing that can be called a priceless treasure. At this moment, the red-faced old man from before took the initiative to stand up again. Oh, what is it? After hearing the old man's words, Jia Xingshan also became interested. Things like the 6th grade elixirs were no longer taken seriously by Jia Xingshan. He knew that this red-faced old man would not dare to play tricks on him. If that's the case, then it must be some invaluable treasure. Soon, the red-faced old man came to the center of the hall and lifted a layer of black cloth, revealing a crystal box inside. This thing was previously placed in the Black Emperor sect's treasury and was sealed off. It was noticed by many people, so no wonder no one dared to swallow it. The treasure is in this box. In the crystal box there was a mysterious faint fluorescence. As the light spread, a fist-sized ball of strange viscous substance that was slightly emerald green was slowly wriggling and floating in it like a mollusk. As it squirmed, layers of liquid surged, and it looked like a living thing. This ball of emerald green viscous liquid was suspended in the air in the box without any support, and it seemed to have intelligence, floating slowly in the box. A strange halo permeates the surface, making it look extremely magical. What is this? Looking at the strange substance in the crystal box, Jia Xingshan also became interested and asked. Replying to Master Jia, this thing is called Bodhi Body Transformation Saliva. The red-faced old man spoke respectfully. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the exclamations of countless people in the field. Many powerful people in the Blackhorn region have heard of something like Bodhi Body Transformation Saliva, but have never seen it. Jia Xingshan's commonly used equipment, the Gamma Empire, although now stronger, but this knowledge is not as much as those in the Blackhorn region. Tell me about this thing. What's so good about it? Jia Xingshan asked. As far as I know, in some remote mountains, there is a magical ancient tree called the Bodhi Ancient Tree. The roots of this tree buried deep in the earth will gradually form a sticky heart-shaped substance with magical effects after years of condensation. Therefore, some people call it Bodhi heart. But generally speaking, it takes at least 1,000 years for the Bodhi tree to condense into Bodhi heart. The Bodhi body saliva is some magical substance secreted from the surface of the Bodhi heart. After pondering for a moment, the red-faced old man finally spoke slowly. Hearing this, Jia Xingshan's eyes lit up slightly. This was the first time he heard the news about the Bodhi incarnation saliva. I'm afraid even His Majesty would be very satisfied with such a treasure. Jia Xingshan was secretly delighted. He didn't expect that after destroying the Black Alliance, there would be such an unexpected surprise. This Bodhi body transformation saliva, if taken, can transform one's body and improve the physical condition of some ordinary people. It is very magical. As for the Bodhi heart, it can truly be called a spiritual object of heaven and earth nurtured by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If this magical object is taken by a person, it is said that it can gradually replace the human heart. In this way, even if the heart suffers a fatal attack, life can be saved. Moreover, The power that this Bodhi heart can provide to a person is much stronger than the previous heart. Of course, the most important thing is that this thing can constantly nourish the soul, making the soul gradually stronger. This is definitely an irresistible temptation for a pharmacist. The red-faced old man continued to speak with a hint of fanaticism in his voice. Obviously, he was also extremely moved by the so-called bodhisattva, replace the human heart, enhance the soul. After hearing about such incredible miraculous effects, even Jia Xingxian couldn't help feeling dry in the mouth. This bodhisattva, isn't it too terrifying? Very good, Jia Xingxian laughed and nodded, then put the crystal box away. I heard that this thing can make people feel the ancient Bodhi tree. If one can obtain the Bodhi mind in the ancient Bodhi tree, then one can really soar to the sky. The red-faced old man spoke in a flattering manner. He knew that this kind of thing was not for him, so he could only try his best to please Jia Xingxian. Soon, Jia Xingxian counted some important supplies and put them away separately, and all the other miscellaneous supplies were handed over to the army for transportation and safekeeping. This time, in the alliance confrontation in the Blackhorn region, the old Blackhorn region faction, the Demon Flame Valley, does not seem to have participated. Suddenly, Jia Xingxian said this and looked at everyone. Master Jia, maybe the Demon Flame Valley master is in seclusion, and the others in the valley can't make a decision. After hearing Jia Xingxian's words, someone immediately responded. So that's how it is, then how strong is the Demon Flame Valley master? Jia Xingxian continued to ask. He also heard that the Demon Flame Valley was one of the earliest major forces in the Blackhorn region. It had a long history and was very powerful, even the Black Emperor sect could not compare to it. Chapter 369 The Old Demon. The Demon Flame Valley can be said to be the largest and most historic place in the original Blackhorn region, except for Canaan College. Shizhen, the fourth elder in the valley, is known as the Eagle Claw Old Man in the Blackhorn region. He has the strength of a 6-star Duong and is very powerful in close combat with his special claw technique. These are only the 4 elders, but their strength is stronger than the previously prestigious blood sect leader Fan Lao, which shows how powerful the Demon Flame Valley is. The chief elder of the valley, Fang Yan, has already reached the peak of the 9-star Duong level, and is only one step away from becoming a Dozong. The great elder Fang Yan, together with the second elder and the third elder, 2 high-level Duhongs, can perform the flame manipulation technique to create artificial exotic fire, which is extremely powerful and can rival those ordinary 1-star Duzong powerhouses. When the leader of the Demon Flame Valley was in seclusion, several elders in the valley had already created a great reputation, and were very influential in the Blackhorn region. Jia Xingxian had heard about these things since he led his troops into the Blackhorn region. However, no matter how powerful the elders of the Demon Flame Valley were, Jia Xingxian did not take them seriously. What Jia Xingxian really cares about is the valley master of the Demon Flame Valley, the old demon who has been in seclusion. It is said that he was once a strong man in the same batch as the dean of Canaan College, but he was at the bottom level. It is unknown how much better than him the current dean of Canaan College is. Reporting to Master Jia, the lord of the Demon Flame Valley is probably at the high level of Duzong. A surrendered Black Alliance warrior replied thoughtfully. High-level Duzong. Hearing this, Jia Xingxian felt a little worried. He didn't know whether the strong man who had helped him kill Mo Tianxing was still there. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be a bit stressful for him to deal with high-level Duzong masters. At that time he could only crush them with numerical advantage, and the Duwang-level masters would suffer heavy losses. However, in front of everyone he did not show that worry, but seemed to be dismissive. Mr. Jia is so dismissive it seems he is very sure. Mo Tianxing's death was too outrageous. No one saw the person who did it. How strong must the person who did it be to suddenly die after breaking through among so many people? His Majesty Chenfeng has connections with Danta and Fenyan Valley. Maybe there are Duzun strongmen secretly assisting him. This kind of performance immediately reminded everyone of Mo Tianxing's sudden death. As a result, everyone's confidence increased. Next, Jia Xingxian and his men took control of the Black Emperor city. After resting for 2 days, he led 90% of the people out of the Black Emperor city and headed towards the Demon Flame Valley. The Demon Flame Valley is located in a huge valley in a mountain range in the northern part of the Blackhorn region. The area of this valley is not much smaller than a city, and it has a large population, most of whom are outer sect members of the Demon Flame Valley. Most of those who can become members of the inner valley are elites carefully selected from among them, and generally speaking they only account for 1/10 of the number. But even so, the popularity of the Demon Flame Valley is quite strong. Although the Demon Flame Valley has existed for quite a long time, it is still prosperous in the Blackhorn region. Of course, the biggest reason for this is naturally the existence of the old demon. With a 7-star Duzong expert, the Demon Flame Valley has the capital to dominate the Blackhorn region. That huge valley seemed to have been dug out from a mountain. The valley is surrounded by dark black rocks that appear to be faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. This is black steel stone, which is extremely hard. Even a Duwang strongman would find it difficult to break it. Looking at the dense black rocks, it seems that this mountain range is a mineral vein. The headquarters of the Demon Flame Valley is located here. The atmosphere in the Demon Flame Valley today is very solemn, because the news that the Gamma Empire's army is marching towards the Demon Flame Valley has spread, and the people in the Demon Flame Valley have made preparations early on. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared in the sky, causing many Outer Valley disciples to panic. These more than 300 figures were all in the air. At first glance, they gave people a great sense of oppression. The leader was none other than Jia Jingxin, and behind him were more than 20 Duang powerhouses. However, the Demon Flame Valley seemed to have gathered some powerful independent cultivators nearby, and the number of Duang masters had reached as many as 15. Although they had not formed an alliance, the number of these high-level masters was already very close to the previous Black Alliance. The Jiama Empire's ambition is really big. It actually set its sights on my Demon Flame Valley. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the valley. The lingering sound is like the echo of Sanskrit, which shakes your heart and soul. Not long after the old voice was heard, a violent sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded from the edge of the sky. In just a moment, a figure appeared above the Demon Flame Valley square, standing in front of the large number of Duhuang and Duwang powerful men. This is an old man with blood-red hair and wearing a yellow skull robe. The old man's face is also thin, almost skin and bones. At first glance it looks like a skull. The deep-set eyes are glowing with a faint luster, like a ghostly light, revealing a sense of weirdness and spookiness. The blood-haired old man just stood in the void, his deep-set pupils staring indifferently at Jia Jingxin and his group. Whenever his sleeves swayed in the wind, the surrounding space would quietly emit a subtle fluctuation. With such a profound fighting spirit, it is obviously stronger than that of Jia Jingxin. It is very likely that this person is the founder of the Demon Flame Valley, the old demon Demo. As soon as the old man appeared, a sense of oppression descended from the sky. In the Gamma army, some weaker soldiers' faces changed slightly, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Aha, His Majesty Morning Breeze has issued an order to wipe out the Blackhorn region. Those who obey will live, and those who disobey will die. Jia Jingxin did not become timid at all because of the appearance of the old demon. He was still full of vigor and his words were very strong. He did not give the old demon any face at all. Ha, do you think I was brought up by fear? Back then I was a contemporary of Meng Xuanxi. The old demon snorted coldly. Haha, you are worthy of being compared with the president of Kanan College. Jia Jingxin showed disdain on his face and continued to mock me. With so many subordinates, how could he be afraid? Sharp-tongued, the old demon's eyes suddenly turned cold and he moved his 5 fingers. 5 sharp fighting spirits filled with cold air suddenly shot out from his fingertips, carrying a fierce gust of wind and shot straight toward Jia Jingxin. However, Jia Jingxin was not at all panicked and shot out a stream of khaki-colored Duq forward. At the same time, the 300 Duwang powerhouses and more than 20 Duhuang powerhouses behind him also attacked at the same time. Countless strands of fighting spirit condensed into several energy beams in the air, easily destroying the 5 attacks of the old demon. Chapter 370 A Great Victory Snort. The attack was dispersed by Jia Jingxin and his men. The old demon's eyes flickered slightly and he snorted coldly. Everyone in the Demon Flame Valley. Take action, yes sir. At one point, all the elders with Duang cultivation in the Demon Flame Valley attacked one after another, and then began to collide with the strong men of the Gamma Empire, resulting in a melee. Although the number of Duang warriors on the Jiama Empire's army side is far greater than that of the Demon Flame Valley, the people of the Demon Flame Valley can still hold on for a short period of time. What the old demon needs is this short period of time so that other Duang powerhouses cannot help Jia Jingxin. He saw that Jia Jingxin's cultivation level was only at the 5-star Duzong level. With his 7-star Duzong level, if he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat Jia Jingxin. When he was able to free up his hands, he would be able to slowly deal with any number of Duhuang powerhouses. The strength of the old demon is unfathomable. Perhaps, even if Jingxin has advanced fighting skills, he would find it difficult to compete with him. After all, within the Duzong rank, there is a huge gap between each star, and it is quite difficult to challenge a higher level. Moreover, the old demon's background can also enable him to perform Earth-level fighting skills. Jia Xingxian ha, I will make sure you never come back today. The words of the old demon were full of arrogance and pride. Of course, with his strength he was qualified to be so proud. In today's Blackhorn region, it is indeed quite difficult to find someone who can match his strength. Those strong men of the same generation as him have either died unfortunately or left the Blackhorn region. Among the slightly younger generation, the top ones are Mo Tianxing and his kind, but with their strength, they are still difficult to compare with the old demon. Soon, the Earth Demon ancestor rushed straight towards Jia Xingxian, and the two began to fight in close combat. Jia Xingxian took out a sharp arrow and stabbed it at the old demon ghost. However, when it just came into contact with the black cold air that permeated the old demon ghost's body, the latter suddenly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a black ice crystal half a meter in size appeared in front of him, and the sword in Jia Xingxian's hand could no longer advance an inch after it penetrated halfway. Seeing this, Jia Xingxian felt a little panicked. He retreated hurriedly and drew 8 Duong powerhouses from the other side to help him. In today's battle, he was relying on the advantage of numbers. Haha, you want to use your numbers to defeat your numbers, these Duhuangs are not qualified. The old demon's eyes still did not fluctuate much. He looked at Jia Xingxian and his group calmly, stepped lightly on the void, and then approached the two of them step by step. As the old demon stepped down step by step, the black cold air surrounding him became thicker and thicker. In the end, the temperature of this world dropped a lot, and many people with weak strength could not help but shiver. Seeing that the old demon could actually influence the weather temperature of an area by relying on his own fighting spirit, Jia Xingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. The old demon also sneered, with black cold air lingering around his fingertips, and then his 10 fingers suddenly snapped. 1,000 illusions, mysterious ice thorns. Puff 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 as the old demon flicked his 10 fingers. Dense black ice cones mysteriously emerged from his fingertips and then shot towards Jia Xingxian and his group. The sharp sound of the wind breaking caused by the collective attack resounded in everyone's ears, making people's scalps numb slightly. The black ice cones seemed inconspicuous, but the strong wind contained in them was quite terrifying. Not to mention the overwhelming appearance, even a single one could probably kill a Duong strongman directly. From this we can see that this little thing is not as cute as its size. Looking solemnly at the overwhelming black ice cones, Jia Xingxian did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. With the waving of his sleeves, streams of ochre-colored fighting spirit rushed out, entwining with each other, and instantly forming a thick earth wall in front of him. Tusk, the ice cones came like lightning, and in just a flash they shot into the earth wall one after another like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, the earth wall was not directly pierced by these ice cones and seemed to be able to hold on for a while. Ice condensation sword technique. More and more black ice cones disappeared, but the old demon sneered, formed a seal with his dry claws, and then shouted loudly. As the shout came, the numerous ice cones that had rushed into the earth wall quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, they all merged into a pitch-black ice sword that was about 10 feet wide. As the ice sword took shape, a burst of chilling air burst out, piercing through the earth wall. The sharp tip of the sword unceremoniously stabbed at Jia Xingxian's head behind the air wall. Hand of the earth. Seeing the changes in those ice cones, Jia Xingxian's cheeks also changed. He let out a low shout, and then the air wall squirmed rapidly, and then turned into a huge ochre-colored hand. Then he reached down and directly grabbed the black ice sword. When it came into contact with the cold air of the ice sword, a sharp hissing sound broke out. Looking at Jia Xingxian, who was still holding on with a sneer in his eyes, the old demon raised a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth, and then shouted softly, "Explode, bang!" As soon as the shout fell, the pitch-black ice sword trembled violently, and then exploded out of thin air without any warning. The impact of the explosion directly blew the khaki-colored hand into nothingness. Moreover, the ice sword exploded, but it did not shatter. Instead, it turned into countless palm-sized ice blades which broke through the blockade of the gray-purple air wall at lightning speed and shot directly at Jia Xingxian. What? Seeing this scene, Jia Xingxian's face changed drastically. If those ice blades stabbed over, the Duong powerhouses around him would probably be in danger. The lightning-fast confrontation between the two Duzong powerhouses contained immense danger. Almost all of them were killing moves, and this thrilling attack that could be fatal at any time also made many strong men break out in cold sweats. However, at this moment all the ice blades solidified and stagnated in the air. What's going on? Looking at this scene, it was the old demon's turn to panic. Soon, in the shocked gaze of the old demon, several pitch-black chains suddenly appeared from somewhere in the sky. It seems that the strong man has taken action again. When the strong men of the Jiama Empire saw this situation, they all showed joy on their faces. They recalled the scene when Mo Tianxing died, which was also so powerful. At the critical moment, the old demon did not dare to be negligent anymore. He took a deep breath, and then his face suddenly turned strangely red. The redness lasted for a moment, and then there was a hissing sound, and countless black cold air was seen spurting out from the pores on the former's body surface. Moreover, the black cold air was faintly mixed with crimson, and it was this faint crimson that made the black cold air even colder. Chapter 371 Treasure House. Blood is cold and the sky is freezing. A sinister roar came out hoarsely from the mouth of the old demon, and as the roar fell, the dark cold air also expanded rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black cold cloud that was more than 10 feet in size, and the figure of the old demon was completely obscured. As soon as the cold cloud appeared, the temperature of the space where the old demon was located suddenly became icy cold, and tiny ice crystals suddenly fell from the sky strangely. If someone is sensitive, they will be able to find that these ice crystals are actually the moisture contained in the air. Unexpectedly, the temperature of the black cold cloud of the old demon is so low. The sky and earth nearby were covered with a thin layer of frost, and many disciples from the outer valley of the Demon Flame Valley below were shivering from the cold. Moreover, some careful people were shocked to find that under this strange cold air, even the fighting spirit in their bodies showed a tendency to freeze. The terrifying cold air of the old demon can even solidify the fighting spirit in the human body. This method is really powerful. Even some Duong masters nearby had blue faces at this moment. With ice crystals flashing on their hair, they all gritted their teeth and mobilized the fighting spirit in their bodies to resist the terrifying cold. However, this seemingly extremely powerful black cold cloud could not stop the advancement of the black chain at all. The black chains rushed into the depths of the black cold cloud like a hot knife through butter. Soon, from the depths of the cold clouds, the shrill screams of the old demon were heard. What's going on? It's the ancestor's cry. That mysterious adult is really powerful. As long as he takes action, everything will be settled. After the horrifying scream was heard, countless people were immediately shocked. They didn't expect that such a powerful old demon could not even survive a single round at the hands of the mysterious strong man. In the cold cloud, the miserable cry only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and then disappeared as the black chain disappeared out of thin air. Ancestor, is he dead? It's over. The ancestor is dead. Our Demon Flame Valley is finished. The powerful men of the Demon Flame Valley looked at the cold cloud that filled the sky in disbelief, with fear and despair in their eyes. At this moment, the black cold cloud began to tremble violently, as if it was about to dissipate. Snort. Seeing this scene, Jia Xingqian used his fighting spirit and blew a gust of wind towards the black cold cloud, which immediately blew the black cold cloud towards the Demon Flame Valley. The speed was so fast that no one in the Demon Flame Valley could react in time. Soon, the black cold cloud that was 1,000 feet in size floated to the Demon Flame Valley, covering countless disciples of the Demon Flame Valley. Crack! Some weaker disciples of the Demon Flame Valley were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Even a Duong strongman would be covered by the cold cloud and the surface of his body would be frozen stiff. If no one came to rescue him, he would die. When the cold cloud fell, a quarter of the ordinary disciples of the Demon Flame Valley were killed. It was so terrifying. Moreover, in the center of the cold cloud, everyone saw an old corpse wearing a yellow robe and with long blood-red hair. The ancestor is really dead. Looking at the corpse, everyone in Demon Flame Valley instantly lost their will to fight. The old demon is dead. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. At this time, Jia Xingqian announced in time that surrender would save one's life. I surrender. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the fourth elder of the Demon Flame Valley, Old Man Eagle Claw, was the first to choose to surrender. Seeing this, the great elder Fang Yan of the Demon Flame Valley was very angry. However, he stopped just as he was about to denounce the Old Man Eagle Claw as a traitor. Alas, today, my Demon Flame Valley will be defeated. If we continue to resist, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. It's better to surrender, otherwise there will be bloodshed. Fang Yan sighed deeply, and finally bowed in the direction of Jia Xingqian and said, I, the Demon Flame Valley, am willing to surrender. After the death of the old demon, Fang Yan became the person with the highest status in the Demon Flame Valley. Now that even he chose to surrender, all the disciples and elders of the Demon Flame Valley expressed their opinions one after another. I surrender. I surrender. The sounds of surrender came one after another. The army of the Gamma Empire shouted in victory. Soon Jia Xingqian led the army to clean up the battlefield and then took over the Demon Flame Valley. Master Jia, this is where the Sect's treasure house is located, but I have never been in there. Not long after, Fang Yan, the great elder who surrendered from the Demon Flame Valley, led Jia Xingqian and the Duong powerhouse behind him to a stone wall covered with weeds. Open it, the Jia Xingqian nodded slightly. Searching the treasure house made him very excited. Hearing this, Fang Yan responded respectfully, then stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on the stone wall, releasing a hidden force. Bang! Amidst the rubble, a crack appeared in the stone wall, and a tunnel 10 meters deep appeared in front. Then everyone saw a dark cave hidden deep in the stone wall. Walk! Seeing this scene, Jia Xingqian waved his hand and then took the lead and walked forward. After passing through a short tunnel, they stopped outside the cave entrance after a while. Standing here, they could faintly see some lights emanating from the cave. There were some monster patterns painted on the stone walls surrounding the cave. They looked ferocious, but this kind of intimidation was useless and naturally had no effect on this group of people. Inside the cave, there is a long stone staircase that extends into the faint darkness below, and it is difficult to see the end. On the surrounding mountain walls, there are some moonstones inlaid with a faint glow, slowly driving away the darkness within the cave. Jia Xingqian led his men slowly down the stone stairs. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end. At the end of the stairs, a tightly closed heavy stone door appeared in front of everyone. The stone gate was black in color, covered with moss, and had a faint sense of heavy smell. Because Fang Yan and other elders of the Demon Flame Valley had never been here before, Jia Xingqian planned to take action personally this time. The next moment, Jia Xingqian stretched out his dry palm and slowly pressed it on the stone door. Then his eyes suddenly became fierce, and a powerful fighting spirit that was strong enough to split mountains and rocks surged out along his arms like lightning. Finally, with a loud bang, it smashed hard on the stone gate. Bang! As the rubble flew, the stone gate was instantly covered with cracks, and then it collapsed with a bang. A dazzling light suddenly shot out from it. When the bright light burst out, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly out of habit. Jia Lao, be careful! Jia Lao! Be careful! Several powerful Duong warriors of the Jiama Empire who were standing in the back suddenly gave a loud reminder. Chapter 372 Heavenly Demon Puppet. The sudden change did not make Jia Xingqian panic. He snorted coldly and swung his sleeves forward fiercely. The sharp sound of breaking wind echoed in the cave. Bang! The sleeves fanned out, and strong wind surged out like a wave, hitting the object that was flying towards him. Following a shrill roar, the huge figures suddenly shot back and finally fell heavily on the ground. Soon, a rather spacious warehouse appeared in front of everyone. The lights in the warehouse were extremely dazzling, and the surroundings of the warehouse were all built with hard black steel stone. At first glance, this warehouse seemed to have been opened up from a black steel stone vein. There are many shelves in the warehouse, and scrolls are neatly arranged on the shelves. On the other side, there are many crystal cabinets, in which you can vaguely see many rare medicinal materials carefully placed. Good looking at the stock in the warehouse, Jia Xingqian was overjoyed. The others' eyes were focused on the dead giant snake-like monster. A fighting king-level monster dared to attack Jia Lao. It really doesn't know how to live or die. Yes, Master Jia has unparalleled magical powers. This monster is simply courting death. Everyone flattered Jia Xingqian. Mix. These things have been sorted and graded. A powerful man from the Jiama Empire approached a bookshelf and looked at the words, Xuan Tier Low Level, painted on the shelf, and couldn't help but smile. Hurry up and move all the stuff away. Yes, Jialo. Jia Xingqian nodded, glanced around, gave an order, and then walked straight to the depths of the warehouse. He doesn't think highly of ordinary Xuan-level fighting skills or even techniques. He was rather curious as to whether the Demon Flame Valley had any advanced techniques or fighting skills that would surprise even him. Before he knew it, Jia Xingqian had reached the end of the warehouse. On the bookshelf next to it, there were not many scrolls piled up like the ones in front, but only 4 quaint wooden boxes. These are several wooden boxes wrapped in wrought iron, with ancient patterns engraved on them. You can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary objects. This bookshelf is not unprotected like other bookshelves. There is a faint light shield around it to isolate it. Earth level. Looking at the 2 characters that appeared on the bookshelf, a smile appeared on Jia Xingqian's old face. This trip was not in vain, as the earth-level skills and fighting techniques are quite rare. Moreover, since it can be placed here so preciously by the old demon, it must not be an ordinary item. These things were all sealed with a layer of space by the old demon, but it was not difficult to break. Jia Xingxian quickly took out all the things in it. Mr. Jia, this thing is stored so well it must be a good thing. A subordinate came over, his eyes shining, very excited. Jia Xingxian nodded and immediately opened the first wooden box. The first wooden box contained 2 silver scrolls. The material used to make this scroll is quite strange, and it looks like a strange crystal. On its surface there are even tiny electric lights moving around like silver snakes. Thunder Mirror, Earth Rank Intermediate. Thunder Attribute Technique. After seeing the introduction written on the scroll, Jia Xingxian's eyes were filled with even more surprise. Thunder attributed skills were somewhat rare, especially high-level ones which were quite hard to find. He didn't expect to encounter them here. The Jingji Thunder Method, an intermediate Earth-level fighting skill, is a set of fighting skills that is compatible with the Benlejian. After reading the other scroll, Jia Xingxian was overjoyed. Although this thing is of little use to him, an Earth-attributed Du-Q practitioner, its value is enormous. Congratulations, Mr. Jia. If these 2 scrolls were put up for auction, it would cause such a sensation. I can't even imagine it. Seeing this, several subordinates nearby congratulated him. Jia Xingxian smiled and nodded, then opened another wooden box, and a familiar red scroll appeared in his eyes. Flame Technique. Looking at the scroll, Jia Xingxian's expression did not change. He remembered that the 3 elders of Demon Flame Valley, Fang Yan, were practicing this. It didn't seem to be very powerful, and there were side effects every time it was used. Therefore, Jia Xingxian was not very interested in this kind of thing. Originally, Jia Xingxian had lost all interest when he saw these 3 big words. However, the next word he saw changed his mind. After the 3 big characters, Nong Yanju, there was another big character in particularly bright red color. Really, using the flame technique, really, looking at the word true, Jia Xingxian was stunned. Could it be that the flame control technique that Fang Yan and the other 2 were practicing was fake? With surprise, Jia Xingxian quickly spread out all the scrolls and read the words on them carefully. This flame-playing technique is the result of many years of hard work by me to improve. Although the previous flame-playing technique was powerful, it required at least 3 people to practice before it could condense a kind of fake strange fire, and each condensation required a considerable price. However, this technique is even better. Practicing alone can also successfully condense fake strange fire, and its power is far superior to that of a strong person. The sequelae are also greatly weakened. Although the condensation method has become more complicated, compared with the gains, it is a few flaws that can be ignored. He glanced around slowly and sighed secretly. For Fangyan and the other 2, condensing the strange fire has huge side effects. This kind of sequela was somewhat difficult for him to accept. But I didn't expect that the old demon could actually improve it to be even more perfect. To be honest, he does have some pretty good skills. You can consider presenting it to His Majesty. This is a treasure, Jia Xingxian said secretly in his heart, and then continued to open the 3rd wooden box. The 3rd wooden box contained a fist-sized fiery red round bead. One can feel that there is a very violent and huge fire energy contained in it. Congratulations, Master Jia, this magic core has probably reached the 7th level. Several people around congratulated again, their eyes full of enthusiasm. 7th level Fire Attribute Magic Core. Not bad. Looking at this magic core, Jia Xingxian's mood became better and better. The 7th level of Magical Beast is equivalent to the Duzong level. The magic core formed in the body of a magical beast of this strength is extremely valuable. Moreover, the intelligence of monsters of this level is no less than that of humans. If they are really forced into a desperate situation, they will not let the enemy succeed even if they self-destruct their magic cores. Therefore, few people can obtain magic cores of this level. Finally, Jia Xingxian put away the 7th level magic core and slowly opened the 4th wooden box. Inside was a bamboo slip that looked very ordinary but was actually very ancient. The bamboo slips are gray-brown in color and the material seems to be very ordinary. However, Jia Xingxian understood that it must be something extraordinary for it to be placed here. He gently peeled off the thin line on the bamboo slips and slowly spread them out. Then, a line of bloody characters with a hint of cruelty suddenly appeared in Jia Xingxian's eyes. Heavenly Demon Puppet. Chapter 373. Nalan Yanran gave birth to her 2nd child. Double reward. Heavenly Demon ashamed. Looking at the 3 large blood-red characters on the bamboo slips, Jia Xingxian's eyes also fixed. Then, with a hint of doubt in his heart, he slowly spread out the bamboo slips. Suddenly the fine blood-red fonts with a bloodthirsty taste were imprinted on the eyelids. Heavenly Demon Guilt. This method is not a martial art, nor is it an ordinary fighting skill, but a skill of guilt puppetry passed down from ancient times. To refine the heavenly demon guilt, 3 things must be gathered together: body, soul, magic core, with the body as the tool, the soul as the guide, the magic core as the heart, and many other materials. It will eventually become a demon. The demon puppets are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. The difference in level depends on the refining materials and the refining fire. It has infinite power, and there is no joy or sadness, no pain or injury. It is indeed a killing tool. His eyes slowly swept across the lines of blood, read words on the bamboo slips, and the shock on Xingqian's face became more and more intense. This so-called puppet technique was the first time he had heard of it. However, Jia Xingqian himself did not know that he was actually just a puppet, and a much stronger puppet than the heavenly demon puppet recorded in this scroll. He possesses intelligence and his own thinking, and can continue to practice. Even the ancient puppet refining techniques are far superior to him. When his gaze shifted away from the last, blood-red font, Jia Xingqian also let out a long sigh. If this kind of heavenly demon puppet could be refined, he would have an extra personal bodyguard who would obey his orders. Congratulations to Mr. Jia, congratulations to Mr. Jia. Seeing Jia Xingqian's expression change so drastically, several powerful men from the Jiama Empire congratulated him in unison. Although this thing is good, it is useless to me. What is there to be happy about? Jia Xingqian shook his head, sighed lightly, and then put the bamboo tube away. He now understood that the fire-attributed magic core was prepared by the old demon ghost to refine the heavenly demon puppet. It's a pity that the old demon never used it until the day he died, and now it has been added to the treasury of the Gamma Empire. In the coming period, we still have many tasks to accomplish, so we can't let down our guard. Jia Xingqian glanced at the many powerful men in the warehouse and spoke very seriously. The area of the Black Horn region is very large. Even now, with the Black Alliance destroyed, the Black Emperor sect destroyed, and the Demon Flame Valley destroyed, the Gamma Empire only occupies 1/5 of the Black Horn region. Yes, hearing Jia Xingqian's words, everyone responded respectfully in unison. Now they also know the ambitions of the Emperor of the Empire. When the Gamma Empire becomes a superpower, those who have contributed to the expansion of territory will also benefit greatly. That's right, at this rate, the Black Horn region will soon become my territory. In the Wind World, Chenfeng looked at the large extra area on the monitoring compass and felt very satisfied. His plan was to include the entire northwestern continent in his own territory. This way, if any powerful person stepped in later, he would be able to predict it in advance and respond accordingly. Mrs. Nalan is about to give birth. When Chenfeng sensed the movement of the blood crystal, the excited voice of the midwife was heard from the harem. Seeing this, Chenfeng quickly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already outside Nalan Yanran's room. Mom, give it a little more force, it will come out soon. Mom, I can already see the end. Wow wow. After a while the loud cry of a baby was heard in the room. Everything went so smoothly. Nalan Yanran had almost no pain. After giving birth she was still radiant and looked in great shape. Husband, it's a girl. Nalan Yanran held the child like a loving mother, with an extremely gentle look in her eyes. I'll name this child Middle Junlin. Chenfeng glanced at the child and spoke with a smile. Okay, Junlin. Nalan Yanran had no objection and started talking to the child while holding him. On Chenfeng's side, after accompanying Nalan Yanran for a while, he said to the system in his mind. System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 200 years. Currently increased by 1,800 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 2%. The currently increased by 18%. Ding, congratulations to the star. Uphills, Ding. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 micro soul essences. Ding, congratulations to Do Wong star uphills. Ding, congratulations to obtaining 2 intermediate to the experience pills. Ding, all of the above rewards have been distributed to the 1-star rewards are below. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Hearing these system prompts, Chenfeng was suddenly overjoyed. The reward for giving birth to a second child is equivalent to the reward for adding 2 offspring, which is really great. Precious materials like the Fighting Saint Star, Up Pill were rewarded in pairs. With these 2, Chenfeng already had 9 Fighting Saint Star, Up Pills in stock. Among the rewards that appeared this time, it seemed that only the Soul Restoring Pill was appearing for the first time, so Chenfeng's attention was naturally all focused on the Soul Restoring Pill. This is a pill that is completely black, Soul Restoring Pill. Taking this pill can restore the soul of a person below the level of Du Di to its full soul origin. As long as a trace of the soul is still there, it can return to its peak state. With just a trace of residual soul, I can return to my peak state. Looking at such an introduction, Chenfeng was a little shocked at the moment. Although this thing has no use to him, there are still some residual souls of former top powerhouses in this Duki continent. For example, the former Yellow Spring Demon Saint has a remnant soul existing in the Yellow Spring Stele of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. This elixir is effective for people below the level of Du Di, which means that if the remnant soul of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint can obtain a soul-restoring pill, it can come to the world again. Of course, with Chenfeng's current means, he cannot balance that kind of semi-emperor. Therefore, even if he can save him, he will not do it. If that old monster covets the secret on him, it will be a loss. Keep it for now, maybe it will be useful in the future. Shaking his head, Chenfeng classified and stored all the rewards. At this moment, there was another unusual movement coming from Chenfeng's blood crystal. This is, Medusa is about to give birth. Sensing this blood connection, Chenfeng couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement on his face. Queen Medusa was pregnant this time for more than 2 years. Chenfeng hadn't visited that charming woman with a beautiful face and perfect figure for 2 years, and he was itching to go. Chapter 374 Queen Medusa gave birth to triplets. Mom, it's coming out.
Wow, wow.
Out comes a little princess. And there's another one. Whoa, the second little princess is out. There is one more. Madam is a triplet, 3 little princesses. Whoa. Inside the room, the midwife's voice sounded very excited. The morning breeze outside and the continuous crying sounds coming from the room made me feel particularly excited. Although he had guessed that Queen Medusa's belly was so big, he still couldn't calm down when the day finally came. Ding, it is detected that Queen Medusa has given birth to 3 offspring for the host at once. The gift package reward this time will be increased tenfold. Ding, it is detected that the host's offspring has reached 20, and the host will be rewarded with a special gift package. Ding. All gift packs have been distributed to the system space, please check them. Chenfeng was very excited when he heard these system prompts, but at this time, he still chose to go into the room to see Queen Medusa and her 3 daughters, husband, triplets. As soon as Chenfeng came in, Queen Medusa smiled at him excitedly. Queen Medusa's face was so beautiful that it was almost enchanting. Those narrow and long lavender eyes were full of natural charm as they moved around, attracting almost every man's attention. She was wearing a thin red gauze skirt, and her delicate body beneath the skirt was plump and exquisite, looming like a ripe peach, exuding a faint charm. A head of 3,000 black hair casually fell from her shoulders, hanging vertically between her slender waist, and under her gauze skirt, a pair of white and well-proportioned jade feet were revealed, which was simply irresistible. Seeing that Queen Medusa's figure had returned to its former state, Chenfeng didn't care about the 3 newborn children at all at this moment. He immediately reached out and held Queen Medusa's delicate body in his arms. The soft touch made Chenfeng feel a surge of evil fire in his lower abdomen. At this moment he really wanted to execute Queen Medusa on the spot. Husband, please take a look at the child first. Feeling the change in the morning breeze, a blush rose on Queen Medusa's charming cheeks. She pouting and pushed the morning breeze away. Although she pushed away the morning breeze, in her heart she also missed the feeling of being nourished by the morning breeze. Next, Chenfeng named the 3 little ones Fengzi, Fengjing, and Fenghua. After everyone else left, Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa started to get down to business. Medusa, I have been craving your body for a long time. Morning Breeze smiled and carried Princess Queen Medusa to the couch. Looking at Medusa's smooth skin, the flames in his heart had already risen high. Husband, I also want to. Queen Medusa stretched out her jade hand and wrapped it around Morning Breeze's neck. A fragrant breeze blew, making Chenfeng feel numb all over. Soon, the room was filled with a spring atmosphere. A system opened the gift package after a fierce battle. Queen Medusa was so tired that she fell on Morning Breeze. At this time, Chenfeng remembered to open the tenfold reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 1,000 years. But currently increased by 2,800 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 10%. But currently increased by 28%. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to base converti flakes, set for obtaining 10 micro soul essences. Congratulations and congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 intermediate experience pills. Ding, all the above rewards have been discussed as the original flavor. Please check them. Cool. Chenfeng felt relieved when he heard the series of prompts from the system. 10 intermediate experience pills are equivalent to 1 advanced experience pill, which can increase your cultivation by 100 years. Chenfeng is now in the middle stage of 1-star Dusheng. These intermediate experience pills may allow him to break through to the 2-star Dusheng. The most amazing thing is the first 2 fixed rewards. Chenfeng's lifespan has now increased by 800 years. You know, an ordinary Dusheng strongman only lives for a few thousand years and cannot live for 10,000 years. But now he has increased his lifespan by nearly 3,000 years. Next, there is a special gift package. Thinking of the special gift package, Chenfeng became excited again. Looking at the blushing beauty in his arms, he felt very grateful. If Queen Medusa had not given birth to triplets this time, he would not have received the second special gift package so soon. Thanks for your hard work. System, open the special gift package. Chenfeng patted the snow-white color with his hands, and then prepared to open this special gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10 advanced experience pills. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10 medium-sized soul origins. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a 9th grade Swanden, a cultivation advancement pill. This special gift package still only has 3 rewards. However, Chenfeng didn't feel that it was too little at all. At this moment his face was filled with ecstasy. 10 high-level experience pills and 1 9th grade profound pill. The morning breeze whispered excitedly. 10 high-level experience pills mean 1,000 years of cultivation, and a 9th grade profound pill can have a great effect on a Duwang, even if it is taken by a 6-star Dusheng or even a 7-star Dusheng. The next moment, the morning breeze gently lifted Queen Medusa's body and laid her flat on the bed, then went to an open place in the wind realm. Use all intermediate experience pills. When he arrived here, Chenfeng first used the dozen or so intermediate experience pills he had saved. A moment later, a golden dragon soared above him. 2-star Dusheng early stage. After feeling his own cultivation, Chenfeng was overjoyed and continued to use the 10 high-level experience pills. The intrusion of thousands of years of cultivation caused an astonishing amount of energy to surge into Chenfeng's body instantly. Under this huge amount of energy, his aura surged, and in a blink of an eye he broke through to the 3-star Duluo, and then sprinted to the middle stage of the 3-star Duluo late 3-star Fighting Saint, the pinnacle of 3-star Fighting Saint, the early stage of 4-star Dusheng. This rapid increase in cultivation did not stop until his cultivation reached the middle stage of the 4-star Dusheng. With this level of cultivation, coupled with the Fighting Saint Star Rising pill, I won't have to rely on others for food anymore soon. Chenfeng laughed excitedly. It must be said that this special gift package of 20 offspring was a major turning point for Chenfeng. All of a sudden, his strength increased more than 10 times than before. From a 1-star Dusheng to a 4-star Dusheng, what did Brother Feng go through? In the harem, although Ziyan was thousands of miles away from Chenfeng, she could still sense the change in his breath, and a look of deep surprise appeared on her pretty face. Chapter 375, The Ancient Clan's No One Prodigy. Haha, since you know my reputation, why don't you give way? In response to the various reactions from the people around him, Old Man Yingshan looked somewhat proud and spoke confidently. Old Man Yingshan, logically speaking, you have no sect or faction, so this incident has nothing to do with you. However, your rebellious attitude makes me very unhappy, Uyan Luoshan said coldly. So what do you want? Hearing this, a hint of ferocity appeared on the expressionless face of Old Man Yingshan. In a place like the Black Horn region, there is no such thing as a merciful person. Old Man Yingshan was able to become one of the top 3 strongest people on the blacklist back then, and countless people died at his hands because of this. The Old Man Yingshan was also a notorious figure in the Black Horn region. Although he has been in seclusion for many years and his viciousness has been slightly restrained, anyone who thinks that he is now a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone will probably pay a bloody price for it. As the saying goes, those who follow the will live, those who go against it will die. Yan Luoshan said in a tough attitude that he was now also a 4-star Duzong, and with all the means at his disposal. Even the old strong men like Elder Yingshan were not taken seriously by him at all. Then it depends on whether you can keep me here. The old man from Yingshan gave a sinister laugh and then dodged and fled in a certain direction. However, just as he took a few steps, a thick golden dookie energy column fell from the sky. Bang! Seeing this, Old Man Yingshan had to stop and resist, and a sound of energy explosion was heard in mid-air. Yan Luotian's figure was already within 10 meters of him. Yan Luotian is particularly known for his speed, so it would be very difficult for old man Yingshan to escape today. Next, a fierce battle suddenly broke out. Yan Luotian relied on the constant help nearby and attacked without hesitation. After 100 rounds, he actually gained the upper hand and began to suppress the old man Yingshan. "Stop, I want to see Mr. Jia." Suddenly, old man Yingshan stopped and spoke quickly. When he said this, it meant that he was going to surrender, because everyone knows that there is no possibility of defeating Jia Xingshan. Even the old demon with the cultivation level of 7, Star Du Zong, was killed in one move by the mysterious strong man who was protecting Jia Lao. "You're smart." Seeing what the old man Yingshan said, Yan Luotian had no choice but to give up. These independent cultivators are different from the sect leaders. As long as they surrender, they will be treated well, and the empire will not be too wary. However, it is different for the leaders of the big sects. There will be an observation period at the beginning, and they have to go through tests before they can be fully accepted. Nowadays, 80% of the Black Horn region has been divided into the territory of the Gamma Empire, which makes the Gamma Empire unraveled. Almost everyone in the entire northwest continent already knows that the Gamma Empire is constantly expanding and has become a giant empire. In the Wind Realm, upon learning of this situation, Chenfeng did not want to restrain himself, but instead planned to ask Jia Xingshan to speed up and unify the entire northwestern continent as soon as possible. This idea comes from his rapid growth in strength. Now he has reached the mid-stage of a 4-star Duluo and has 3 chances to use the Duluo Star upgrading pill. In addition, he has a 9th-grade mysterious pill in his hand. It can be said that if he wants, he can very likely sprint towards the 7-star Duluo in one fell swoop. In terms of soul power, he has now reached the late heavenly realm and should be able to rank among the top 20 in the entire continent. Legend has it that if one can advance to the Emperor realm, the soul will be indestructible. Even if it is forcibly broken up, the remaining soul factors can still gradually condense and finally be reborn again. Cao Ying said with envy on her face that her cultivation and the power of her flames had both grown a lot, but her soul realm was still at the middle stage of the spiritual realm. If the soul reaches the great perfection of the heavenly realm, it will no longer be different from the body. When fighting with others, the soul can be separated and fight together with the body. That kind of tacit understanding is unmatched, and the power is multiplied. Morning Breeze responded with a smile. Before reaching the great perfection of the heavenly realm, the soul still appears somewhat weak. Normally, no strong person will take the initiative to summon it out. After all, if the soul is damaged, the harm to a person will be too great. But once the soul reaches the great perfection of the heavenly realm, it will be another form of physical existence, and the power it possesses is not inferior to the main body at all. The strength of its defense is even more astonishing. When it fights together with the main body, the power is naturally very strong. To a certain extent, once the soul power reaches the great perfection of the heavenly realm, it can be said that you have gained a fighting partner with whom you have the highest tacit understanding. Moreover, the strength of this fighting partner still depends on your own strength. In the following time, Chenfeng still did not go out, but stayed in the Wind World. The women's cultivation level improved greatly in just 1 month through dual cultivation with Chenfeng. Even Lin Fei, who originally had the worst talent in cultivation, has now risen to the level of an 8-star Du Zun. The other women are at the peak of Du Zun and have touched the threshold of semi-saint. Brother Feng, I really didn't expect that I could achieve this level of success in just 1 or 2 years. In the harem garden, Xiao Sunner spoke with admiration and happiness on her face. Originally, as a favored daughter of the ancient clan, it would have been great for her to reach the Du Zun level within the next 10 years. However, only 2 years have passed and she has already reached the peak of the Du Zun level. She is only 1 step away from touching the semi-saint realm. Even if you search the entire ancient clan, you will not find anyone with such a terrifying cultivation speed. Moreover, this terrifying speed of cultivation has nothing to do with her own cultivation talent. Everything depends on Chenfeng. Whoever Chenfeng practices dual cultivation with for a longer period of time, the greater the progress that person will make. After a few months, I will take you back to the ancient clan, Chenfeng responded with a smile. This was the first time he promised a specific time. A few months later, hearing this, Xiao Sunner's face showed some anticipation. Although she liked the life here very much, her 2 children were now 1 year old and had not yet gone back to see their grandfather, which made her feel a little guilty. Next, you should work harder. If you become a saint when you return, I'm sure your people will be amazed. Brother Feng, Actually now it's already enough to amaze them. A 20-year-old reaching the peak of Duzun has never appeared in the history of the ancient clan. I'm afraid that even my elder brother Gu Qingyang, who is much older than me, is only at the mid-level Duzun level now. Xiao Sunner shook her head with a confident look on her face. Chapter 376 Attack the Human Palace. In terms of cultivation talent, Sunner and Ziyan have the best talents. The higher the level, the more that advantage will be revealed. The cultivation talents of Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran, Yafei, Xu Mei, Lin Fei and others are much worse. However, during this period of time, Chenfeng has provided them with a lot of resources, and their cultivation talents have also improved a lot. At least, there won't be much difference before reaching the Fighting Saint. It's time to take action against the 3 main halls of the Soul Palace. After this improvement in strength, Chenfeng suddenly had the idea of taking action against the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace has many branch palaces in Zhongzhou, 24 of which are of relatively important levels, and the Soul Palace calls them the Earthly Evil Palaces. Above the Disha Palace is the Tiangang Palace, which is the most important of the Soul Palaces. The Tiangang Palace is divided into 3 palaces: Heaven, Earth and Man. The Heaven Palace is the headquarters of the Soul Palace. No one knows where the Heaven Palace is. This time, Chenfeng intends to target the Human Palace in the Tiangang Palace. The soul origins accumulated in the 3 main halls of the Soul Palace, just in the Human Palace, are enough to make him break through from the late heavenly realm to the great perfection of the heavenly realm. The Earth Palace is under the jurisdiction of the Soul Palace's Deputy Palace Master, while the Human Palace is under the jurisdiction of the Soul Palace's Grand Lord, the Second Lord Guyu and others. Last time, Guyu managed to save his life by chance, but this time he is not so lucky. Chenfeng plans to take Yao Chen with him and then directly devour the souls of those Soul Palace Masters. If Yao Chen's soul power could break through to the late heavenly realm, then with his ability in refining medicine, he might be able to refine a 9th grade elixir. Thinking of this, Chenfeng left the Wind Realm directly and used the space conversion flag to go to the Xingyun Pavilion in the southern region of Zhongzhou. The reason why Chenfeng did not bring Ziyan, a 6-star Dusheng expert, with him was because he was afraid that Ziyan's aura would be exposed. If that happened, it would be detrimental to the Taixu ancient dragon clan where Ziyan was. The master wants to attack the Human Palace. I only dared to think about this matter before, but I never thought it could really come true. In Xingyun Pavilion, Yao Chen seemed very excited after hearing Chenfeng's order. Even though he turned into a soul slave, his hatred for the Soul Palace did not diminish in the slightest. Okay, let's go now. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenfeng tore open a space crack and left from Xingyun Pavilion. The Corpse Burial Mountain Range is located at the junction of the southwestern region of Zhongzhou. Due to the terrain, the yin energy here is extremely heavy, and within that yin energy, there was also a thick smell of corpses. That was because most of the families within a radius of thousands of miles buried their dead here. Therefore, this Corpse Burial Mountain Range is also a strange mountain range composed of tombs. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible to find people here, and no one would be willing to stay in such a spooky place. Call out. Suddenly there were some sounds of breaking wind in the silent sky of the Corpse Burial Mountains. With the flash of light, 2 figures appeared on a peak deep in the mountains. Their eyes were all directed towards the deepest part of the mountains, the space hidden behind the tall gray trees, which seemed faintly distorted. Master, the Human Palace of the Tiangang Palace is located deep in the Corpse Burial Mountain Range. However, there is a space barrier there. Once someone enters, they will be detected. Yao Chen pointed to the depths and said. Chenfeng nodded slightly, then said, "Constrain your breath." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly cast a space seal on that area. Soon the space in that piece of heaven and earth began to fluctuate quietly. Finally it transformed into a larger space barrier, completely enveloping the area. Chenfeng has merged with the body of Void, and now his control over the power of space is not inferior to Ziyan, who has reached the level of a 6-star Duluo. Yao Chen, this time, just like last time, don't leave anyone alive. After setting up the space seal, Chenfeng gave instructions to Yao Chen. In the slightly distorted space there is a vast black land. Occasionally, the surface of the land would reveal some white spots, which turned out to be some broken bones, exuding a sense of weirdness and coldness. In the center of this vast area, a huge black palace stands silently, like an ancient ferocious beast crawling on the ground. An eerie and terrifying smell slowly spreads, rippling in this block space. In the huge black palace, there are countless extremely thick black chains extending out and inserting deep into the ground. Above these chains, there is a group of black mist swirling, faintly gathering into the shape of a human. The whole area seemed unusually quiet, and an eerie atmosphere enveloped the place. Wow! I don't know how long this silence lasted, but suddenly, more than a dozen black mists stood up from the chains. The black fog shrank and transformed into a dozen cold-looking figures. Let's go, it's time for us to go out on a mission. I hope we can bring back enough souls this time. Among these people, a figure who looked like a leader spoke in a hoarse voice. Why don't we massacre a few cities this time? That way we can reap the rewards faster. One of them laughed sinisterly. Well, remember, don't leave anyone alive. The leading figure also smiled grimly, nodded slowly and waved his hand. A dozen figures turned into a ball of black mist and rushed towards the outside of this space like lightning. Bang, however, just as this group of black fog was about to break through the space barrier, the space around them suddenly solidified and then collapsed violently. More than a dozen figures were squeezed into nothingness by the terrifying force of space without even uttering a scream. Laugh. When this group of figures turned into annihilation, the space barrier slowly cracked open a large hole, and the figures of Yao Chen and Chenfeng suddenly appeared. Woo! As Chenfeng and Yao Chen walked into the space barrier, a shrill howling sound was heard from the huge hall. How dare you break into my soul palace? You're seeking death. A series of eerie shouts suddenly broke the silence of the space. Many figures turned into black light, bringing up an eerie gust of wind, and swept towards the sky in an overwhelming manner. A bunch of cannon fodder, running happily. Seeing this, Yao Chen opened his mouth wide and sucked hard. Instantly, dozens of figures were swallowed by him. These were all Soul Palace guardians with Duzong strength. They had no physical form and were all transformed into nutrients at this moment. Yao Chen, I didn't expect you to dare to come to the human palace and act wildly. Today is the day you die. Inside the hall, as if sensing Yao Chen's strength, a familiar roar was heard. Immediately, more than a dozen figures flashed out from the huge palace like lightning, and finally hovered in the sky, looking at Yao Chen and Chenfeng with surprise and suspicion. These Soul Palace warriors had not expected that Yao Chen's method of killing was so evil. Even the strongest men in the Soul Palace could not do it. Chapter 377, Competing in Soul Attack. Aha, you dare to show off your mere Duzun strength. Gu you should just come out and die. Yao Chen laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder, rumbling directly into the huge palace. At this moment, his body was surrounded by countless black lines. Even though he was covered by the bone spirit cold fire, his whole body was full of murderous aura and looked extremely evil. While laughing, he took a step and directly crossed a distance of hundreds of feet. He clenched his palm towards the group of Soul Palace Heavenly Masters. The space solidified instantly, and then he clenched his palm fiercely. Bang! As Yao Chen clenched his palm, the bodies of the dozen or so Soul Palace Heavenly Masters exploded in an instant and turned into balls of blood that floated away. As for their souls, if they did not deliberately hold back, they would have been crushed by the force of space. After killing these dozen Soul Palace Duzun powerful men, Yao Chen remained calm, opened his mouth again, and burst out with a huge suction force, swallowing these dozen excellent soul nutrients into his mouth. Yao Chen, you must be crazy. How dare you eat a living soul like this? Guyu rushed out of the hall and looked at Yao Chen with suspicion. Not bad nourishment. I wonder what your half-saint soul like Guyu tastes like. Yao Chen didn't care about Guyu's words at all. He licked his lips, looking like he was still unsatisfied. After devouring the souls of more than a dozen Duzun warriors, his soul power was further improved, and his cultivation level also increased. This is impossible. You actually digested their souls directly. Yao Chen, you are not far from death. Looking at Yao Chen's evil look, Guyu felt unconfident when he spoke. Gaio, today I will kill all of you in this human palace and devour your souls. Yao Chen laughed. Haha. Do you think you can be invincible just because you are a one-star Du Sheng? After hearing what Yao Chen said, although Guyu found that Yao Chen was very different from his previous image, he still laughed at this moment, because, in this hall there is a very powerful existence. That so-called great heavenly venerable, stop hiding. My master and I are determined to have a bloodbath here today. Yao Chen simply ignored the clown Guyu and stared at the black hall behind him. Hemph. You are so arrogant. Don't really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have reached the level of Du Sheng. It would only take a flick of the hand for my soul clan to wipe you out. As soon as Yao Chen's voice fell, a cold snort was heard from the depths of the huge palace. Soon, thick black fog surged out from it. In the black fog, an old figure with a skinny body like a skeleton walked out slowly with a gloomy aura. The black fog surged, and a hunched figure as thin as a skeleton slowly appeared in the sight of Yao Chen and Chenfeng. He was dressed in a black robe, his old face looked extremely dry, his eyes were sunken, and in his eye sockets 2 balls of ghostly fire were flickering, exuding a hint of weirdness. Great Celestial Master of the Soul Palace, you finally showed up. Yao Chen looked at the old figure, smiled slightly, and said softly, Yao Chen, last time you destroyed a branch of my Soul Palace, my clan has wanted to kill you for a long time. Now that you've come to my door, I have no choice but to take you in. The old figure slowly raised his head, his dry face looked a little scary under the light, the wisp in his eyes flickered slightly, and a hoarse voice sounded quietly. We don't know who will take over who yet. Yao Chen looked at the withered old man with unusually cold eyes. The strength of this great celestial venerable was at the mid-stage of the 2-star Duluo, so it might be a bit troublesome for him to deal with it. But now that Chenfeng was here, he was not worried at all about not being able to defeat him. Brother, why waste time talking to him? Kill him and extract his soul. The soul of a Du Sheng, who is also an 8th grade alchemist, is enough to compare to the souls collected by one of our branch halls for nearly 100 years. There was a fierce light flashing in Gu Yu's eyes. He had been resentful of Yao Chen for his previous defeat. Now that Yao Chen actually dared to break into the Soul Palace, he would have to pay a huge price no matter what. Ha, Gu Yu, you talk too much nonsense. Let me take your soul. As soon as Gu Yu finished speaking, the space in front of him distorted and Yao Chen's figure rushed towards him. Humph. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've reached the level of Du Sheng. I'm only a hair's breadth away from being a Du Sheng. Gu Yu snorted coldly, but did not show too much fear. His last injury didn't seem to have any effect. Instead, he became stronger. Moreover, this is their home court, so his combat effectiveness can be greatly increased. At that moment, Gu Yu pressed down with both palms, and a torrent of black air burst out of his body. The many huge chains surrounding the giant palace also began to tremble violently at this moment, and streams of black air burst out and finally merged into his body. Yao Chen, today I want to see what rights you have to come to my Soul Palace to collect debts. The black air surged, and Gu Yu roared towards the sky like a demon god descending to the world. Only clanging sounds were heard. In the black fog, countless black chains with shrill screams rushed towards Yao Chenbao in an overwhelming manner. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Yao Lao smiled faintly and did not give in. The fighting spirit surged and turned into a flash of lightning, which collided heavily with the bone ghost. During this whole process, Chenfeng seemed to have been ignored by Gu Yu and many powerful people in the Soul Palace, but the great lord of the Soul Palace felt that something was wrong. He couldn't see Chenfeng's aura, but he sensed a dangerous aura from Chenfeng. Yao Chen, you brought a youngster with you. Today, I will send this youngster to heaven first. The great celestial venerable's expression turned slightly cold, and he suddenly formed a seal with his hand in his sleeve. As soon as the seal was completed, the space around Chenfeng suddenly began to ripple, and then many white shadows flashed into his eyes. All of a sudden, the empty space around him turned into countless sharp white bones, which stabbed towards his body as fast as lightning. You dare to attack the Master. You are afraid of death. After hearing the words of the Soul Palace Grand Venerable, Yao Chen didn't even turn his head and concentrated on dealing with Gu Yu. Gu Yu was now much stronger than before. It would probably take more than 10 rounds to defeat him. Little trick. Chenfeng looked at the bone spurs that were as fast as lightning and smiled lightly. An invisible wave instantly melted the bone spurs away. There is something wrong with this young man. Bone Emperor splits the sky. The bone spur was broken so easily by Chenfeng that Daishin showed surprise on his face, and the unusually cold and low roar suddenly rang out. Immediately the space above Chenfeng's head rapidly shook and a huge bone knife, emitting a strange aura, broke through the void and chopped down at him from a distance. Chapter 378 Man and Sword Become One. Call out. As the strange bone knife was swung down, a strange wave suddenly spread out and flew towards the morning breeze as fast as lightning. Oh, you dare to use soul attack in front of me at this level. Feeling the strange fluctuations, Chenfeng smiled. Although this great celestial master knows how to use soul attacks, unfortunately, Chenfeng is far superior to him in terms of soul power and mastery of soul skills. Broken, Chenfeng's mind moved, and the soul power at his brows surged out, forming a simple soul fist print. Boom, the invisible soul fist wind rushed out violently, and in mid-air, it collided with the bone knife wave, and finally both were annihilated. Seeing that the soul fluctuations were easily shattered by the morning breeze, the great heavenly venerable flashed and appeared under the huge bone knife that was 100 feet long in the sky. Black mist surged from his palm and transformed into a giant hand. which directly grabbed the hilt of the knife. With a cold shout, the bone knife tore through the space and instantly reached above Chenfeng's head, carrying an extremely terrifying and sharp wave, and chopped down angrily. That bone knife is a bit strange, it seems to be able to cut the soul. The huge bone knife rapidly enlarged in Chenfeng's eyes. This bone knife of mine is forged from the bones of tens of thousands of people. I don't know how many souls are sacrificed to it. If you are invaded by the wind of the knife, you will suffer the pain of being devoured by the tens of thousands of souls. The great heavenly venerable held the bone knife horizontally in his hand and said grimly, "Today, I will use it to take your life. This is considered a sign of respect for you. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it." Chenfeng sneered. His soul power had already reached the heavenly realm. This kind of sword energy also wanted to hurt his soul. The next moment, lightning flashed on Chenfeng's body, and his entire figure was covered by the lightning. "Since you are so confident in this bone-breaking knife, let me break it," Morning Breeze chuckled. "Humph, boy, you are too arrogant." The great heavenly venerable smiled grimly, and the black energy in his body surged, transforming into hideous souls one after another, which kept rushing into the bone knife with shrill screams, and with the influx of so many souls. After a moment, a few streaks of crimson gradually appeared on the white surface of the bone knife, like dark bloodstains. Soul-destroying slash. As strange bloodstains appeared on the bone knife, a solemn look emerged on the face of the great celestial lord. He swung his hand suddenly, and the huge bone knife chopped down fiercely at the area of lightning. "Break it from me." A blush appeared on the face of the great heavenly venerable. Wherever the bone knife passed, the space collapsed. The ground thousands of feet below was cut into a deep gully hundreds of feet long. Stop. When the great heavenly venerable's sword came over, Chenfeng's body was filled with lightning, and he instantly turned into a thick silver lightning spear, which finally collided fiercely with the huge bone knife without giving in. Clang! At the moment of impact, a deafening roar suddenly erupted in this blocked space. The monstrous energy storm swept across madly, and the huge black palace was shaken down at this moment. Clang! The terrifying energy fluctuations swept wildly across the sky. Even the space barrier covering the area was shaken and caused violent ripples. However, even if these space barriers were broken, Chenfeng didn't care at all, because behind these space barriers there was a space blockade constructed by a space blockade talisman, which could only be broken by at least a 7-star Dusheng powerhouse. Bang! In the sky where the energy storms intersected, the storm shook violently. A huge bone knife shot out from the storm and landed heavily on a mountain. This bone knife is indeed a bit weird. Chenfeng looked at the white bone knife with some surprise. At the moment of contact, he could feel a strange fluctuation silently coming from the bone knife. This fluctuation was extremely harmful to the soul. If he wasn't so powerful, he would have suffered a great loss. The great celestial lord of the Soul Palace has sufficient spiritual power, but what makes him truly powerful is that bone knife. Looking at your strength, you may have reached the level of a 2-star Dusheng just like me. You are so young and you have reached the level of a 2-star Dusheng at such a fast speed. Even I have to admire you. If such a talent can join my Soul Palace, your status and position will definitely not be lower than mine. The great heavenly venerable looked at Chenfeng with an increasingly serious gaze, and then he actually said words of recruitment. Hearing what the great lord said, Chenfeng smiled strangely. A race like the Soul Clan actually wants to win him over. It is simply overestimating their own capabilities. The strange look on Chenfeng's face caught the eyes of the great heavenly venerable, and made him feel slightly annoyed. The next moment, the great celestial venerable sneered, "You are ungrateful. In the future you will understand how powerful our Soul Clan is on this continent. People like you are just like ants. It will be easy for our Soul Clan to wipe you out." Really, Chenfeng didn't comment, but raised a faint arc at the corner of his mouth and said, "But before that, I'd better get rid of you first. Just you." The great heavenly venerable let out a strange laugh like a night owl, and clenched his palm towards the ruins below. A huge bone knife flew out and hovered in front of him, and he moved standing directly on the bone knife. Immediately waves appeared on the bone knife, and the body of the great heavenly venerable slowly merged into the bone knife. The fusion of man and sword, interesting. Seeing this scene, a strange color flashed in Chenfeng's eyes again. I have practiced hard for hundreds of years, and finally I have been able to fuse my body with the Bone Emperor sword. Today I will use you as a sacrifice to the sword. The huge Bone Emperor sword was suspended in the air, and the face of the great celestial lord appeared above the blade. He looked at Chenfeng with a strange smile. Countless fine bloodstains slowly spread out on the white blade of the knife, as densely packed as the blood vessels in the human body. Call out. As soon as the great celestial venerable's voice fell, the Bone Emperor's sword shook and then disappeared in an instant. The speed is good. When the Bone Emperor's sword disappeared, Chenfeng felt a little surprised. King Kong is invincible. Chenfeng used his physical fighting skills in an instant and became invincible. Ding ding dong. Countless sharp knife shadows poured down on his body like a rainstorm, and sparks suddenly erupted. Every time the knife chopped, it was like chopping on metal. Sparks flew, but it could never break Chenfeng's defense. Xiao, seeing that Chenfeng's body was so strong, the great heavenly venerable was shocked, and the attack frequency of the Bone Emperor's sword skyrocketed again, and the attack speed was extremely fast. Relying on this skill alone, this great celestial venerable is able to fight against a powerful being who has reached the late stage of the two-star duo. The so-called unity of man and sword is indeed quite strange. Chapter 379 The Power of Huangquan's Wrath. Bang 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 bang. Countless sword beams chopped on Chenfeng's body just like chopping on a solid wall, which made the Soul Palace's great venerable feel horrified. Who on earth is this guy? Not only is his thunder technique superb, but his body defense is also amazing. Looking at this scene, the great heavenly venerable had endless speculations in his mind and had already begun to consider retreating. Morning Breeze's performance was like a combination of ThunderClan and the world's most powerful monster. Even the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, which has the strongest defense, would not dare to allow others to attack like this. We've been fighting for so long, it's my turn to take action. Chenfeng looked at the sparks constantly coming out of his body, his eyes turned cold, and then he swung his golden fist and punched the bone knife. With this punch, the fast-moving Bone Emperor's sword was actually hit directly. What a hard body! The body of the great celestial master reappeared on the Bone Emperor's sword that was smashed away. The great celestial master's face was filled with extreme fear at this moment. Just now he could clearly feel that Chenfeng's attack was purely physical strength and did not involve any fluctuations of fighting spirit. Well, after fighting with you for a few moves, it's time to end it. Chenfeng spoke very casually. Originally, with his 4-star Sheng cultivation, it would be effortless for him to defeat the great celestial lord. However, the great celestial lord was the strongest enemy he had encountered for such a long time. He could use him to practice. Thus, he suppressed his cultivation to the early 2-star Du Sheng level and fought with the great celestial lord. But even so, he still won in a crushing manner. Chenfeng put his hands together, and then quickly changed into a series of intricate and complicated hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the soul power at the center of Chenfeng's eyebrows suddenly broke out of his body and turned into a huge phantom, covering his body. What? Feeling the soul power of the huge soul shadow behind Chenfeng, the great heavenly venerable was stunned. Who are you? The wrath of the underworld. Moo. As the great celestial lord roared, the gigantic shadow slowly opened its huge mouth. A terrifying soul shock suddenly swept out like a storm. Bang. As this terrifying sonic soul shock spread out, almost all the remaining Soul Palace warriors in this space became stiff instantly. And then with a bang, their bodies turned into nothingness. Fortunately, when Chenfeng was fighting with the great heavenly venerable, those Soul Palace warriors had already been dealt with by Yao Chen and their souls had been devoured. So the loss at this moment was not great. Peng, the powerful soul impact, was also noticed by the great celestial lord. The moment he noticed it, before he could put up any defense, the soul shock had already reached the blade. The huge Bone Emperor's sword flew backwards at this moment. As it flew out, an old figure shot out from the sword in a miserable state, spurting out a mouthful of blood. The great celestial master was actually shaken out of the Bone Emperor's sword by the morning breeze. Thunder Tribulation Finger. Seeing that the Bone Emperor's sword was forcibly shaken out of the great celestial venerable, Chenfeng suddenly pointed his finger and a huge energy finger condensed out. He then pressed hard on the body of the great celestial lord. The terrifying force caused the latter's body to explode in an instant, and one of his arms turned into blood mist. Thunder Tribulation Palm. After a roar and a finger, Chenfeng did not show any mercy and slapped out again. The huge energy palm print continued to take shape and slapped the body of the great heavenly venerable. The latter's body instantly turned into a blood mist, floating in the air. Yao Chen, this soul is given to you as a reward. Chenfeng tested the power of fighting skills, but he always held back. Otherwise, the soul of the great celestial venerable would not have survived. At this moment, seeing the soul of the great celestial lord escaping, Chenfeng directly greeted Yao Chen. After devouring the soul of this great celestial being, Yao Chen's soul power was enough to enter the middle stage of the heavenly realm, and his cultivation was also able to directly enter the 2-star Du Sheng, making him one of the top 30 Du Sheng powerhouses on the continent. Looking down at the huge palace below, Chenfeng turned his palm into a knife and chopped it hard at the palace. A huge energy stream hundreds of feet long shot out. It directly split the huge palace apart, revealing countless black chains entangled in it. At the end of those chains, there were countless soul light balls hanging. The people of the Soul Clan completely treat souls as nourishment. The next moment, Chenfeng waved his hand lightly, and a terrifying gust of wind blew past like a gale. Those chains burst in an instant, and the souls in the light balls slowly opened their eyes at this moment, looking around weakly and blankly. For so many years they have been locked here like prisoners. Sometimes, even death has become a luxury. Today they are finally free. Come here, gather together. The majestic roar of the morning breeze shocked thousands of souls. Yes, sir. Countless souls were hovering in the sky, and finally they all knelt down facing the morning breeze, feeling uneasy. If so many souls were released, the attack on the human palace today would be immediately exposed. Although Chenfeng had done them a great favor, human hearts were unpredictable. If the people from the Soul Palace ask, someone would definitely tell them. Therefore, Chenfeng's plan is to gather these souls together, and later use the space conversion flag to bring them back to the Wind Realm. To the west of the Wind Realm, Chenfeng had placed a space transfer flag in advance. Later, when these souls enter there will be a territory of 300 miles for them to live in, and the place where that huge soul lives will be enclosed by Chenfeng with a space seal and designated as Fengdu. In this way, what happened today will not be leaked. Soon, Chenfeng began to search for treasures in the ruins of the human palace. Under his power, a huge pit appeared in the ruins in the blink of an eye, and in the depths of the huge pit, there was a ball of light about half a meter in size suspended. The light ball was transparent, and countless black chains were connected to the outside of the light ball. The ends of these chains are connected to the souls that just escaped. Obviously, this ball of light should be something extracted from those souls. Chenfeng was already very familiar with this kind of thing. So far, he didn't know how much of this soul essence he had absorbed. The soul is the foundation of all living things. All things in the world have souls. Deep within the soul, there is a trace of the origin of the soul. This is the foundation for the birth of the soul, and it can also be said to be the purest and most strange energy in the world. Master, there are so many soul essences here, they are at least condensed from millions of souls. On the side, after Yao Chen absorbed the souls of all the Soul Palace warriors, he looked at this scene with a complicated expression. Generally speaking, only one person out of a dozen people can keep their soul apart from the body, and these 1 million souls would probably require more than 10 million practitioners to gather. Chapter 380 Heavenly Realm Perfection. The Soul Palace's methods are extremely vicious. In order to obtain these soul origins, they directly destroyed tens of millions of souls, and this is only the number of one human hall. In Zhongzhou, the Soul Hall has many other branch halls. This kind of soul origin also exists in those branch halls. In order to achieve its goal, the Soul Palace will stop at nothing. This extremely cruel act is almost the same as taking blood and flesh from living people. In addition, in some ways, it is even more brutal. Although Yao Chen has now transformed into a soul-devouring spirit and can devour living souls alive, he kills with principles. He only devours the souls of his enemies and will not devour the souls of innocent people. Master, I wonder what the Soul Palace wants to do with so many soul origins? Yao Chen asked with a frown on his face. He could sense that this must be a big conspiracy of the Soul Palace. Absorbing the soul essence can increase the power of the soul. If you have a very large soul essence and are lucky, you may be able to step into the legendary Emperor Realm. Soul. Hearing Yao Chen's question, Chenfeng said slowly that, except for the top leaders of the Soul Clan, no one on the Duki continent knew these issues better than him. Emperor Soul? Could it be that the Soul Clan wants someone in their clan to break through to the Emperor's soul? After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Yao Chen seemed to be thinking about something. The next moment, Yao Chen looked at the soul light ball and said bluntly, Master, these soul essences are condensed by killing, and should not exist in the world. But since they have appeared, there is no reason to abandon them. You accept them. With your soul realm in the late heaven realm, if you can refine and absorb these soul essences, you should be able to reach the great perfection level. Chenfeng naturally couldn't do such a thing. His biggest purpose in coming here was to get this soul origin. I will help you avenge your hatred. The next moment, Chenfeng touched the soul light ball with his hand and said something softly. Just a few words suddenly caused the soul light ball to release a faint glow. Faintly, it seemed as if a lot of information was coming out of it. Chenfeng silently accepted this information. There were too many soul origins condensed in the soul light ball, but there was no spiritual intelligence in it. Some are just some resentment, unwillingness, and other emotions left before complete death. Although it is not difficult for Chenfeng to refine these emotions, why not do it if a simple sentence can quietly dispel these hidden negative emotions? This is another kind of wisdom from the origin of these souls. Even if they die, they will use their last bit of strength to make life difficult for those who killed them. Although it seems easy to resolve, at least, the people in the Soul Palace would never say this. Let's go. Now that all the people in the Soul Palace are dead, Chenfeng doesn't want to stay any longer in this place where corpses are everywhere. After collecting the Soul Light Ball and removing the space blockade, he used the space conversion flag to return to the Wind Realm with Yao Chen and the numerous souls. Damn it, the soul tablets of both of them were shattered. Who on earth has the ability to kill both of them at the same time? Oh no, they both died at the same time. Maybe the human palace has been captured by someone. When the morning breeze left, in a huge black palace that was extremely far away from the human palace, a black shadow's face became extremely gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and regret. The next moment, he quickly left this huge black palace, which was larger than the human palace, and ran wildly in a certain direction. Judging from this person's aura, it seems that he is much stronger than the previous Soul Palace Great Lord. Wind World. Chenfeng and Yao Chen brought tens of thousands of souls to a basin in the west of the Wind Realm. The basin had a territory of 300 miles, was covered with dense trees, and the middle area was extremely open. This area was named Fengdu by Chenfeng. Such a huge area as the new habitat for these souls is countless times better than being imprisoned in the Soul Palace branch and suffering torture before. Therefore, after Chenfeng introduced himself to the souls, these souls all bowed down and saluted with great gratitude. Well, in Fengdu, everything must be done according to the rules. Do not engage in private fights, Yao Chen. You will temporarily serve as the king of Fengdu, commanding these tens of thousands of souls. If anyone disobeys the rules, you can devour their soul alive. Chenfeng quickly gave orders to Yao Chen. Although Yao Chen has now taken over the Xingyan Pavilion, as the pavilion master and a Du Sheng powerhouse, it is normal for him to go into seclusion and disappear for a period of time. If the Soul Palace suspected Yao Chen of being responsible for the destruction of the human palace, Chenfeng could instantly send Yao Chen back to the Xingyan Pavilion for processing. With the surveillance compass, he would be able to immediately know if there was any big movement in the Xingyan Pavilion, and could quickly arrive there with the help of the space transmission flag. After everything was arranged, Chenfeng came to the place of retreat and took out the ball of soul light. A soul light ball nearly half a meter in size was suspended above Chenfeng's head. A soft and pure luster continuously diffused out from it, shining on the surrounding grass leaves, making those grasses appear even more lush and green. Chenfeng stared at the soul ball of light, exhaled lightly, then stretched out his hand and touched the ball of light. With this contact, Chenfeng could feel the vast soul origin power that permeated the soul ball of light. That feeling made the soul between his eyebrows feel extremely warm. The next moment, Chenfeng's hand seal moved and the soul power at his brow surged out, transforming into a humanoid figure that looked just like him, sitting cross-legged in front of the soul light ball. His mouth slightly opened, and a suction force surged out. And with the emergence of this suction force, the soul light ball also trembled slightly, and an extremely pure soul origin force spread out, and finally wrapped around the body of the incarnation of Morning Breeze's soul, and continuously merged into his mouth, nose and pores all over his body. As more and more soul essence was absorbed, a layer of strange crystal-like layer gradually appeared on the surface of Chenfeng's soul. Wow! The soul light ball slowly fluctuated, emitting bursts of crisp sounds like splashing water. And under this infusion, a hint of intoxication also appeared faintly on the face of the figure incarnated by the soul of the Morning Breeze. Layer upon layer of faint strange crystals quietly emerged on the surface of the soul. From a vague perspective, they looked like real human figures, which was extremely magical. Within the soul light ball, there is an extremely terrifying soul origin power. These original forces were condensed by the human palace by extracting millions of souls. In front of such a vast soul origin, even the Morning Breeze felt a subtle sense of insignificance. For the time being, even some of the rewards given by the system are inferior to this kind of treasure. Chapter 381. The Soul Palace's furious Zhongzhou is shaken deep in the Skeleton Mountains. A dark shadow quickly flashed into the depths of the mountains and finally rushed into the ruins of the giant palace. When he saw the excavated ruins, the black figure's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and regret. I have worked hard for 100 years to collect souls, but they were all taken away by someone. If this matter is reported back to the clan, even I will be severely punished. At this moment, the Black Shadow looked at the empty depths of the Soul Palace, his face slightly pale. The Human Palace is a very important branch palace in the Soul Palace. The souls imprisoned there are also very strong. The soul origins collected are naturally also very strong. Now, the origins of these souls have been taken away, and the imprisoned souls have also disappeared. Even the Soul Palace cannot bear this kind of loss. Who on earth dares to attack my Soul Palace? The Black Shadow roared loudly, venting his anger. Such a big thing happened, but he had no idea who did it. How could this not make people angry? In the following time, the Black Shadow frantically searched for clues on the battlefield, trying to find evidence of the person who attacked the Soul Palace branch. The Great Celestial Venerable didn't send out any information until his death. Those people either blocked the space, or they had overwhelming power. The Great Celestial Venerable was a mid-stage 2-star Dusheng. If they wanted to crush him, they would need at least a 3-star Dusheng to take action. After checking, the Black Shadow did not find any useful clues and his face suddenly became solemn. He was wondering, in Zhongzhou, which force with 3-star Dusheng powerhouses would attack His Royal Highness. Is it another ancient race or Danta, or a powerful person hidden in Zhongzhou? The Black Shadow guessed many possibilities in his mind, but he did not suspect the Xingyan Pavilion which had just destroyed the Soul Palace and the Disha Palace not long ago. Because, with the strength of the Xingyan Pavilion, it was unrealistic to destroy the Human Palace so secretly. Moreover, there was a reason why Yao Chen led the people of Xingyan Pavilion to destroy the Disha branch last time, because of the hatred between their fellow disciples. But this time the destruction of the Human Hall was completely inexplicable. This matter involves too much, and we must inform the Palace Master as soon as possible. However, the Palace Master is currently busy with the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, and cannot afford to make any mistakes. He thought to himself that the more he thought about it, the more headache he got. Even though he knew he would be punished, the Black Shadow didn't dare to handle such a serious matter alone. Soon the Black Shadow disappeared between heaven and earth, but the eerie and vicious murmurs lingered slowly for a long time. Boom! In the Wind Realm, above the sky where Morning Breeze was in retreat, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed out like silver snakes. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the space, and at the same time, an invisible wave as vast as the heaven and earth, centered on the mountain, quietly swept across like a storm. What a terrifying soul fluctuation! In Fengdu, Yao Chen looked solemnly at the strange phenomena in the sky caused by the vast soul fluctuations, and there was some shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that the soul power of the heavenly realm Great Perfection could be so strong. Master, I'm afraid that with just the power of your soul, you are enough to fight against a 3-star Dusheng. If you use your soul skills, I'm afraid even a 5-star Dusheng won't be able to defeat you. Yao Chen sighed. In the harem, Ziyan's eyes also showed some surprise. Taixu Ancient Dragon's body was extremely strong, but at the same time it was also weak in soul power. Therefore, even someone as strong as her was shocked by this kind of soul fluctuation. It is said that if one can advance to the Emperor realm, the soul will be indestructible. Even if it is forcibly dispersed, the remaining soul factors can still gradually condense and finally be reborn again. Although the Heaven Realm Great Perfection is very different from the Emperor Realm, its power is definitely not comparable to that of the late Heaven Realm, Cao Ying said with surprise on her face. She had devoted her entire life to the study of alchemy, so naturally she knew some legends about the Soul Realm. However, Cao Ying sometimes felt it was a pity that someone with such a strong spiritual talent like Chenfeng was not an alchemist. Congratulations, Brother Feng husband, your soul power is much stronger than before. Soon when Chenfeng returned to the harem, Yun Yun Yafei Xiao Yixin, Nalan Yanran Xiao Yu Ziyan, Xiao Suner and others all congratulated him in unison. There was a look of joy on her pretty face. Let me ask you, which woman doesn't want her man to be a genius and a strong man between heaven and earth? Become my Chenfeng's woman, and in the future, whether it's your cultivation or your soul power, you will be able to surpass ordinary people. Looking at those beautiful women, Chenfeng felt very proud. At this moment, he finally possessed the powerful strength to become a giant. As long as he wanted, it would not take long for him to become a 7-star Dusheng. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he planned to stabilize it a little bit and increase the success rate of the Dusheng star upgrading pill. After all, his current cultivation level is a 4-star Du Sheng, and the chance of breaking through to a 5-star Du Sheng by using the Du Sheng star upgrading pill is 80%. However, if his cultivation level reaches a 5-star Du Sheng, the chance of breaking through will only be 60% if he takes the Du Sheng star upgrading pill again. As for the 6-star level breaking through to the 7-star level, the probability is only 40%. From 7 stars to 8 stars, the probability is even lower, only 20%. For those from 8 to 9 stars, the chance of success of taking this elixir is only the minimum guaranteed 1%. Chenfeng now has only about 10 Du Sheng star upgrading pills in total, and he certainly cannot withstand too much consumption. But fortunately, he has a 9th grade Xuanden. If he fails at some stage, he will take a 9th grade Xuanden. This way, he will be very safe. Well, the news of the destruction of the Soul Palace and the Human Palace was not specifically announced. But such shocking news obviously could not be concealed. Therefore, within just 1 week after the incident, the news spread throughout Zhongzhou, causing a lot of shock. The major forces in Zhongzhou are most aware of the strength of the Soul Palace. This behemoth-like existence has always stood above Zhongzhou. Even Danta was repeatedly at a disadvantage in several fights with them. Therefore, although many forces have been persecuted by the Soul Palace, they did not dare to retaliate against it. I could only suppress that hatred in my heart, but now, suddenly hearing this news, I feel quite happy. However, it is intriguing to know which force attacked Soul Palace. Some people speculated that it might be done by Xingyan Pavilion, but it was quickly denied. The people of Xingyan Pavilion can confirm that during that period, no strong people from Xingyan Pavilion went out, and that the strength of Xingyan Pavilion could not defeat the Human Hall of Soul Palace. Chapter 382 5-Star Fighting Saint. Haha, I never thought that after that old fellow Yao Chen, someone else would attack Soul Palace. This time it really dealt a heavy blow to the prestige of Soul Palace. In the Dan Tower in Shengdan City, when the 3 giants learned about this, they were very excited. They Danta have been fighting against Soul Palace for so many years, and this is the first time they heard that the people of Soul Palace suffered such a big loss. Yeah, but I don't know who did this. Could it be those ancient races that have such power? Xuan Kongzi nodded, his eyes full of doubt. If those ancient races take action, I'm afraid Zhongzhou won't be peaceful for some time to come. Tian Leizi said thoughtfully. The Soul Palace has suffered such a huge loss this time, it will definitely not let it go. Be on high alert. The Alchemy Conference is about to begin, and by then the Holy Dan City will surely be filled with all kinds of people. The beautiful woman Shani, who had not spoken a word until now, suddenly said, Well, now that the 3,000 flames have been subdued by Ying, the 3 of us can free up our hands. If there are troublemakers, we can destroy them with the force of thunder. Xuan Kongzi groaned for a moment. The Alchemy Conference, as one of the largest events in Zhongzhou, really attracted a large number of people. The ultimate goal of countless alchemists' lifelong practice is to be able to stand out at the Alchemy Conference, and for this purpose, they have put in countless efforts and sweat. By participating in the Alchemy Conference, you will be qualified to compete with the heroes of the continent. Brother Feng, the alchemy meeting is about to begin. I want to give it a try. In the Wind Realm, Tao Ying found Chenfeng and planned to attend an alchemy meeting. Well, let the world see how advanced the witch's medicine refining skills are. Hearing Tao Ying's words, Chenfeng nodded without hesitation. Now, 4 or 5 months have passed since he last destroyed the Soul Palace and the Human Palace. During this period, Yun Yafei and Xiao Yixiang have all given birth to their second children, and he has received another extremely generous wave of rewards. Now he has taken the Du Sheng star up pill once and successfully broke through to the 5-star Du Sheng. With such strength, he is hard to find an opponent in Zhongzhou if the strong men from the ancient races do not show up. Therefore Chenfeng's state of mind has become different from before. Thank you, Brother Feng, Cao Ying said with a smile on her face that her cultivation has now risen to the 8-star Du Zun, and her soul realm has even advanced to the late spiritual realm. Such strength is already close to that of several current Dana giants. With such strength, it is not difficult to stand out at the Alchemy Conference. Among the women in Morning Breeze, Cao Ying's talent in alchemy is definitely ranked first. Although Lin Fei and Xu Mei are also alchemists, their soul realm is still at the early stage of the spiritual realm. However, even though they were in the early stage of the spirit realm, their strength was enough to rank among the top 10 at the Alchemy Conference. After all, in previous alchemy conferences, 7th grade alchemists could always rank among the top 10. Brother Feng, we won't be participating in this alchemy meeting. After Xu Mai and Lin Fei learned about this, They both shook their heads. Okay then, I'll take Ying'er with me this time. After getting the answers from Lin Fei and Xu Mei, Chenfeng smiled, then used the space conversion flag to take Cao Ying to a restaurant in the inner area of Shengden City. 3 days later, when the first ray of morning light poured down from the sky and pierced through the darkness that enveloped the earth, the entire city of Shengden was instantly boiling at this moment. Today, Shengden City will truly be the center of attention. The eyes of the entire Zhongzhou are gathered here, waiting for the person who can stand until the last moment to appear. And the one who can stand out from the alchemy geniuses from all over the Duqi continent will undoubtedly be a true child of destiny. Every generation of alchemy contest champions has left a glorious name in the history of the Duluo continent, without exception. And precisely because of this, the value of the alchemy contest will be infinitely magnified. Whoever can become the final champion will surely add a glorious chapter to the future history of the Duluo continent. This honor is enough to drive anyone crazy. After all, no one wants to be an ordinary person in this life. Crunch! The door of a room in Danta suddenly opened slowly, and 2 tall figures walked out of the room. Come on! Looking at Cao Ying dressed in alchemist's attire, Chenfeng's mouth curled up. At this moment, Cao Ying had a different kind of charm. Well, I'll do my best, let's go. After saying this, Chenfeng took the lead and walked out of the hall. The Alchemy Conference, the most noble conference in the hearts of countless alchemists, finally opened its curtain today, making many alchemists admire and go crazy for it. The venue for the Alchemy Conference was located in the northern area of the inner domain, and that area had been occupied by a terrifying sea of people a few days ago. Therefore, when Chenfeng and Cao Ying arrived here, they could only see a sea of heads so dense that there was no end in sight. The deafening roar rose into the sky and finally turned into a terrifying sound wave that spread out and could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 miles. Chenfeng and Cao Ying stood on a building and looked around. They found that this area was a huge square of nearly 1,000 feet in size. In the air above the square, many stone platforms were floating in the air. These stone platforms were emitting a faint glow which looked quite magical. Brother Feng, those stone platforms are the final seats for the contestants. Cao Ying pointed at the stone platforms that were suspended in the air and attracted everyone's attention and smiled. I know all this. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. The Alchemy Conference is extremely grand. It is not possible that just those who attend the conference will be qualified to go on stage. Strictly speaking, there are 2 major selection stages before entering the venue. Cao Ying introduced, the most basic qualification for participating in the alchemy contest is to reach the level of a 5th grade alchemist. The dark gray space is the first level, also known as the illusion level. The dark gray gas is produced by a magical beast called the illusion beast. It can not only block people's sight, but also cause certain obstacles to soul detection. In addition, there is another mystery in that space. The space is overlapping like a maze. Once you enter it, you will lose your sense of direction and get lost. If you don't get out within a certain period of time, you will lose your qualification to participate. These are too easy for you. Chenfeng agreed, saying that with Cao Ying's current strength, this small level could be easily passed. Boom! While Cao Ying and Chenfeng were talking, a clear bell sound suddenly resounded throughout the world. The sound of the bell spread out in a mighty manner, suppressing even the deafening noise. Chapter 383 The Alchemy Conference begins. As the bell rang out, the world became much quieter. Countless eyes suddenly stopped at the towering stone platform on the east side of the square. That was where the top leaders of Danta would appear. And shortly after the bell sounded, bursts of breaking wind sounds suddenly rang out. Immediately the space above the stone platform slightly distorted, and more than a dozen figures slowly emerged. The people leading the group were none other than the 3 giants of Danta, Shangkengzi, Tianlaizi and Xuanyi. As soon as these 3 people appeared, the world became much quieter. In the endless sea of people, countless gazes filled with various emotions were focused on these 3 people. The 3 giants of Danta. This title is truly famous, not to mention in Zhongzhou. For ordinary people, these 3 people generally exist only in legends. His sudden appearance now made countless people feel unbelievable. Haha, I am Xuan Kongzi, and I am here on behalf of Danta to welcome all the alchemists who have come here. In the days to come, this will be the stage for you to show your skills. Xuan Kongzi, a man with white hair, walked out slowly and his gentle voice rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. The whole place was silent. No matter how unruly and ferocious a person was, he had to restrain his brutality at this moment. You have all come all the way here for the Alchemy Conference, so I will not waste time here. Haha, the alchemy conference will be divided into 3 steps as usual. The first one, Wan Kongzi's introduction to the selection for the Alchemy Association, was very detailed. After passing the environmental level, you need to enter the Dan realm. Danji is a piece of space which is said to have been created by a Daoxing strongman from Danta a long time ago. But later on, due to some reasons, the Dan realm gradually fell into ruin. However, that Dan realm was definitely a treasure land that countless alchemists dreamed of, as it contained countless natural treasures and many rare medicinal materials that were hard to find in the outside world. All the alchemists who are qualified to enter will be assigned a list containing some rare medicinal materials. The contestants need to rely on their own abilities to get all the medicinal materials within the Dan realm. Only then can they exchange them for space stones at the exit, come out of the Dan realm, and participate in the final competition. This year's champion will not only be able to obtain a spot as a candidate for Danta's Giant, but will also receive a scroll of ancient soul cultivation methods. It will be just around the corner for him to reach the 8th or even 9th level in the future. Xuan Kongzi looked at the sea of people that were stirred by the word champion, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Wow! As soon as Xuan Kongzi finished speaking, a shocking uproar suddenly broke out among the densely packed crowd. Countless alchemists' eyes turned bloodshot at this moment. 8th grade, 9th grade. This almost legendary level is as different from theirs as heaven and earth. But if you can obtain that ancient volume of soul cultivation method, this distance will be infinitely shortened. This will have a fatal attraction for all alchemists. However, this kind of thing has no appeal to Tao Ying. Today Tao Ying has refined the 3000 flames, the azure lotus earth core fire, and the sea heart flame, and fused these 3 flames into a new type of strange fire. The soul cultivation method is to practice the soul nourishing method taught by Chenfeng. That kind of soul cultivation method is hundreds or thousands of times better than the ancient method rewarded by Danta. The reason why she came to attend the alchemy meeting was because of her obsession when she was young. I have worked so hard for so long just to win in the alchemy competition one day, and now, I have finally waited for this opportunity. On the high platform, Xuan Kongzi looked at those eyes that suddenly turned bloodshot, smiled slightly, looked up at the sky, then waved his sleeves lightly, and an invisible wave spread out, then hit the void and a long bell-like sound burst out again. The time has come. All contestants who are rank 5 alchemists and above, please enter the first stage, the soul illusion. The Xuan Kongzi's finger suddenly turned to the huge square, where the dark gray space was rapidly twisting, forming a strange world of its own, revealing many mysteries. Boom! As soon as Xuan Kongzi finished speaking, figures suddenly flashed out from the endless sea of people, and then they swept across the sky like locusts, and then all fell into the twisted space. Yinger, go to the competition. On top of a building, Chenfeng said to Tao Ying with a smile. Tao Ying raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile, and then flew into the distorted space. Xuan Kongzi, with Yinger attending the meeting this time, I'm afraid the others won't have any chance. On the high platform, Tianlezi spoke to Xuan Kongzi with great envy. The reason why he said this was because the 3 of them already knew Tao Ying's strength. He was an 8th grade high-level alchemist. A young generation, and even Dan Chen from the Dan family would be much inferior to him. With Yinger here, all the geniuses of her generation will be eclipsed. Xuan also agreed with Tianlezi's statement. Hearing the envious words from the 2 people around him, Xuan Kongzi's face was full of pride. I just don't know if the people from the Soul Palace will come to cause trouble this time. The Xuan Kongzi glanced across the huge square filled with people, as if he was trying to find something. Soul Palace just suffered such a big loss. It is very likely that they will target us Danta. We must be on guard. Hearing this, Tianlezi and Xuan Yi nodded again. I have ordered people to set up defenses. If the people from the Soul Palace are exposed, someone will deal with them immediately. Moreover, if those old monsters come, the seniors of Shaodan Tower will naturally take action, Xuan Kongzi added. In that case, let's just focus on the competition for now and see who will win the 2nd place in this conference. Tianlezi laughed loudly. In the eyes of the 3 of them, Tao Ying was already a sure winner. Well, the fact was just as Tianlezi and Xuan Yi said. Tao Ying moved through the illusion space as if it were flat ground with almost no delay, becoming the first person to successfully pass the level. This illusion level is actually a space distorted by human power. Even without using soul perception, Tao Ying can pass it smoothly by simply changing the creases in space. Of course, most of the contestants are unable to use the power of space and can only rely on soul perception to slowly find the correct route. It is difficult for outsiders to see what is happening here, but Chenfeng is very clear about it. He did not leave, but waited quietly outside. After several hours, the time for the first level was finally over. Those who failed to pass it within the specified time would be considered a failure. The next step was to enter the Dan realm. At the entrance to the Dan realm, an old man riding a giant turtle distributed a task, a teleportation stone, and a prescription to each contestant. Xiao Yan took the 3 items and took the lead in entering the entrance to the Dan realm while others were still hesitating. Chapter 384 The Soul of the Earth. This is a desolate plain. The earth is all yellowish in color, with occasional green shades dotted around, releasing a little bit of vitality. Occasionally, on the plain, some small magical beasts would burst out, raising a wisp of yellow smoke, and then disappear in the distance. The silence of the desolate plain lasted for a while, and then the empty space suddenly squirmed, and then a graceful figure flashed out from the space. The figure that emerged from the space was naturally Xiao Yan, the first person to enter the space channel. With her strength, she was the most powerful person in this space. The energy here is exceptionally abundant, but there seems to be some violent factors in the energy. Could this be the reason why the Dan realm is in ruins? Xiao Yan grabbed the empty space in front of him, and then seemed to be thinking about something. The ability to open up space is a powerful force that only the powerful fighting saints possess. Of course, even if the space is successfully opened up, it still needs constant maintenance. Otherwise, the open space will gradually become dilapidated sooner or later. However, this kind of space was not enough to surprise Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had seen more grand scenes in the wind world of Morning Breeze. Such a space was just a small scene. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan put aside the thoughts in his mind, clenched his palms, and a piece of parchment appeared in his hand. This is the medicine list given by the old man riding a turtle when entering the passage. You must collect all the natural treasures listed on it to be considered to have successfully passed this selection. Such tasks are somewhat feasible for Xiao Yan. Otherwise, the tasks of hunting monsters are very simple for her, and she can easily crush them. These 3 medicinal herbs are somewhat special. Let's take a look at the map first. Xiao Yan shook her head and took out a map. On the map there were 3 places circled in red. After finding the right direction, Xiao Yan immediately planned to head for the Wanyo mountain range. However, at this moment, a giant python more than 10 feet long jumped out like lightning from the sand dune-like ground, and with its ferocious bloody mouth, it bit directly at the head of an alchemist who appeared behind him. Although the giant python launched a sneak attack, it did not cause any harm to the alchemist. After the alchemist noticed it, he attacked with the force of thunder and killed the giant python, Rymania python. Looking at this scene, Xiao Yan suddenly remembered something. Chenfeng once said unintentionally that wherever the Rymania python appears, there must be Rymania essence. Judging from the strength of this Rymania python, the Rymania essence it is guarding is probably more than 100 years old. When Xiao Yan thought of this, he immediately planned to search for the pit below where the Rymania python appeared. However, the alchemist who killed the Rymania python seemed to understand this as he suddenly grabbed down and pulled out a dark yellow rhizome as big as a child's head in front of everyone's eyes. 100-year-old Rymania glutinosa is usually only the size of a fist, and it is quite rare. I didn't expect that the Rymania glutinosa in the Dan world would grow to this extent. It is really surprising. I think it is at least 1,000 years old. If this thing is placed outside, it will definitely attract many coveted eyes. Xiao Yan groaned inwardly, and then his eyes suddenly became sharp. Rymania glutinosa is created by condensing the steady and heavy power of pure earth, but this statement also has its limitations. After growing for 100 years, any Rymania glutinosa will no longer grow in size due to the saturation of energy. It is for this reason that Rymania glutinosa that is over 100 years old appears so rare. It is recorded in ancient books that if Rymania glutinosa can live for more than 100 years, then what nourishes its growth must not be the power of the earth, but other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Get out of the way. Next, Xiao Yan directly displayed his aura, persuaded the people around him to retreat, and then came to the side of the pit. She sucked with her palm, and a large amount of soil was sucked out of the pit. As the soil was sucked out, a piece of snow, white jade appeared at the bottom of the deep pit. This is the Earth Core Jade Mother. The Earth's Core Jade Mother is a magical jade that has been formed by the power of the earth for countless years. Due to the special calmness and heaviness of the power of the Earth's Core Jade Mother is a priceless treasure for practitioners. When practicing or refining pills, Having a cushion made of the Earth's core Jade Mother will have a very significant effect in suppressing the violent energy in the body. With this thing, the chance of going astray will be reduced to a minimum. Not bad, it looks like this harvest is good. Looking at the Jade Mother of the Earth, Tao Ying felt delighted. He placed his hand on the piece of Jade Mother of the Earth that was exposed above the ground. Then he bent his legs slightly, shouted loudly, and pulled his hand violently. Immediately, the dirt splashed everywhere, and the Jade Mother of the Earth was directly pulled out from the ground by Tao Ying. After completely pulling out the Earth's core Jade Mother, Tao Ying discovered that this thing was about half a meter high and about an arm's length wide. An Earth's core Jade Mother of this size is almost impossible to see in the outside world. With this thing, it will be of great help in future training. Looking at the size of the Earth's core Jade Mother, Tao Ying couldn't help but nodded. When she pulled her hand back, she found that it was covered with a sticky light jade liquid. Looking at this sticky jade liquid, Tao Ying suddenly thought of something. A thin fire blade appeared on her palm, and finally swept across the surface of the Earth's core Jade Mother like lightning. The fire blade lightly cut across the surface of the Earth's core Jade Mother, and a piece of jade about the thickness of a thumb fell off, revealing a walnut-sized hole in it. Inside the hole there were faint streams of light white mist seeping out. Next, Tao Ying's hand turned into a fire knife and he danced it at lightning speed without stopping. And with each fall of his hand, a thin layer of jade flakes would fall off the Earth's core Jade Mother. When the height of the local Jade Mother was cut by Tao Ying in half, a jade pit about the size of a head finally appeared in his sight. At this moment, his gaze was instantly fixed on the white liquid in the jade pit that was less than half a finger deep. Earth's soul. Looking at the things inside, Tao Ying was overjoyed. This kind of thing is more difficult to form than the Earth's core Jade Mother. The Earth's soul essence is an extremely rare treasure from heaven and earth, and for alchemists, this thing has a crazy attraction. Because this thing can strengthen the soul, the so-called soul forging means training and tempering. In other words, the Earth's soul marrow can cleanse the soul of impurities. Even with Tao Ying's current soul realm, the Earth's soul marrow can be of great help and may allow her to enter the spiritual realm in one fell swoop. Chapter 385 Medicinal Materials Square. The heat in Tao Ying's beautiful eyes lasted for a long time before gradually fading away. The next moment she used a fire knife to carefully dig out the jade pit, and then used local materials and directly used some Earth Core Jade Mother to make a jade box, and placed the Earth Core Soul Essence into it. After doing all this, Tao Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Earth Soul Marrow cannot be taken directly, but needs to be blended with some other rare treasures of heaven and earth to maximize its effectiveness. Fortunately, although those other things are rare, at least they can be found with a little effort, and this alchemy world is a treasure land. If you are lucky, you may be able to get the medicinal materials needed for blending in this alchemy world. At this moment, there were actually 2 or 3 people hiding nearby. When they saw Tao Ying taking out the Earth's core soul, they were also very excited. However, due to the momentum Tao Ying had shown before, he did not dare to act rashly. We can't let this woman monopolize such a good thing as the Earth's core soul. Let's invite more people and then surround this woman. She is from Danta. So what if they are from Danta? This is the Dan realm. No one outside knows what happened. That's right. In this way, as long as we kill the witnesses, no one will find out unless those of us involved speak out. After some discussion, the few people hiding in the dark planned to ambush Tao Ying. With Tao Ying's current soul realm of the middle stage of the spiritual realm, she had already discovered the existence of this group of people. But she didn't care at all. A group of Duzong level minions, no matter how many tricks they had, she could destroy them with a wave of her hand. Tao Ying's first target was called Wanya Mountains, which was also one of the 3 red circles. To be honest, the area of Danji is less than 1/3 of Danyu, perhaps because of its gradual decline. But don't underestimate this 1/3. With the natural treasures in this space, there is probably no force on the continent that would not be tempted by it. Having such a space is equivalent to having an inexhaustible warehouse of rare medicinal materials. With Tao Ying's current speed as a 6-star Duzun, no one among the contestants can match her speed. Dozens of minutes later, she arrived at the Wanyo Mountains, leaving the other contestants far behind. On the way they encountered quite a few magical beasts. These magical beasts, perhaps because of the violent factor mixed in the energy of heaven and earth, seemed to be more violent and ferocious than the magical beasts in the Duki continent. Of course, no matter how ferocious they were only some 7th-level monsters, which could not affect Tao Ying's progress at all? All Wanyao Mountains. Just from the name you can tell how extraordinary this mountain range is. The energy of this mountain range is much stronger than that of ordinary places. The mountain range is like a giant dragon, winding and entwined. The air midway between the mountains is filled with thick fog. This fog is not natural fog, but is condensed from rich energy. The mountains were treacherous, with the sound of beasts roaring continuously and filled with brutality. I remember that there are many magical beasts in the Wanyao mountain range, and the one who commands these magical beasts is a peerless beast whose strength has reached the peak of the 7th level, and even has half a foot in the 8th level. This beast moved many natural treasures from the Wanyao mountain range into his cave with special methods, including many of the necessary mission items. Muttering to himself, Cao Ying entered the mountains without hesitation. If he could rob the treasure house of the mountain's magic beast master, then this mission could be completed quickly, and he might even be able to find the medicinal herbs to prepare the earth's soul. Not long after, Cao Ying arrived at the center of the mountain range, at the top of a very high mountain. Here, there is a huge stone palace. In front of the palace door, there are 2 huge monsters crawling. It seems that they have reached the peak of the 6th level. After Cao Ying approached, a sturdy figure like an iron tower walked out of the stone hall. It was obvious that the sturdy man had noticed Cao Ying's arrival. Such a young Duzun strongman, the burly man was very surprised when he discovered Cao Ying's presence. Are you the boss of the Wanyao mountain range? That's right, my name is Shang Zhan. In that case, open the treasure house of medicinal herbs. I need to go in and pick some medicinal herbs. Although Shang Zhan's strength was somewhat beyond expectations, Cao Ying did not react much. She stated her purpose very directly. My treasure trove of medicinal herbs, how can you just enter it? After hearing what Cao Ying said, Shang Zhan shook his head violently. He felt that Cao Ying didn't take him seriously enough. His strength is no longer the peak of Duzong as rumored by the outside world, but a real Duzun. Moreover, he is a dragon bear of his race. The dragon bear, this ferocious monster, is rarely seen nowadays because it is also an ancient monster, and there is some dragon blood in its body, so its strength is extremely terrifying. According to ancient records, this kind of dragon bear is also known as the 9-pattern demon dragon bear. The silver hair pattern on its chest is not for appreciation, but to measure its strength. It is said that if this kind of dragon bear can have 9 dragon patterns, then the dragon blood in its body will be completely awakened. At that time, the dragon bear will undergo a transformation. If the transformation is successful, it will evolve into the supreme dragon bear. By then, shattering mountains and splitting the earth will only be a matter of a flick of the hand. Therefore, this kind of hair pattern is also called dragon pattern, and this Shang Zhan now has 8 dragon patterns. If one more appears, this big guy will become the supreme demon bear that was notorious even in ancient times. Therefore, he is very confident in his own strength. I'm talking to you nicely now, but if you don't know what's good for you, I won't be so polite later. Seeing Shang Zhan's refusal, Cao Ying immediately unleashed all his might. This aura, Cao Ying's aura of a high-level Duzun, immediately made Shang Zhan's face change drastically. Senior, please. The next moment, Shang Zhan directly invited Cao Ying to enter the stone hall. Following Shang Zhan, we quickly walked into the stone hall, passed through several corridors, and then arrived at the spacious square inside the hall. As Cao Ying stepped into the square, a strong, almost sticky medicinal aroma rushed towards her. The neatly arranged medicinal herbs in front of him were extremely rare in the outside world, but here they were placed randomly like cabbages. The medicinal herbs on this square are almost the collection of the entire Wanyao Mountains. The variety of herbs is enough to make anyone dazzled. Cao Ying began to quickly select the herbs she wanted. Chapter 386. The spiritual realm is complete. Dragon core, 9-leaf Ganoderma, demon blood, spirit fruit juice, ascension grass. After more than 10 minutes, Cao Ying finally found all the herbs she needed. There are not only mission herbs here, but also some auxiliary herbs for preparing the Earth's core soul essence. This was the first time in all the alchemy conferences that someone had completed the task as quickly and smoothly as Cao Ying. In the following time, Cao Ying quickly began to blend the Earth's soul essence and multiple substances. She succeeded on her first try without any waste. The liquid in the bowl seemed increasingly clear and lush, with a faint fragrance wafting from it. Smelling this fragrance, a trace of fluctuation appeared in Cao Ying's eyes, which had been motionless until now. With a slight flick of one finger, a drop of stone essence slowly fell into the jade bowl. Laugh. As this drop of stone essence fell, faint smoke suddenly filled the jade bowl, and after the smoke, What was left was a small bowl of sticky slurry that was as full of vitality as jade. With a hint of cruelty in his eyes, Tao Ying raised the jade bottle and poured the liquid directly into his mouth. Nearly half of the earth's core soul marrow flowed down his throat, gurgling into Tao Ying's body. At the moment when the soul essence of the earth's core poured into her body, Tao Ying's head suddenly buzzed. At this moment the soul power at the center of her eyebrows suddenly expanded as if it had eaten a catalyst. The expansion was so rapid that Tao Ying felt a sharp pain in the center of her eyebrows. Feeling this sudden change, Tao Ying was shocked, but he didn't dare to be too reckless at this time. He could only calm his mind and watch the changes in his body. The blended earth core soul essence, after flowing into Tao Ying's body, turned into boiling hot current and dispersed, then quickly evaporated. Streams of strange dark green smoke began to surge up rapidly, passing through the body and reaching the center of the eyebrows, finally intertwining with the soul power entrenched there. As the smoke and soul intertwined, Tao Ying quickly realized that a terrifyingly powerful strange energy was rapidly seeping into her soul. At the same time, the strength of the soul, as if it had taken some tonic, began to increase suddenly at a rate that shocked Tao Ying. As his soul power increased rapidly, the swelling and pain at Tao Ying's brow became stronger and stronger. He had not expected that this earth core soul marrow could have such an amplifying effect on soul power. Faced with the increasing pain between her eyebrows, Tao Ying was helpless and could only watch helplessly as the soul grew stronger and stronger. More and more green smoke surged in, and Tao Ying's soul continued to strengthen. Under such circumstances, Tao Ying's soul power also rose rapidly. After the earth's core soul marrow completely dissipated, she successfully entered the spiritual realm of perfection. At this time, Tao Ying was only one step away from advancing into the heavenly realm and reaching the threshold for refining 9th grade elixirs. Far above the sky, an invisible light was suspended in the sky. The vast and majestic soul power, with it as the center, quickly swept out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, in the entire mountain range, except for some extremely powerful high-level magical beasts, the rest of the magical beasts all felt an extremely strong soul pressure. Under this kind of spiritual pressure, their bodies couldn't help but tremble slightly. Such a terrifying soul fluctuation, this woman's talent is so strong, it's simply shocking. On the top of the mountain, Xiangzhan's eyes were filled with terror. At this time, a day had passed and the rest of the contestants had just begun to enter the edge of the Wanyao Mountains. The spiritual realm is complete. It's time to leave. After Tao Ying broke through, he quickly headed towards the exit of the Dan realm. Soon, at the end of the site, a huge square made of huge white rocks finally appeared on the ground in the distance. Tao Ying dodged and quickly came to the square, quietly waiting for the arrival of the last stage of the alchemy meeting. As time went by, more and more contestants came to this square, and most of those who came here were not weak. But think about it, if one can persist until now in such a fiercely competitive environment like the alchemy world, how can he not have some skills? While waiting, Tao Ying's gaze was also looking towards the center of the square, where the space was slightly distorted. In that twisted space there was an old man wearing a downa robe. The old man was holding a cane, and the skin on his face was like orange peel. On his chest there was a Danta badge, and the tower emblem on it was a rather dazzling purple, gold color. One of the 8 elders of Danta, seeing this special badge, some people in the square exclaimed in surprise, and then they all fell silent. The old man with the cane ignored all the noises in the square, just like an old monk in meditation, and did not speak. At a certain moment, his eyelids trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes, glanced around casually, and then said lightly, "The time is up, hand over your medicine list and task herbs to me, and then leave from here to participate in the final alchemy competition." As soon as he finished speaking, his crutch suddenly scratched the distorted space lightly, and a dark space crack slowly appeared. Hearing the words of the old man with the cane, there was some commotion in the square, and many people's faces became depressed. It was obvious that they had not completed the mission. Tao Ying was the first to stand up, hand over the herbs, and leave the Dan world, causing envy among everyone. Well, this is a square of astonishing size. Around the square, the dense sea of people stretched to the end of the site, and the deafening noise, like the roar of a giant dragon, echoed throughout the sky. Under the impact of such terrible sound waves, even the clouds in the sky were destroyed into pieces. In the air above the square, numerous stone platforms are suspended. These stone platforms will be the focus of the entire venue, because the final confrontation of this alchemy conference will take place on them. After a slight downturn in the past few days, the popularity of this square has undoubtedly reached a peak today, because today is the day when the Dan world opens. Only alchemists who have successfully passed the alchemy world are qualified to continue to participate in the alchemy conference. The atmosphere in the venue was extremely hot, and countless eyes were looking at the center of the square. There is a huge gate built of black rocks. Inside the gate, the space fluctuations appear distorted. This is the exit of the Dan realm. Soon, those contestants who successfully passed the second level will come out from here. Chapter 387 New Strange Fire. Everyone is shocked, calculating the time. Today should be the day Yinger comes out. Chenfeng's figure appeared on the top of a building in the square below, his eyes fixed on the space gate above. Boom! Suddenly, the space gate was filled with violent space fluctuations. The space gate is about to open. The moment the spatial fluctuation appeared, the endless sea of people around suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. Immediately, countless blazing gazes suddenly shifted and stopped at the gate of the space. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, the fluctuations of the space gate became more and more violent. Boom! The space gate vibrated, and an extremely eye-catching graceful figure walked out slowly, and then was exposed to the warm sunlight. This was the first person to walk out. The cheers in the venue grew louder, and the first person was none other than Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's name had been quite famous over the years, and everyone knew that she would be a strong contender for the championship of this alchemy competition. Sure enough, women with careers or achievements will exude a different kind of temperament. As Xiao Yan came out, Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on her. At this moment, Xiao Yan was more radiant than usual, which made Chenfeng want to take her to the room to exercise. But just thinking about it, this moment is the scene that Xiao Yan has been looking forward to for a long time, and Chenfeng naturally will not disturb her at this time. In the following time, one figure after another finally walked out slowly, and finally landed on the ground of the square amid the cheers of the whole audience. In response to these successful contestants, deafening cheers broke out continuously from the stands. Those who can get here can basically be regarded as the best alchemists in the entire continent. Even if they give up participating in the competition at this moment, they will be treated as guests of honor by some forces. As more and more people walked out of the space gate, the cheers became louder and louder. The huge square was trembling slightly under the terrible sound waves. In the end, the number of people staying in that area reached thousands. After 2 rounds of screening, there are still so many people who can stay. With such a large number of alchemists gathered together, even the alchemist conference of the Gamma Empire back then was far less than that. Of course, this is not only a difference in quantity, but also in quality. Any one person here is enough to easily win the championship of the alchemist conference. After everyone came out, the space gate was closed. The square, which was originally extremely noisy, became much quieter. Everyone knew that what was coming next was the real highlight of this alchemy conference. Cough. On the high platform, Xuan Kongzi glanced at the entire audience, and his gentle cough echoed in everyone's ears. First of all, congratulations to all of you who are standing here. You have passed the second round of screening. But you should also know that the next round is the most important one in the alchemy competition. The one who can stand to the end in this round will be the champion of this alchemy competition. The stone platform in the sky is your performance stage. I hope you can have the most brilliant moments of your life there. Glory will be born among you. These few short words were like a spark that detonated explosives. Suddenly, the whole world was boiling. All contestants, come on stage, try your best to refine your best elixir. Hearing Xuan Kongzi's old voice that resounded through the sky, the blood of the many contestants in the square began to boil. For a moment, the overwhelming shadows flashed upwards, and even the sunlight pouring down from the sky was stagnant. There are many stone platforms in the sky, so it is not a problem to accommodate the remaining contestants. Amid the overwhelming crowd of people, Xiao Yan came directly to the stone platform in the middle area, and no one dared to compete with her. In other places, some people started fighting over space. Boom! Xuan Kongzi's eyes slowly swept across the stone platforms in the air. After a moment he looked up at the sky and waved his sleeves lightly. Suddenly, a long and clear sound of a bell rang out between heaven and earth. The time has come, everyone. Please raise the cauldron and make the elixir. Bang bang bang! As soon as Xuan Kongzi finished speaking, the atmosphere in this world froze instantly. Immediately afterwards, numerous medicine cauldrons appeared and finally landed heavily on the stone platform. The low sound of metal clanging continued to echo in the sky. Looking at the densely packed medicine cauldrons, there was a low murmur of surprise in the square. This was probably the first time they saw so many high-quality medicine cauldrons appearing at the same time. After most of the alchemists summoned their medicine cauldrons, a series of puffing sounds were heard in the sky, and suddenly all kinds of colorful flames rose up. From a distance, they looked like fireworks, making the sky unusually gorgeous. In full view of everyone, Xiao Yan summoned the medicine cauldron, snapped his fingers, and a ball of purple-brown flame slowly rose up in his palm. After Xiao Yan summoned the purple-brown flame, the faces of the alchemists closest to her suddenly changed, because they found that the flame in the medicine cauldron suddenly began to stir violently at this moment, and then with a bang, it suddenly exploded inside the cauldron. The scorching hot wind directly shook several people who were caught off guard off the stone platform. Strange fire. Seeing this scene, countless eyes in the square immediately shot over, and exclamations rang out one after another. This was the first time they saw the strange fire at this alchemy meeting. Moreover, the shape and color of this strange fire do not seem to correspond to any of the strange fires on the strange fire list. What kind of strange fire is this? Xuan Kongzi also had great doubts in his heart. He knew that his disciple had successfully refined the 3,000 flames, but wasn't the 3,000 flames purple, black in color, and its power didn't seem to be that great. The power of Tao Ying's strange fire has probably reached the peak of the Du Zun level, and can even threaten a semic saint. The previous 3,000 flames only had the strength of a 4 or 5-star Du Zun and definitely did not have such power. Could it be a new strange fire? Wan Yi asked curiously. Then this strange fire also contains the aura of the 3,000 flames. Tian Lizi shook his head. Could it be that this is a strange fire formed by the fusion of the 3,000 flames and another kind of strange fire? Yi Xuan Kongzi made a bold guess. Fusion of strange fire. That's Wan Yi and Tian Lizi were shocked. Although they couldn't believe it, it seemed to be the case. Chapter 380 AC. Dan Lei appears frequently. When the strange fire appears, all other fires submit. At this moment the flames of many alchemists in the sky were affected, as if they were worshipping Cao Ying's cluster of emerald-colored strange fire. Seeing this, Cao Ying stretched out his soul power, restrained the power of the strange fire, and injected the strange fire into the medicine cauldron, causing the temperature of the medicine cauldron to rise rapidly. When the temperature in the medicine cauldron gradually increased, Cao Ying swept his palm across the void, and herbs flew out from the ring one by one, and finally hovered around the stone platform. At a rough glance, there were probably at least thousands of them. What she wanted to refine was an 8th-grade elixir. The complexity of refining an elixir of this level was terrifying. If someone does not have good soul control, he would probably feel dizzy just looking at so many medicinal herbs, let alone refining them with such terrifying precision. The next step is to extract all these various kinds of medicinal materials. After seeing that the flame was not affected, the others quickly started refining medicine. Above the sky, numerous stone platforms were suspended. On the stone platforms, all the contestants were controlling the temperature with serious expressions, refining the pills in their respective medicine cauldrons. The entire world and the square were quite quiet, and countless eyes were focused on the busy figures in the sky. They are waiting for the final day to come, because that day will be the climax of the alchemy meeting. Alchemy is an extremely time-consuming task, especially the refining of elixirs, which often takes 10 days or half a month. This situation is not uncommon. Everyone present was aware of this situation, so they did not seem impatient because of the long wait. Most of the people who were able to rush to Shengdan City to watch had some strength, so the necessary patience was naturally a must. Under the gaze of countless expectant eyes, time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days the refining in the sky seemed quite peaceful, but occasionally a low sound could be heard. These are the sounds made when something goes wrong during refining, causing the furnace to explode. Within 5 days a small number of alchemists succeeded in refining pills. However, when the pills were refined, they understood that their participation this time should come to an end. Because, generally speaking, when it comes to refining elixirs, the higher the level of the elixir, the longer the time required, and people like them can basically only be relegated to the bottom of the list. The eyes of the whole audience also did not stay on the few people who refined the elixir. Most of the eyes were on Tao Ying and some alchemy masters with considerable reputation. They knew that the fight between these people was the most exciting part of this alchemy meeting. Time passed quickly. After refining the medicinal materials, Cao Ying took the most critical step of fusion, fusing the medicinal power. This step requires the alchemist to have a very demanding level of control. During this period, any slight change will result in all previous efforts being wasted. Therefore, at this moment, Cao Ying's spirit was concentrated to the extreme. The vast soul power filled every corner of the medicine cauldron. Any extremely subtle changes inside it would be fed back to his mind in an instant. Soon another 7 days passed. During this time more and more contestants refined pills. Therefore the whole world was almost filled with a strong and indissoluble fragrance of elixir. After taking a breath, some fatigue caused by the long wait also dissipated quietly. However, although more and more contestants have successfully refined pills, none of these pills have successfully drawn out the pill thunder. The strongest one among them only caused dark clouds to gather in the sky, but not even lightning appeared, let alone the arrival of real thunder. No one was disappointed with this situation, because they knew that the alchemy conference had begun to gradually move towards its climax. The pills being refined now had already reached the 6th grade level. It would probably not be long before the real 7th grade pills would be refined. Boom! In the slightly scorching sky and earth, a low, muffled thunder suddenly resounded in the sky, and then countless eyes quickly turned upwards. I saw a dark cloud appear in the sky again. However, now a low thunderous sound was heard from the dark clouds, and it was clearly the shape of Dan Lei. Dan Lei, a 7th grade elixir has appeared. Seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, there was an uproar in the square. On a stone platform under the sky, a middle-aged man was looking at the thunderclouds in the sky with ecstasy on his face. He was the first person to bring out the Dan Lei. In this regard, some powerful alchemists such as Xiao Yan did not care about it. The 7th grade primary elixir did not threaten them. Just half a day after the first thunder appeared, thunderclouds gathered in the sky again. Moreover, judging from the strength of this thundercloud, it is even stronger than the previous one. It is obvious that one of the contestants has refined a pill of better quality than the previous one. In the following days it became extremely lively, with 2 or 3 downly appearing almost every day. The concentration of these pill thunders varies, and the highest grade pill should only be of intermediate 7th grade. The square became extremely tense because of the occasional appearance of Dan Lei. The slight depression in the past few days has completely disappeared at this moment. Every time a 7th grade elixir comes out, it will attract a lot of coveted eyes. This level of elixir has a strong appeal to other strong people. Except for some strong people who have been promoted to Du Zun. Boom boom boom, the Dan Lei that was extremely difficult to see in the past has become commonplace in this sky, making many people feel as if their eyes have been opened. As time went by, the number of stone platforms with flaming fire rising from them in the square became fewer and fewer. By the end, the number was less than 50. But everyone knows that these remaining people can definitely be called the top existences in the alchemy world of Duki continent. And if nothing unexpected happens, the champion of the alchemy conference will be born among the remaining people. Looking at the elixir fire rising from the dozens of stone platforms, the atmosphere in the sky unconsciously became solemn and tense. Everyone present understood that the most intense confrontation of the Dan Society was about to come. Chapter 389. 8th grade elixir. Boom. Within the thick dark clouds, a bolt of lightning like a giant silver python suddenly tore through the sky and swept down violently. Then it was taken down by a figure on a stone platform, and immediately, the fragrance of the elixir, as if it were real, spread in the air. Ha ha, I succeeded. Under the gaze of everyone, the man with slightly gray hair and beard laughed wildly towards the sky. In this person's hand, a pill the size of a longan was emitting a charming luster. No one present blamed the man for his inappropriate laughter. A master alchemist who can refine a 7th grade intermediate elixir will definitely be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he goes. The current alchemy conference has already entered the second half. At this time, there are only 2 types of people who are still refining pills. One is the one who is truly capable, and the other is the one who is just filling in the gaps. Of course, in this situation the former is naturally more common. After all, not many people are thick-skinned enough to be embarrassed in such an occasion. On the stone platform up to now, only the last 36 contestants were carefully preparing their signature elixirs. While Tao Ying was concentrating on refining the elixir, people on the other stone platforms also had solemn expressions on their faces. Some of them were gradually turning pale. This high consumption load is really hard for them to bear. Bang! At this critical moment someone's alchemy furnace exploded. How is it possible? On a stone platform, a middle-aged man stared at the medicine cauldron blankly, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. After working hard for nearly 20 days he had now completely failed. This blow was too much for him to bear. Looking at the middle-aged man's dull expression, everyone sighed in their hearts and felt a little sorry for this man. Failure is not uncommon in alchemy, But at this time a small failure may mean that you have lost the qualifications to compete with the heroes. Some are happy, some are sad, some succeed, and naturally some fail. Danhui has never been a stage for comedy. In the waiting of countless expectant eyes another 5 days passed quietly. During these 5 days 9 people successfully refined pills, and the highest quality one was a 7th grade high-level pill. As soon as this pill came out, it immediately caused pill thunder. The continuous and rising sound of thunder made many people tremble with fear. The person who successfully refined this pill was an old man with a rather haggard complexion. He must have some fame on the continent, so no one was too surprised that he was the first to refine a 7th grade high-level pill. When some people succeed, others will naturally fail. Within 5 days 9 people succeeded and 7 failed. In the end, amid many regretful gazes, they chose to withdraw very unwillingly. The screening of time is the most accurate. Some of the people who are left now are definitely not ordinary people just by looking at their aura. Among them, the one with the lowest level of chest badge is a 7th grade intermediate alchemist, and the highest one is a true 8th grade alchemy master. This strange 8th grade alchemy master was an old man with gray hair and a face as pale as orange peel. Obviously, this person should also be a strong man of the older generation. Although he has a poor appearance, his face is always filled with a gentle smile. I didn't expect it to be old man Qinghua. On the high platform Xuan Kongzi and others looked at the gray-haired old man who finally emerged from the crowd. They were slightly startled, and then looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. This old guy is really shameless. I see the fluctuations in his medicine cauldron. I'm afraid it's an 8th grade elixir. The Xuanyi nodded slightly and said, "This old fellow's lifelong wish is to obtain a kind of strange fire." He and Yao Chen stayed in that ghost place for several years, but in the end, Yao Chen still got the bone spirit cold fire. Unfortunately this time, the 3,000 flames have been subdued by Yinger, and he has no chance. Tian Lizi shook his head and sighed. Perhaps, the battle for the second place this time will be between old man Qinghua and Danchen. Xuan Kongzi also sighed lightly, then turned his eyes away. On a stone platform, a young girl was sitting cross-legged. She didn't seem to be very old, about 18 or 19 years old. She had a slender body and a beautiful face that looked particularly pale, making her look vaguely sick. The woman was Dan Chen from the Dan family. Her body was weak to begin with. If it weren't for the support of her soul power, she would have not been able to hold on until now. But fortunately, she managed to survive. It's almost there. At this moment, Dan Chen's eyes were almost fixed on the medicine cauldron, and his hand seals were constantly changing. The vast and majestic soul power continuously poured into the medicine cauldron. Faintly, there was a faint spiritual energy permeating the soul power. Puff! As the hand seals changed, Dan Chen's cheek suddenly turned red, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood, which then all shot into the medicine cauldron and finally merged with a pill rolling in the flames. Boom! The blood stained the elixir, and a bright and strong light, like a sun, suddenly appeared in the medicine cauldron. A terrifying energy wave burst out with a bang. The medicine cauldron that was strong enough to withstand the burning of the strange fire for a long time actually exploded into countless pieces under this terrifying wave. Lof! The medicine cauldron exploded, and a huge green light column, 10 feet in length, shot out from the cauldron and shot straight into the sky. Under this green beam of light, the dense silver lightning in the sky actually retreated rapidly as if it had encountered something terrible. When the beam of light passed through this place, clouds and mist suddenly emerged, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a huge thundercloud nearly 100 meters in size. What's more, what is most shocking is that the thundercloud formed this time actually has 2 colors, blue and silver 2-colored thundercloud. Looking at the 2-colored thunderclouds in the sky, the entire square was boiling at this moment. Many people present had never seen Dan Lei with 2 colors in their lives. On the high platform, Xuan Kongzi and the others also looked at the 2-colored thunderclouds with a slightly solemn expression. After a moment, they looked at each other and nodded. This girl from the Dan family is really extraordinary. She actually refined an 8th grade elixir and also attracted 2-colored thunderclouds. I wonder if that old man Qinghua can surpass Danchen, Xuanyi said softly. In the eyes of the 3 of them, Cao Ying has already been chosen as the first choice. In the world of elixirs, the 8th grade elixir can be regarded as the top tier of the pyramid. Although there is only 1 grade difference between the 8th grade and the 7th grade, it is truly a world of difference. Chapter 398, Colored Dan Lei, the Name of the Witch. Shok Zhongzhou, the 8th grade elixir already possesses spirituality and even has some basic intelligence. In other words, the 8th grade elixir has its own vitality. It can be said that it can be counted as a living being. Moreover, the classification of 8th grade elixirs is strict beyond imagination. Its quality cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, but by the color of Danley. The higher the quality of the elixir, the more colors of elixir thunder it will trigger when it takes shape. It is said that if it can trigger 9 color elixir thunder, it means that the elixir has reached the 9th level, which possesses the power of creation. Dan Chen was able to summon 2 colored thunderclouds, which meant that she had successfully refined an 8th grade elixir, and an 8th grade elixir with 2 colored thunder. The sky was vast with 2 colored thunderclouds hovering in the sky, and a vast thunder power emanating from it. The pill thunder brought by other alchemists seemed extremely small under these 2 colored thunderclouds. Looking at the 2 colored thunderclouds, everyone opened their mouths, and then their mouths were filled with bitterness. Once the 2 colored thunder appeared, they were completely suppressed. On the stone platform, Dan Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the 2 colored thunderclouds in the sky with his pale cheeks. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stood up with a little difficulty. His thin and petite body made the strong men of the Duzhong level dare not underestimate him in the slightest. No matter what the result is today, the name of the Dan family will be known throughout Zhongzhou because of this little girl. Aha, Sister Danchen, you have indeed made a lot of progress over the years, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the first place. When a smile appeared on Danchen's face, a sweet laugh suddenly came from a distance. She turned her head and saw Cao Ying slowly standing up. Her charming face was very bright at the moment. She didn't seem to be tired at all and was even full of infinite confidence. Alchemy is also Cao Ying's pride, and the title of enchantress is not undeserved. Years of hard training in Danta have made her extremely powerful, and she also met Chenfeng. Now, her true strength is probably at the level of the 3 giants of Danta. Today let it be fully displayed in the spotlight of all. On the top of a very tall building somewhere below, Chenfeng also stood up. He knew that this moment was the scene that Tao Ying had been looking forward to for a long time. A proud arc like a phoenix appeared on Tao Ying's cheeks. She suddenly formed a hand seal with her jade hands and shouted softly, "Get up!" Bang! As the shout rang out, a huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the medicine cauldron in front of Tao Ying and rushed straight into the sky. The beam of light swept across, and the clouds in the sky quickly condensed. The mist condensed rapidly, and in a short time, it gathered into the shape of a thundercloud. When thunderclouds formed in the sky, the hearts of everyone present suddenly tightened. The appearance of the pill thunder this time would determine the final winner of this pill meeting. Under the countless tense gazes, the thunderclouds rolled rapidly, and the 4 colors of blue, silver, red and gold emerged almost instantly, rendering the Danley into 4 colors. 4 colors. Seeing the 2 colors of thunder appearing in the sky, screams were heard one after another in the huge square. It's not over yet, there are more colors appearing. Soon after these shouts died down, the thunderclouds rolled again, and then a hint of purple quietly emerged, and finally, under the gaze of many fiery eyes, it expanded rapidly. In less than a minute, the purple became equal to the other 2 colors. 5 colors, 5 colors. Looking at the 3rd color that had completely emerged, the slightly quiet square suddenly became boiling again, and countless people's faces flushed with excitement. The 5-colored thunder is so spectacular that it can be said to be rarely seen in 100 years. Looking at the 5-colored Danley, some Danta elders on the high platform became extremely excited. In the distant sky, thunderclouds are rolling, affecting the hearts of countless people. And there are more colors. Suddenly a rapid scream rang out in the square, and immediately, the sound of exclamation resounded through the sky. Countless eyes hurriedly focused on watching, and indeed they saw that after the 5th color stabilized, a flash of blue flashed out from the rolling thunderclouds. Soon after, green and orange appeared one after another, making the thundercloud as brilliant as a rainbow. Boom! Looking at the 3 colors that appeared one after another, the square suddenly rioted. Everyone sat up from their chairs at this moment, looking at the gorgeous thunderclouds in the sky with shocked eyes. In the thundercloud, 8 kinds of light green, silver, red, gold, purple, blue, green, and orange made the thundercloud look like clouds, magnificent. 8 colors, 8 colored Danley. The alchemy meeting was held until the last moment, and the climax scene finally appeared. 8 colored pill thunder. Yinga really surprised us. Looking at this scene, Xuan Kongzi's eyes became moist. Even for him it was impossible to refine such pills every time. Cao Ying is only 23 or 24 years old, but at such a young age he has achieved such success. In the future, he will definitely become the top alchemist in the continent. It's incredible. Ying'er's strength has reached a level almost similar to ours. Xuanyi and Tianlizi also sighed. Chao Ying now can no longer be treated as a junior. Chao Ying can actually refine the elixir of 8-colored pill thunder. Elsewhere, the little girl Danchen also had an expression of disbelief on her face. In this way, the gap between her and Cao Ying could be said to be 10 times or even 100 times. Even if another 10 years passed, she might not be able to reach Chao Ying's level. How on earth did she get to this point? Danchen had complicated thoughts in her mind. Some time ago she had heard that Tao Ying had married. She originally thought that Tao Ying's strength would stagnate after leaving Danta, but now it has far exceeded before. At this moment, between heaven and earth, a series of burning gazes were looking at the graceful figure on the stone platform in the sky. The degree of that burning gaze actually reached the level of fanaticism. Who would have thought that a girl in her 20s could achieve such success? It's unbelievable that such a monster has appeared in Danta. We can't keep this child. If we allow him to grow up, he will definitely become a stumbling block for us in the future. Among the huge crowd below, a figure shrouded in a black robe had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. However, as soon as this murderous intent was revealed, it was sensed by the morning breeze in the distance. The soul power of the great perfection in the heavenly realm is not only about the strengthening of soul attack, but also the ability of perception is extremely terrifying. Chapter 391 Soul Palace feels threatened. Murderous intent. Are you intending to kill Ying'er? You are so worried about the appearance of a genius in Danta. It seems that those two people are from the Soul Palace. After a little thought, Chenfeng made a judgment. Then he probed out his soul power, and indeed discovered the unique aura of the Soul Palace. These two people were both Du Zun, powerful warriors from the Soul Palace. Since you want to kill Ying'er, then don't leave alive. Chenfeng's mind moved, and he left a soul mark on the two people. With his current strength, it was easy for him to leave a soul mark on people silently. When the alchemy meeting was over, the two people would die. This 8-colored pill thunder. Even a high-level Du Zun would have to go all out. I'm afraid Ying'er can't handle it. On the high platform, Xuanyi looked at the 8-colored thunderclouds with a hint of worry in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xuankongzi and Tianlizi also remembered this matter. The Danlei from this Danhui can be resisted by others. If Ying can't defeat her, we can take action later. Xuankongzi nodded. However, what happened next once again surprised the three of them. With the gathering of thunderclouds, the energy of this world suddenly became extremely violent. The terrifying power of thunder filled the sky and earth, causing the fighting spirit in people's bodies to become slightly stagnant at this time. Moreover, because of the appearance of the 8-colored thundercloud, all the thunderclouds that originally appeared in the surroundings were condensed by the 8-colored thundercloud. In this way, the power of the 8-colored thundercloud suddenly increased, and it might require a strong man at the peak of the Du Zun level to resist it. Such a huge thunder force, can Cao Ying withstand it? The pale-faced girl Danchen was very surprised. Although she was competing with Cao Ying, she had a good relationship with Tao Ying. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Tao Ying at this moment. Come on, let me see how strong this thunder tribulation is. On the stone platform in the sky, Cao Ying showed no fear at all. She slowly rose into the air, condensing a huge amount of fighting energy in her hands. 7-star Du Zun. It turned out that in the Dan world, Cao Ying took another Du Zun star-raising pill, which raised his cultivation from the original 6-star Du Zun to the 7-star Du Zun level. With the addition of some heavenly level fighting skills, there is really no pressure to resist these thunder tribulations. Boom! A ray of lightning condensed from the thundercloud and struck the pill fiercely. The tremendous fighting spirit energy condensed in Cao Ying's hands was also released and collided with the pill thunder. The huge energy impact caused dark space cracks to appear in the space around the collision site. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky were thick and pressing down on the sky. The continuous thunder made many people's ears numb. Today they have seen enough Danlei for a lifetime. The Danlai after being integrated was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. The thunder poured down like a rainstorm and lasted for nearly half an hour. After half an hour, the sky was ravaged by the gorgeous thunder. Of course, the eyes and ears of everyone present were also destroyed. However, under this kind of bombardment, Tao Ying did not get exhausted. Obviously, her cultivation of the 7-star Du Zun was not just for show. A high-level Du Zun in his 20s and an 8th-grade high-level alchemist. It is difficult to find such talent even among those ancient races. It can even be said that not a single one can be found, even those with divine bloodlines at this age. may just have entered the realm of Duzun. Boom in the sky, the pill thunder continued to rage unwillingly for more than 10 minutes and finally had to give up this tough bone. The energy fluctuations in the clouds gradually faded, and the thick thunderclouds slowly dispersed under the gaze of countless eyes. As the thick thunderclouds above the sky dissipated, warm sunlight once again poured down from the sky, shining on the world that had been ravaged by the Danli. The warm feeling made many people feel as if they were reborn. After enjoying a good bath in the sun, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the platform where Xuankongzi and others were. Now that the alchemy conference had come to an end, it was time to announce the final results. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Xuankongzi on the high platform also smiled slightly. Immediately, he took a step forward slowly. His eyes slowly swept across the sky, and then stopped on the thin figure. At this time I won't say anything unnecessary. The pill thunder has dissipated, so I ask all the contestants to take out the pills you have refined. Hearing Xuankongzi's voice, the dozen or so people who were still standing on the stone platform hesitated for a moment, and then one round and shiny pill after another slowly flew up from their hands and then hovered in front of them. As soon as these elixirs appeared, the fragrance of elixirs in this world suddenly became much stronger. Among the suspended pills there were 8 that looked like night pearls. However, although these pills looked good and would have certainly caused a surge of popularity under normal circumstances, the 7th grade high-level pills did not attract too much attention. Because, above the 8 7th grade high-level elixirs, 3 elixirs filled with a faint spiritual mist were suspended in the air. These 3 pills are the 3-color Danlei pill of the old monster Qinghua, the 2-color Danlei pill of Danshan, and the pill of Taoying that has experienced the 8-color Danlei pill. Although the 7th grade and 8th grade elixirs look similar in appearance, even someone who knows nothing about alchemy can tell the difference between the two at a glance, and this difference is the difference in spirituality. The 7th grade elixir has a high energy content, but it is a dead elixir. On the other hand, the 8th grade elixir has its own spirituality. This kind of elixir is called a living elixir or a spiritual elixir. At this moment, Chaoying's pill turned into an 8-colored little dragon flying high above, pressing down the pills of Dan Chen and Qinghua Old Monster. The quality of the elixir can be judged immediately. On the high platform, Xuankongzi just glanced at it and announced loudly, "The spirit is the most respected elixir. Now the most noble elixir of this alchemy competition has been born, and its owner is the final champion of this alchemy competition. He is Cao Ying." As Xuankongzi finished speaking, the corners of Cao Ying's mouth curved up, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the top of a building below. There Chenfeng stood tall and straight. When their eyes met, both of them could feel the joy in each other's hearts. The champion of the Danhui is a symbol of seniority and a top power. Today, Cao Ying has become truly famous in the mainland for his medicine refining skills. In the square below, thunderous applause broke out because of Xuankongzi's words. Chapter 392 Shy Little Sister Danshan. The earth-shaking and boiling applause lasted for nearly 10 minutes before it gradually faded away. Cao Ying, you have won the Danhui Championship. In the future, you will also become one of the candidates for Danta's future giants. The Xuankongzi looked at Cao Ying on the stone platform with a smile and said slowly, his face full of pride. Cao Ying was his apprentice, and he was also proud to receive this honor. At this moment, as soon as Xuankongzi said this, countless envious and jealous eyes were cast on Cao Ying. The title of Danta's future giant candidate means that Cao Ying has the opportunity to become a future Danta giant. This position can truly be regarded as standing at the top of the Duqi continent. Everyone present knew how powerful the Danta giant was. He was the spiritual leader in the hearts of countless alchemists on the continent. Danta did not actually go to war with anyone, but no one on the continent would doubt the terrifying power possessed by this ancient force. Under those countless envious gazes, Cao Ying nodded slightly. Regardless of whether he really becomes a giant in the Alchemy Association in the future, at least there is no need to refuse. As the champion, as mentioned before, you will receive a scroll of soul cultivation method passed down from ancient times. Xuankongzi raised his hand, and an ancient parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Then he pushed his palm forward, and the ancient scroll, accompanied by a ray of light, flashed towards Cao Ying like lightning. "Thank you, teacher." Cao Ying was not very excited when she received the scroll. Danta's method of soul cultivation is definitely not as good as the soul-nourishing technique taught by Chenfeng. When it comes to soul cultivation method, it is natural to choose the best one, so that you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. And then Xuankongzi directly announced one thing, that is, starting from this alchemy conference, The winner of the alchemy tower will not have to subdue the 3,000 flames, because the 3,000 flames have already been subdued by Tao Ying. This kind of news is very shocking to most people. However, some people have already learned this inside information and know that the 3,000 flames were refined by Tao Ying before. Because of this incident, Tao Ying's fame can be said to have reached a peak again, and her deeds will spread to all parts of the mainland at an extremely terrifying speed. Congratulations. After the alchemy meeting was announced to be over, Tao Ying went straight to Chenfeng. Chenfeng congratulated him with a smile on his face. This time, my wish has finally come true. Hearing Chenfeng's congratulations, Tao Ying smiled and nodded. Let's go back to the inn first. Chenfeng chuckled, then took Tao Ying's soft little hand and prepared to walk towards the inn. See. At this moment, a soft female voice came from behind the two of them. Chenfeng looked back and found that the person who came was none other than Dan Chen, the alchemy genius of the Dan family who had won the 3rd place in the alchemy contest. Although Dan Chen's appearance is not particularly stunning, she has a kind of beauty like a beautiful girl next door, and she is particularly pleasing to the eye. Although she was only 18 or 19 years old, her figure wrapped in a plain dress was hidden deep inside. Chenfeng had met countless people, so naturally he could see at a glance that Dan Chen was a man of real substance. Originally Chenfeng was planning to take Tao Ying to the inn for some communication, but now that he saw the beautiful girl Dan Chen coming over on her own initiative, he could wait. Sister Dan Chen, what's the matter? Tao Ying, who was beside Chenfeng, was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile. Sister Tao Ying, I want to ask. Dan Chen trotted up to Chenfeng and Tao Ying, but looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Sister Dan Chen, is it inconvenient to ask? Tao Ying said softly. Dan Chen nodded gently, looking very well behaved. Then follow me to the inn room. Tao Ying took the initiative to invite Dan Chen. Good. Dan Chen nodded again. Sister Dan Chen, I forgot to introduce you. This is my husband Chenfeng. Brother Feng, this is Sister Dan Chen. The next moment, Tao Ying quickly introduced them to Chenfeng and Dan Chen. Hello, Sister Dan. Chenfeng showed a bright smile on his face and slowly stretched out his hand. Seeing Chenfeng's actions, Dan Chen subconsciously stretched out his little hand. However, when Chenfeng's hand was about to touch her, she suddenly remembered something and wanted to pull it back. However, Chenfeng had already held her palm, and a warm feeling came over her. Thinking of her special physique, Dan Chen's face turned pale instantly. She was worried that she would hurt Tao Ying's husband. However, what she worried about did not happen next. Brother Chenfeng, you are not affected at all. Looking at Chenfeng's performance, a hint of joy appeared on Dan Chen's pretty face. Over the years, anyone who had physical contact with her would have their soul power absorbed by her. That was why she had no friends around her and was very reserved and shy. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel happy when she found that Chenfeng could have normal contact with her. It's okay, your physique has no effect on me, Chenfeng said with a smile. Very nice. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, the smile on Dan Chen's face became even brighter, and he was so reluctant to let go of his hand. Skesk, looking at this, Sister Dan Chen might also. Seeing the ambiguous relationship between Chenfeng and Tao Ying was secretly surprised. She knew very well that Chenfeng was a romantic man with dozens of women around him. Seeing the ambiguity between Chenfeng and Dan Chen, Tao Ying did not feel jealous. If she was really jealous, she would have died of jealousy. Next, Chenfeng, Tao Ying and Dan Chen walked towards the inn where they had stayed before. Yinger, Sister Dan, I have to go do some things and will be back later. After arriving at the inn room, Chenfeng didn't say much. He just gave some instructions and left. He had one more thing to do. Before, at the alchemy meeting, 2 Soul Palace venerables expressed murderous intent towards Tao Ying, which Chenfeng could not tolerate. Therefore, he went out this time just to deal with the 2 Soul Palace venerables. Following the 2 soul marks cast earlier, Chenfeng quickly found the small courtyard where the 2 Soul Palace masters were hiding. Boom! After the morning breeze arrived, a terrifying soul barrier instantly isolated this courtyard from the outside world. Ho! The sudden change made the 2 Soul Palace masters terrified. I am your master. Chenfeng said this in a cold voice, and then a powerful soul force shot out, knocking the 2 men unconscious instantly. Afterwards, he took out 2 intermediate puppet pills, and gave them to the 2 men to take. From then on, 2 more venerables from the Soul Palace became his most loyal servants. Chapter 393 Capture Dan Chen. Sister Tao Ying, are you saying that your rapid progress in this year is all related to Brother Chenfeng? In the room of the inn, after Chenfeng left, Tao Ying and Dan Chen talked about some more private topics. Yes, if it weren't for Brother Feng, my medicine refining skills would probably be only at your level now. Cao Ying smiled and nodded. In the following conversation, Cao Ying talked about some more private things. After hearing those things, Dan Chen's little face turned red. Can you make rapid progress by practicing like that? Dan Chen's heart beat faster, with some doubt in his eyes. Crack! At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Chenfeng, who had dealt with the two Soul Palace masters, walked in. Because of the conversation with Cao Ying just now, Dan Chen's face suddenly became hot when he saw Chenfeng. Sister Dan, it seems that you are also curious about that unique way of cultivation. Why don't I take you to experience it? As Chenfeng spoke, he held Dan Chen's little hand. Her little hands, as white as jade, were very soft and felt warm. Brother Morning Breeze, Dan Chen seldom goes out and has a shy personality. When teased by an old hand like Chenfeng, she instantly becomes a little overwhelmed. Her heart beats faster, her chest heaves, and she gasps for breath. Task. Looking at the stunning scenery in front of him, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. Despite his young age, Dan Chen has not fallen behind in development. On the contrary, he is ahead of the others. Its majesty is comparable to that of Lin Fei and Xu Nini. Sister Dan, your skin is so fair and tender. I guess it must be the same under your clothes. The Morning Breeze began to move his hands all over. During this process, although Dan Chen resisted a little, it seemed like he was half-hearted no matter how you looked at it. Dan Chen has a special physique and has never had physical contact with anyone in all these years. Moreover, Chenfeng's appearance, cultivation, identity, conversation and other aspects were so excellent that Dan Chen really could not find a reason to refuse. The next moment, Chenfeng picked up Dan Chen. Sister Cao Ying. Dan Chen glanced at Cao Ying beside him, but it was obvious that he was not asking for help, but rather begging for permission. Sister Dan Chen, Brother Feng is so outstanding. Don't you want to be with him? Cao Ying smiled and nodded, agreeing with Chenfeng and Dan Chen's actions. Seeing this, the only worry in Dan Chen's heart disappeared, and she stretched out her arms and embraced Chenfeng's neck. Inside the room, a spring light filled the air. But after the alchemy meeting ended, the name of the enchantress Cao Ying became famous throughout Zhongzhou. And Cao Ying is a disciple of the three giants of Danta, which makes alchemists all over the world have a deeper yearning for Danta. However, the most enviable person is Chenfeng, the emperor of the empire in the northwest continent. He directly married the enchantress Cao Ying as his wife. He actually picked up an 8th grade high-level alchemist for free. After investigation by some interested parties, they found that the Morning Wind Empire had recently begun to expand, and its territory was dozens of times larger than before. Even the chaotic land of Black Horn had been completely conquered by it. How strong is the Lion Nether sect? At this moment, in a fortress thousands of miles outside the Black Horn region, Jia Xingshan, the commander-in-chief of the Gamma Empire army, was planning the next battle with a worried look on his face. Places like the northwestern continent cannot compare to central China, which is home to many powerful people. Although there are numerous sects and empires there, they are always in a state of conflict among themselves. Although there are some powerful forces that want to unify it, they have never been able to achieve it. What's more, the so-called powerful forces there are only at the level of first-class forces in Zhongzhou. In fact, they are not stronger than the Saifang Pavilion. Therefore, some forces and powerful people in Zhongzhou do not take those places too seriously. Originally, there was no major unrest in the northwest continent, but half a year ago, a sect called the Lion Nether sect suddenly began a large-scale conquest. Wherever the strong men of their sect went, no one could defeat them. In just less than half a year, nearly 1/3 of the northwestern continent fell into the control of the Lion Nether sect. With the continuous expansion of the Lion Nether sect and the Gamma Empire, some conflicts have arisen between the two forces, and they have even come into combat. This is also what Jia Xingshan is worried about. Reporting to Master Jia, the Lion Nether sect is considered an old established force in the northwest continent. There are 3 or 4 Duzun strongmen in the sect, and the sect master is estimated to be a 4-star Duzun. However, recently for some reason, its strength has increased dramatically. Below, Yan Luotian, who had already surrendered, reported to Jia Xingshan very respectfully. Check for me and find out why the Lion Nether sect suddenly became stronger. Jia Xingshan said in a deep voice that now, in the entire army of the Jiama Empire, he was the only one with the cultivation level of Duzun. There were quite a few high-level Duzongs, but this strength was absolutely no match for the Shiming sect. Yes, Jia Lao. After Jia Xingshan finished speaking, Yan Luotian and other senior military officials took their leave one after another. Add Xingshan, no need to check. At this moment, a rather cold voice sounded in the empty hall. Who is it? Upon hearing this, Jixingxin's face immediately became alert, and in his palms, fighting energy surged, ready to attack at any time. However, after the mysterious man appeared, Jixingxin immediately let down his guard. A man in a black robe appeared in front of Jixingxin. He exuded an extremely gloomy aura. He was surrounded by black air and his face could not be seen clearly. But Jixingxin was very familiar with him, because it was this figure who had rescued him countless times when he was in danger. So it's you, the senior, who has arrived. I'm so sorry that Xingxin failed to welcome you in person. Jixingxin bowed deeply to the man in black robe. No need to be polite. The people behind the Lion Nether Sex War are the Soul Palace. You don't need to care about them. Leave them to me to handle. The man in black robe waved his hand. The true identity of this man in black robe is the soul slave who was once refined by Chenfeng, the Eagle Protector, but now he should be called Eagle Venerable. As the incarnation of a soul slave, the Eagle Protector, like Yao Chen, possesses the ability to devour living souls. He secretly follows the army led by Jixingxin, roaming around battlefields and collecting souls. He has already raised his cultivation to the level of a 9-star Dazun. Even the 9 great celestial masters of the Soul Palace are no match for him. Cell Palace. Hearing these 2 words, Jixingxin's eyes suddenly showed great confusion. Over the years he had also learned about some of the major forces in Zhongzhou, and knew that the Soul Palace was one of the most powerful forces on the continent. However, it is very intriguing that such a huge force would actually come to support a force in the northwest continent. Generally speaking, the forces and strong men in Zhongzhou always look down on the continents other than Zhongzhou. Therefore, there are very few forces that would interfere in the affairs of these places. After all, not only are there all kinds of people there, but even if they can be secretly controlled, they won't gain much benefit. On the contrary, in the end, they might end up losing more than they gain. Why would the Soul Palace come to the northwest continent to start a war for no reason? Jixingxin was still very confused. Collecting souls, the forces in Zhongzhou are complicated and intricate. Even the Soul Palace doesn't dare to start a war easily. But places like the northwest continent are different. With the power of the Soul Palace, it is enough to dominate a one-sided war, and they only need to show up afterward to get countless souls. Venerable Eagle licked his lips and spoke bluntly. Why are they so eager to use this method to collect souls now? In the past, even if the Soul Palace collected souls, it was only done in secret. Something like this that directly triggered a war has never happened before. Hearing this, Jixingxin was still somewhat confused, but was interrupted by Venerable Jiu. The Soul Palace must have a conspiracy to collect souls, but don't ask too much about it. Venerable Eagle shook his head and said that he was of course aware of some of the Soul Palace's purposes, but considering Xingxin's current strength, it was not important whether he knew or not. Thank you, Senior, for clearing up my confusion today. Jixingxin did not continue to ask questions, but bowed to express his gratitude. Soon Venerable Eagle left. Jixingxin continued to send people to expand, and the conflict with the Lion Nether sect intensified. On Chenfeng's side, after making Dan Chen, the genius of the Dan family, fall asleep and subdue him, he directly brought him back to the Wind Realm. Dan Chen, who has always been shy, suddenly looked a little flustered when he saw other women in Fengji. Sister Dan, don't be nervous. They are all easy to get along with. Chenfeng took Dan Chen's hand and walked towards Yun Yun and others. When introducing Dan Chen, Chenfeng specially emphasized one point, that is, Dan Chen's special physique has the effect of absorbing people's soul power. Chenfeng can resist it, but others do not have this strength. Therefore, Chenfeng has to find a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, Dan Chen may be isolated, and only he will be able to touch him in the future. On the 3rd day after returning to the Wind Realm, Chenfeng received good news again. Lingyu, who had been pregnant for more than 2 years, was finally about to give birth. Moreover, like Queen Medusa, she was giving birth to triplets. Ding, congratulations to the host for having 3 offspring. I will reward the host with a big gift package. Ding, because Lingyu gave birth to triplets this time, all rewards will be multiplied tenfold. Hearing the system prompt, Chenfeng was very excited and ran in quickly to visit Lingyu and her son. With the recovery pill, Lingyu's delivery process was not very painful and she recovered quickly. At this moment, Lingyu was only wearing a thin black silk dress. Her fair skin was faintly visible through the dress. Her chest was extremely full, and her curvy figure seemed to be about to burst out from under the black silk dress, attracting Chenfeng's attention. She had shiny and smooth black hair that fell to her waist, a full and white forehead, curved dark eyebrows, bright cherry lips, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked more charming and captivating than peach blossoms. Her long and pointed ears added a lot of wild charm to her. Thinking that Lingyu had not been nourished for a long time, Chenfeng felt itchy and reached out to pick up Lingyu. Lingyu's voice can be said to be the most charming among all the women in Chenfeng. Hearing her voice, I feel my bones go soft. System, open the gift package. After some twists and turns, Chenfeng opened the gift package he had obtained before. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 1,000 years. But currently increased by 2,800 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 10%. Currently increased by 28%. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 micro soul essences. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining and turning doors of doing stir up pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate age experience pills. Ding, all the above rewards have been pills. Please check them. As Chenfeng's light cry in his heart died down, several system prompts sounded in his mind one after another. How, this is really a great harvest. Hearing these system prompts, Chenfeng was overjoyed. Next, Chenfeng consumed these rewards from the system, and his cultivation level directly reached the terrifying realm of a 5-star Deluo. Moreover, he has 2 chances to take the Fighting Saint Star Rising pill. In other words, as long as Chenfeng keeps trying, he will be able to break through to the 7-star Du Sheng with the help of the Du Sheng Star Up pill. By then, perhaps only a few people in this world will pose a threat to him. This was because Chenfeng, whose cultivation had reached the level of a 7-star Du Sheng, with some tricks was able to compete with an 8-star Du Sheng. Even the Thunder Clan Chief and the Flame Clan Chief, who were in the late 8-star Du Sheng stage, could not do anything to him. Even when facing the void-devouring flame, or even Gu Yuan and Emperor Hun Tian, Chenfeng had the capital to fight back a few moves and was not completely powerless. After breaking through to the 5-star Deluo, Chenfeng also discovered some things through the monitoring compass. In the edge area of the army led by Jia Xingxian, some unfamiliar Dulio strongmen would appear from time to time, causing the monitoring compass to sound an alarm. It seems that the people of the Soul Palace have begun to harvest souls through the battlefield in the northwest continent. When Chenfeng saw this situation, he immediately guessed some of the reasons. Because Chenfeng had destroyed both the Tiangang Hall and the Disha Hall of the Soul Palace, the souls and the origins of those souls inside were lost, which was a huge loss for the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace is doing this now as if it has been forced into a corner, madly provoking wars and then harvesting souls in secret. What's the point of supporting a mere Lion Nether sect? After guessing the answer, Chenfeng sneered in his heart. This time he did not plan to let Jia Xingxian and his men fight slowly, because, if such a war continued, most of the strength of the northwest continent would be consumed. Even if they won in the end, the overall strength of the northwest continent would be greatly reduced. Therefore Chenfeng planned to send out his powerful men to take action. Venerable Eagle now has the strength of a peak Du Zun. On the Soul Palace side, because the second Heavenly Venerable Gu Yu and the fourth Heavenly Venerable Shu He were killed one after another, now only the third Heavenly Venerable can suppress Venerable Eagle. Chenfeng planned to have the Eagle Reverend appear directly to put pressure on the Lion Nether sect in the Soul Palace. Chapter 3094. Destroy the Lion Nether sect and conquer the northwest continent. After Chenfeng gave an order to Lord Eagle began to appear frequently on the battlefield between the Jiama Empire army and other major forces in the northwestern continent. With his strength as a 9-star Du Zun, few leaders of the forces in the northwest continent can survive more than 3 moves from him. Under such circumstances, wherever the Gamma Empire's army passed, all the major forces and empires, big and small, that they encountered in the northwest continent surrendered to it. Soon nearly 1/3 of the northwestern continent was occupied by the Gamma Empire. At this time, the conflict between the Gamma Empire and another force, the Lion Nether sect, which also occupied 1/3 of the northwestern continent, reached a climax. The conflict between the two sides continued to intensify, and finally they declared war on each other. On this day the people of the Lion Nether sect sent a declaration of war to Jia Xingxian, and agreed to have a decisive battle at a place called Chu Hai Plain. The outcome of this battle will determine who will become the ruler of the northwest continent. A few days later, Jia Xingxian and his men rushed to the Chu Hai Plain as promised. Soon the other side of this huge grassland was suddenly covered by a vast black fog. Under the black fog, one could faintly hear the deafening sound of fighting. A murderous aura spread out, making the faces of the soldiers from the Gamma Empire look extremely solemn. On the Jiama Empire side, the leader is Jia Xingxian, although he only has the cultivation level of a low-level Duzun now. However, the powerful people he controls are even inferior to many veteran Duzun masters. There are a lot of high-level Duzong masters in the Imperial Army, but apart from Jia Xingxian there are no other Duzun masters. However, the presence of Lord Eagle floating in the air gave the Imperial Army great confidence. There are many Duzun masters in the Shiming sect. In the decisive battle later, you build a defense formation to resist. Leave the rest to me, Venerable Eagle said loudly in the sky. Due to these open battles, his speed in capturing souls has slowed down a bit, and this battle is just the right time to make up for it. He could feel that there were many familiar auras in the opposing camp. Those people were his immediate superiors a few years ago, but now, they were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Boom! Just after Lord Eagle gave this order, a deafening drum sound suddenly rang out from the black fog in the distance. Soon, figures emerged from the black fog and finally hovered above the sky. The powerful force spread out and enveloped the world. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man, carrying a golden sword, looked at Lord Eagle with fear. Sir, the Jiama Empire is so weak. It is impossible for you to reverse the situation by yourself. Why don't you join our Lion Nether sect? I am willing to treat you as the Supreme Elder. The man in gold clothes spoke loudly, being very polite to the Eagle Protector in his words. Are you worthy of me joining the tiny Lion Nether sect? Upon hearing this, Venerable Eagle did not give any face at all. Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me, Shi Tian, for bullying the minority with our numbers. The blond man's face became serious. Behind him, 4 or 5 people flew out. All of them had Duzun cultivation, and powerful auras emanated from them. These are all Duzun masters. There are so many Duzun, the gap is too big. When these people appeared, the faces of everyone in the Gamma Empire army became extremely solemn. Including Shitian, and the other side already has 6 Duzun powerful warriors. Many major forces in Zhongzhou do not have such a force. How did the Shiming sect gather so many powerful people? Just a bunch of clowns. As these Duzun helpers appeared, Juzon's face was still full of disdain. He casually said to Jia Xingxian below, Jia Xingxian, organize the formation. Yes, Senior Eagle. Hearing this, Jia Xingxian nodded solemnly, and then shouted, set up the formation. As Jia Xingxian finished speaking, many generals and soldiers in the army shouted in unison, and streams of energy burst out. Soon, a huge defensive shield was formed covering the entire Gamma army and standing between the two camps. Crossbowmen, get ready, Jia Xingxian shouted coldly again, and bursts of creaking sounds of bows and crossbows suddenly rang out. The crossbow carts, which were as big as 70 or 80 feet, were quickly pulled open by the combined efforts of several people. On it, the sharp crossbow arrow that was nearly 2 meters long was flashing with a cold luster. This crossbow arrow was refined by the Gamma Empire using special materials and was used by several warriors who had reached the Doling level. Its power is such that even a Duong strongman will have his body pierced through and nailed to the ground if he is caught off guard. Shishin, stop talking nonsense and do it. As the blond man frowned, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. Hearing this voice, the middle-aged man named Shitian's expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to look behind him. There, an old man in black was standing in the air, with souls circling around him, emitting shrill screams that made people feel chilled. Yes, Lord Sixth Heavenly Lord, Shitian nodded, his voice full of humility. The other party was a powerful warrior at the peak of Duzun, while he, Shitian, was only a 6-star Duzun. The reason why the Shiming sect could have so many Duzun warriors was all because of these 6 Tianzuns. Sixth Heavenly Lord, let me see how strong you are. In the sky, after the old man in black appeared, Venerable Eagle licked his lips and a hint of desire appeared in his eyes. The aura of this guy seems quite familiar, very much like someone in the palace. The 6 Heavenly Lords' gazes were now focused on Lord Eagle, their eyes filled with surprise. He, 6th Heavenly Lord, today, your opponent is me. The next moment, Venerable Eagle laughed strangely and rushed to a place 100 feet in front of the 6 Heavenly Lords. Hearing this laughter that couldn't be more familiar, a trace of uneasiness emerged on the old face of Lu Tianzun. And then, several black chains emanating from the body of Eagle Venerable made his eyelids twitch violently. This is because the methods and aura emanating from this Eagle Reverend are almost identical to those of his soul palace. Who on earth are you? The 6th Heavenly Lord attacked angrily and also shot out several black chains. In the battle between 2 top Duzuns, those low-level Duzuns no longer had the strength to participate. Even Shitian led his men to disperse. Bang in the sky. Lord Eagle and the 6 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace tried their first move, and a loud roar occurred as the energy exploded. Kill! At this moment, Shi Tian took advantage of the 2 men fighting and gave the order to attack. As Shi Tian's loud shout fell, the huge army of the Shiming sect suddenly burst into earth, shaking shouts of killing. Soon, the entire plain began to tremble rapidly. The endless army, like a tide, rushed towards the army of the Gamma Empire with murderous intent. Feeling the murderous aura that suddenly filled the world, everyone in the Gamma Empire's army looked a little solemn. Swish, swish, swish! As the troops were surging in like a tide, the Gamma front also suddenly erupted with a series of sounds of breaking wind. The huge crossbow arrows shot out like a dark cloud, and finally poured into the army of the Lion Nether sect. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out. Looking at the army of the Lion Nether sect that was nailed to death by countless huge crossbow arrows, there was no fluctuation in Jia Xingshan's eyes. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky, where nearly 100 people were standing in the air. Behind these more than 100 people standing in the air, there are densely packed Du Wang and Du Huang powerful men vibrating their Du Q wings. These troops are the ones that people fear the most. Get started, break the energy shield. Shi Tian glanced at the line of troops below that was blocked, and couldn't even get within 100 feet of the Gamma army. And there was no trace of pain on his face. The troops below that have not even reached the Du Wang level are nothing but cannon fodder. The elite troops who can truly shake the Gamma Empire's army are these powerful men in the sky. When Shi Tian waved his hand down, the strong men in the sky finally began to form a semicircle and quickly approached the fortress. At a certain moment, with a loud shout, powerful fighting spirit roared across the sky, and finally exploded towards the energy shield in an overwhelming manner. Bang, bang, bang. Countless energy threads exploded above the energy shield, causing ripples to appear on the energy shield. Crossbowmen, change your target. Strong warriors above Do Wang level, launch a counterattack and stabilize the energy shield. Facing the overwhelming attack from the Lion Nether sect, Jia Xingshan issued orders one after another in an orderly manner. The battles in the past few years made him extremely familiar with this kind of war. Swoosh. As soon as Jia Xingshan's old voice fell, the specially made huge crossbow arrow suddenly moved, and with a whistling sound of breaking through the wind, it shot fiercely towards the strong men in the sky of the Lion Nether sect. Under this almost all-encompassing attack, bodies fell continuously to the ground like kites with broken strings. However, this kind of bloody fight also made the strong men on both sides become bloodthirsty. Powerful lines of fighting spirit whistled across the sky, and finally they started a fierce battle. Boom, boom. Above the energy shield, dense attacks continued to pour down, causing the ripples on it to become more and more violent. However, because of the protection of the energy shield, the loss rate of the strong men of the Lion Nether sect was obviously much faster than that of the Gamma Empire. It's almost consumed. In the sky, Shi Tian looked at the constantly fluctuating energy shield, smiled faintly, and slowly made a strange gesture with his hand. The reason why the Lion Nether sect was able to sweep across 1/3 of the northwestern continent in such a short period of time was not because it relied on these Du Wang and Do Huang powerhouses, but Du Zong and even Dozhen powerhouses. When Shi Tian made this gesture, the black fog behind them slowly tore apart, and nearly 100 figures slowly walked out. Before these 100 figures, there were nearly 18 auras, vast and terrifying. When these people appeared, even the whole world began to tremble. When these people appeared, Jia Xingshan's face changed drastically. Among them, there are actually 18 Du Zun powerful men. Together with the previous 5, the number of Du Zun powerful men in the Lion Nether sect has reached as many as 23 or 24. Boom! The hundreds of figures walked slowly forward in the void, and the huge crossbow arrows flying towards them would automatically explode when they reached a distance of 100 feet in front of them. Drink! When they were only a few hundred feet away from the fortress, the hundreds of figures finally stopped. Immediately afterwards, vast amounts of fighting spirit suddenly surged out from their bodies and finally gathered in the sky, condensing into a giant energy beast that was 1,000 feet long. The giant beast took shape, and 2 streams of white mist dozens of feet long spurted out from its nostrils. Then it stepped directly into the void, and in the horrified gazes of countless people, it fiercely crashed into the energy shield condensed by the army of the Gamma Empire. Although there were ferocious attacks bombarding the beast from the fortress, it did not stop it at all. Disperse! At this moment a shout rang out between heaven and earth. With just a single word, the attack launched by so many Du Zun and Du Zong masters disappeared between heaven and earth without any warning. Hey, what happened? Looking at this strange scene, fear suddenly appeared on Xiaoyan's face. After hearing those words, he felt that he could no longer mobilize the fighting spirit in his body. This is. Hearing the resounding voice, the 6 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace who were fighting with Eagle Lord felt their minds tremble suddenly. However, just when his concentration was distracted, Eagle Lord's attack hit him fiercely. Puff! The 2 men were of similar strength, and such a strong blow would have caused injuries to their internal organs instantly. The body of the 6 heavenly lords suddenly fell from the sky. It looks like the master has taken action. When Venerable Eagle heard the familiar voice, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued, wanting to kill the 6 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace directly. Boom! At this moment, a space crack appeared in the sky, and a fierce suction force erupted from it, directly acting on Xiaoyan and the 20 or so Duzun powerful men. Under this huge suction force, all the powerful men of the Lion Nether sect were sucked into the space cracks, and miserable screams were heard one after another. After these people were sucked away, the huge space crack disappeared without a trace. Kill! As the powerful Duzun of the Lion and Nether sect disappeared, Jia's side immediately organized people to launch a counterattack against the people of the Lion and Nether sect. On the other side, Venerable Eagle chased the defeated 6 heavenly lords far away from the battlefield. Under this fierce pursuit, the injuries of the 6th heavenly lord became more and more serious, and he was finally tied up by several chains thrown by the Eagle Lord. Who are you? The 6th heavenly lord asked again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You'll know soon. Lord Eagle laughed strangely, and an extremely gloomy black aura emanated from his body. This gloomy aura was even more intense than that of the people in the Soul Palace. Chapter 395. Xian gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Amid the ear-piercingly hideous laughter, the figure of Lord Eagle was completely exposed. Under the black robe, there was only a soul without a body. He opened his mouth wide and bit directly at the 6 heavenly lords. With just this one bite, Lu Tianzin actually felt like a piece of his soul was missing. Who on earth are you? Seeing the attitude of Vulture Venerable who was ready to eat a living soul alive, the 6 heavenly venerables were terrified to the extreme. If he was allowed to be devoured by Lord Eagle, he would be equivalent to being eaten alive. I am just a small guardian who was sent to steal the ancient jade of the Xiao clan. How could a big shot like you, 6th heavenly venerable, have any impression of me? Now that the matter has become a foregone conclusion, Venerable Eagle did not continue to hide his identity, but directly revealed his previous role as the Soul Palace's guardian and the missions he had performed. How is this possible? The 6 heavenly lords obviously did not believe what Venerable Eagle said. How could a small guardian grow to such a terrifying level in just 3 or 4 years? It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, you will soon become a part of my power. The guardian eagle continued to gnaw on the souls of the 6 heavenly lords. A few minutes later, the entire soul of Lu Tianzin was swallowed by it, and Juzun did not intend to let go of Lu Tianzin's body. The body of a peak Duzun might be used for his resurrection. After the battle at Chuhai Plain, the Lion Nether sect completely disappeared from the stage of the Northwest continent. From now on, there will no longer be a sect called the Lion Nether sect in the Northwest continent. The might of the Gamma Empire will surely sweep across the entire Northwestern continent, making many forces tremble in fear. The Soul Palace's plan to start a war was completely thwarted. Damn it, Old Six actually failed. How could the Gamma Empire have such a strong fighting force? At the border between the Northwestern continent and the Central Plains, a man in a black robe had a very gloomy expression. This person's cultivation is also at the peak level of Duzun, and he is the 5th Tianzin of the Soul Palace. 7 or 8 months ago, the Soul Palace and the Human Palace were destroyed, causing heavy losses. Several of them planned to start a war to make up for the losses, but now all their efforts were in vain. Not only did they fail to harvest any souls, but they also lost 6 heavenly lords and nearly 10 venerables. Old 5, now that things have come to this, let's go to the Earth Palace to report. The Deputy Palace Master is already waiting for us. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. This person was the 3 heavenly lords of the Soul Palace. His strength was even stronger than the Blood River heavenly lord who had appeared before, and he had reached the level of a junior semi-saint. Deputy Palace Master. Hearing the words of the 3 heavenly lords, a look of awe instinctively appeared on the faces of the 5 heavenly lords. Although these 9 heavenly lords hold high positions of power in the Soul Palace, the real powerful person in the Soul Palace is still the Deputy Palace Master. This is because the Hall Master is basically not in the hall. He has more important things to do and only appears once every few decades. The Deputy Hall Master is their direct leader. Why did the Deputy Hall Master summon me this time? The 5 Heavenly Lords asked in a speculative tone. In my opinion, this time it is very likely that the new 9 Heavenly Lords will be arranged. San Tianzun thought for a moment and gave an answer. Rearrange the order of the Heavenly Lords. It seems that this time, third brother, you will be very successful. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 Heavenly Lords instantly became flattering. Previously the human palace was destroyed, and the Great Celestial Master and the Second Celestial Master Gayu died at the same time. In addition, before, the Starfall Pavilion took revenge and killed the 4th Celestial Master Zhu and the 8th and 9th Celestial Masters. Now, there are only 4 of the 9 Celestial Masters left in the Soul Palace. If there were to be a rearrangement, the current 3 Heavenly Lords would most likely inherit the position of the original Great Heavenly Lord, and he, the 5th Heavenly Lord, would be able to take the position of the previous Guyu. It's too early to talk about this now, let's go first. Tian Sanzun waved his hands without changing his expression, but he was very excited in his heart. If he could really sit on the throne of Great Tianzun, he would be able to get more resources. Soon, the space around the 2 people twisted and then disappeared from the spot, a wind world. Some time ago, the huge space crack that appeared on the Qihai Plain was actually the entrance to the wind realm opened by Chenfeng, which sucked in more than 20 Duzun powerful warriors from the Lion Nether sect and the Soul Palace. Now, these 23 Duzuns are all imprisoned in the Wind Realm. According to Chenfeng's plan, all the Duzuns in the Soul Palace were given to the 2 soul slaves, Juzuns and Yao Chen, as supplies. As for those Duzun masters from the Lion Nether sect and those who were forced to join the Lion Nether sect, they were all fed intermediate puppet pills and controlled. After all, if the empire wants to develop, it can't always rely on a bunch of Duzongs. The addition of these Duzun strongmen can play a very important role. Meet the master. After the puppet pill took effect, the 8 Duzuns all bowed down and saluted Chenfeng. Okay, all of you go serve on the front lines. Chenfeng waved his hand and sent these people away from the Wind Realm. After they go back, not only will they be able to let the world know that the Gamma Empire is not cruel, and will give people opportunities, but also with their original relationships in the Northwest Continent, they will be able to better manage the Northwest Continent for Morning Breeze. After this war, the Northwest Continent has basically become the back garden of the Gamma Empire, and no force dares to resist the Gamma Empire anymore. Is this Xian about to give birth? After dealing with the captives, Chenfeng's blood crystal suddenly moved. The next moment, he instantly appeared outside Xian's palace. Xian has been pregnant for more than 2 years and her belly seems a little big. Roar, roar, she gave birth. Madame Xian gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Chenfeng had just arrived when he heard 2 loud dragon roars from inside the room. Ding, it is detected that the host has 2 more offspring, and the host is rewarded with a gift package. Since Xian is pregnant with twins, the reward for this gift package will be doubled. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. However, Chenfeng did not pay attention to those hints at this moment. He wanted to go see Xian and her 2 sons first, and then entered the room very excitedly. Inside the room, Xian had already gotten off the bed. 2 purple gold dragons were surrounding her. The dragons had the ability to fly since birth, and it seemed that they had reached the 7th level. It seems that both little guys have inherited your bloodline. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng's eyes became very gentle. He walked closer to Xian and spoke with a smile. Yes, these 2 little guys not only have royal blood but also ancient dragon and phoenix blood. Xian nodded happily. In the future, the Taixu ancient dragon clan will usher in a period of prosperity that will last for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 396, Fighting with Another Self. Brother Feng, what are you going to name your child? Xian leaned on Chenfeng's chest like a little bird and asked playfully. They both have the royal blood of the ancient Taixu dragon clan. They will inherit the throne of the Dragon King in the future. Why not let them take the royal family's surname? Chenfeng thought for a moment and responded softly. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Feng. Hearing this, Xian nodded very sensibly. The boy is named Zhu Feng and the girl is named Juyan. How about that? Okay, as Xian completely agreed with Chenfeng's words. Soon Chenfeng handed the little guy to the maid and the wet nurse, and then he and Xian rolled in bed. System, open the gift package. After a fierce battle, Xian lay on Chenfeng with a happy look on her face. At this time, Chenfeng remembered to activate the double reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 200 years, but currently increased by 4,000 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 2%, currently increased by 40%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 Dusheng Star Up pills. Ding, micro soul essences. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Tony Bone Star Up pills. Ding, host for obtaining 2 intermediate experience pills. Ding, all the above rewards have been due to the suit of pills. Please check them. Cool. Chenfeng felt relieved when he heard the series of prompts from the system. Most of the rewards this time have appeared before, so Chenfeng focused his attention on the fighting arena. In the center of the system space there are 2 ancient gates, which are closed at this moment. Fighting arena, this thing is a space of its own, with a territory of 100,000 miles. When entering it, one can apply for opponents of different stages, and even replicate every person one has ever seen, including oneself. Except for the host, others cannot stay in it for more than 1 month at a time. If they exceed the time limit, they will be automatically excluded. In this space, one's own fighting spirit and various attributes cannot be changed. Even injury and death will have no effect after coming out. It seems that this is a place for people to practice fighting skills and on their combat techniques. After reading the introduction of this fighting arena, Chenfeng immediately understood its role. This kind of thing, one can be placed in the Wind Realm, and the other can be placed on the mainland to provide for the subordinates to practice. In addition, there is an interesting way to play. Since it is a fighting arena, competition is inevitable. In this area, injury and death are just an illusion. There will be real pain, but you will still be safe and sound after coming out. Therefore, gambling games can be opened at that time, and it can also be used to peacefully resolve some disputes. After looking at these things, Chenfeng went straight to the outside of the harem and set up one of the fighting arenas. This ancient gate is 100 feet wide, and the morning breeze seems a little small in front of it. A fighting arena in a territory of 100,000 miles is dozens of times larger than my Wind Realm. It's incredible. With curiosity in his heart, Chenfeng took light steps and entered the huge space door. The world in the fighting arena is like a huge square. There is no soil here and everything is carefully decorated. In the center of the fighting arena, there is a circular fighting stage with a radius of 100 miles, and around it is a circle of raised stands. At a glance, it can accommodate at least tens of millions of people watching at the same time. Of course, there are several rows of special VIP stands in the 4 directions of the stands. Yes, this way, it can create a grand scene, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. After staying in here for a while, he quickly figured out some of its functions. There are countless small arenas on the periphery. When you enter one, you can fight against others. A protective shield will automatically appear on the fighting arena to prevent anyone from leaving until the winner is decided or one of the parties is excluded. Similarly, you can also request a virtual opponent. This opponent can be a 100% replica of yourself or an opponent you imagine. Of course, the imaginary opponent is only what you know. If the opponent has practiced a certain fighting skill that you have never seen performed, the virtual opponent will not be able to perform it, so it is relatively useless. Soon, Chenfeng came to the largest fighting arena in the middle alone. The opponent he applied for this time was a 100% replica of himself. Boom! As a huge light curtain appeared and covered the fighting arena, an opponent who looked exactly like Chenfeng appeared opposite Chenfeng. I have been practicing for so long, but I have never really used my various skills. Today I can finally have a good time. Seeing the mirror image appear, Chenfeng showed a hint of excitement, and then he directly used his physical fighting skills to change his body to a size of 100 feet. The mirror image did the same, using the same physical fighting skills as Chenfeng. 2 golden giants were fighting on a fighting arena that was hundreds of miles wide. Bang! Every bombardment produced a thunderous collision sound. After close combat, Chenfeng began to exert his soul power. With the soul power of the great perfection of Heaven Realm, and the high-level soul attack fighting skills of Heaven Realm, an astonishing soul storm appeared in the fighting arena in an instant. This huge soul storm would cause serious damage even to an ordinary Du Sheng, because it was a perfect replica of the mirror image. The mirror image also had a soul that had reached the great perfection of the heavenly realm and high-level heavenly soul attack skills. Chenfeng fought with the mirror image for 2 whole days but was unable to defeat it. Even if all kinds of powerful fighting skills are used, the mirror image can successfully resolve them. It is really not an easy task to defeat an opponent who is exactly the same as you. In the end, Chenfeng could only sigh helplessly. Because he is the master of the fighting arena. He can break the rules and close the mirror when the fight has no result. Although he did not defeat the mirror image, Chenfeng was still very satisfied. He finally had a satisfying battle this time and gained a detailed understanding of the power of various fighting skills. Walking out of the fighting arena, Chenfeng discovered that Xiao Yan, Queen Medusa and others had gathered nearby. Brother Feng, seeing Chenfeng coming out, Xiao Yan walked forward curiously and asked, "What is this? Is it also a treasure with inner space?" Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then led Xiao Yan and other curious women into the fighting arena. As women of Morning Breeze, they also need to focus on strength. This fighting arena can train their practical combat abilities. Chapter 397 Sunna returns to the ancient world with the fighting arena. The fun in the Wind world has increased a lot. In this relaxed and happy atmosphere, Chenfeng's monitoring compass suddenly sounded a series of alarms. 2 waves of people broke into the northwestern continent. These 2 parties represent the strongest forces in the current Duki continent, the Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan. The leader of the Ancient Clan was an old man whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star Duluo, and the group of people from the Soul Clan who rushed to the northwest continent had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 3-star Duluo. Of course, with Chenfeng's current strength, he doesn't care about the 3-star Duluo of the Soul Clan at all. The person from the Gu Clan who came this time is not Gu Fei. Through the monitoring compass, Chenfeng could clearly observe the strong man from the Ancient Clan. At the beginning, Chenfeng was worried that the fact that Sunner was imprisoned would be exposed, so he used the intermediate puppet pill to control Gu Fei, the elder of the Ancient Clan who was in contact with Sunner. Now that a new person has come, Chenfeng guessed that this time, the Gu Clan must take Sunner back. "Sunner, I'm afraid your family is ready to take you back." The next moment, Chenfeng did not hide anything and directly told Sunner about this matter. "Someone from the clan is here to pick me up." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Sunner's expression looked a little strange. After more than 4 years, she did miss the Ancient Clan a little. The coming of age ceremony is about to begin. If I don't go back this time, my father will probably come to pick me up in person. Sunner thought about it. In that case, Sunner, you go back with the elders of your tribe first. When your tribe's coming of age ceremony comes, I will go and propose marriage, and announce to the world that I will marry you. Chenfeng touched Sunner's cheek and spoke softly. On hearing this, Sunner nodded gently, but her eyes were somewhat resentful. To be honest, they both had children running around, but they had not yet officially gotten married. "Then I'll take you there now." Chenfeng smiled awkwardly, then used the space conversion flag to send Sunner to the central area of the northwest continent. Sunner's current cultivation level has reached the level of 9-star Duzun, and she is currently in the process of becoming a saint. Such a return to her cultivation level will surely surprise the Ancient Clan leader and many elders. After sending Sunner away, Chenfeng began to turn his attention to the team of people from the Soul Palace who broke into the northwest continent. 3-star Duzun. It seems that this person should be the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall. What does he want to do by going to the northwest continent in person? Chenfeng murmured in his heart. He did not alert the enemy, but separated a wisp of soul power to observe the images displayed on the monitoring compass at all times. The clan's grand plan is about to begin, and the Xiao clan's ancient jade must be obtained as soon as possible. In the central part of the northwest continent, on the top of a mountain, 7 or 8 people in black robes gathered there, looking very mysterious. The one with the strongest cultivation among them replied politely to the person beside him. "During this period, the Soul Palace has suffered many setbacks. I will apologize when I return. No is not the time to talk about this. Xiao Clan Ancient Jade, Xiao Clan Ancient Jade, we must arrange for someone to snatch it. Maybe we can ask the local tyrant of the northwest continent for help." The black-robed man with only the strength of a 2-star Dusheng spoke. "Hun Yu, that man seems to have some relationship with Danta. I'm afraid it will be troublesome to cooperate with him." Hearing this, the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall shook his head and disagreed. This man named Hun Yu was recently sent out from the Soul Realm. He has a long history and took the position of Great Celestial Venerable when he arrived at the Soul Palace. Even the Deputy Palace Master of the Soul Palace did not dare to put on airs with him. "What should we do? I heard that the entire northwest continent is now under the control of that local tyrant." Hun Yu frowned. "It is precisely because of this that we can act more recklessly. Think about it. The strongest force in the entire northwest continent is the Jiama Empire. If something happens to the Xiao people, wouldn't the first person others suspect be the emperor of the Jiama Empire? The Soul Hall's deputy hall master raised his lips and smiled. Although it's a bit risky, this is the only way to go. Otherwise, if it takes too long, I'm afraid the elders will blame me. Hunyu nodded heavily. It turns out that the Soul Palace is desperate. While monitoring the conversation between the Soul Palace's deputy hall master and others, Chenfeng gradually became clear in his mind. Void-devouring flame, it is very likely that he has already broken through to the Emperor Realm Soul at this time, otherwise, the Soul Palace would not be so anxious, because once they are exposed, other ancient races may become wary. Chenfeng remembered that during the time when the ancient clan was holding its coming-of-age ceremony, the Soul Clan sent people to launch a plan to exterminate the Spirit Clan. People of the Xiao clan, you can't move yet. Knowing the purpose of these Soul Palace people, Chenfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After all, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were his women, and the Xiao family was his in-laws. How could he just sit back and watch when these Soul Palace people wanted to attack the Xiao family? Yao Chen. With a thought, Chenfeng used the communication stone to contact Yao Chen. Chenfeng didn't want to expose himself, so he had to let Yao Chen take action to disrupt the Soul Palace's plan. Because, if he were to kill the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall, the Soul Clan would probably be in chaos, thinking that their plan had been discovered. At that time, the one sent to the northwest continent would most likely be a powerful being like void-devouring flame. Sending Yao Chen to intercept was quite normal. After all, Chenfeng was married to Mu Qingluan, the young master of Xingyan Pavilion. If this relationship were made public, it would become reasonable for Yao Chen to attack the deputy master of the Soul Hall in order to protect the power of the Jiama Empire. Yao Chen obeys your command. After receiving Chenfeng's message, Yao Chen acted quickly. With the help of Chenfeng's Du Sheng Star upgrading pills, his current cultivation level has reached the early stage of a 4-star Du Sheng. Even Hun Mai Sheng would be unable to do anything to him without revealing his true strength. However, he is more than capable of dealing with the Deputy Palace Master of the Soul Palace, and the new Great Celestial Venerable. The rats from the Soul Palace. Why did you come to the Northwest Continent with such a large force? What shady things are you planning to do? Not long after, Yao Chen descended directly before the Soul Palace's powerful men, led by the Soul Palace's Deputy Palace Master.
Yao Chen.
This Northwest Continent is so vast. Do we need to report to you where our Soul Palace is going? Seeing Yao Chen appear silently in front of him, the Deputy Master of the Soul Palace was secretly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Because they had a mission to accomplish, they didn't even mention the fact that Yao Chen had destroyed a branch of the Soul Palace before. Haha, it seems that you don't know that the Emperor of the Northwest Continent is the husband of the young master of the Xingyan Pavilion, and the son-in-law of the Xingyan Pavilion. If you sneak here, you must report to me. Yao Chen laughed loudly and told about the relationship between Xingyan Pavilion and Chenfeng, and he domineeringly rebuked the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall. I advise you to get out of the Northwest Continent as soon as possible, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 398 Morning Breeze goes to the East region. Yao Chen. You are too arrogant. Do you think you can drive away 3 people by yourself? Looking at Yao Chen's arrogant attitude, Hun Yu, who came out of the Soul Realm, was full of indignation and was about to attack Yao Chen immediately. Don't be impulsive. Yao Chen dared to come here alone. I'm afraid he must be relying on someone. Seeing this, the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall hurriedly grabbed Hun Yu. Regarding such matters, the second and third Heavenly Venerables who had just been promoted did not dare to interrupt. They were only at the initial stage of semi-saint strength, and were very afraid of Yao Chen, a true Du Sheng powerhouse. Haha, you are worthy of being Hun Misheng's right-hand man. You still have some brains. Yao Chen suddenly laughed out loud, and the next moment, he no longer concealed his cultivation level and directly revealed the powerful aura of a 4-star Duliu. The overwhelming aura instantly made all the Soul Palace Masters except the Soul Palace's Deputy Palace Master turn pale. A 4-star Du Sheng. Yao Chen, you actually have such strength. The Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall widened his eyes at this moment, full of disbelief. This guy actually has the cultivation level of a 4-star Du Sheng. It was not until this moment that Hun Yu, who had lived in the Soul World for a long time, realized that the Central Plains continent was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yao Chen, I will give you a favor today. Please withdraw from the Northwest Continent. After learning about Yao Chen's true strength, the Deputy Hall Master of the Soul Hall stopped talking nonsense and directly ordered them to leave. Hun Yu also stopped talking and left silently. You guys know what's best for you. Watching the Soul Palace's Deputy Hall Master leading his men away, Yao Chen continued to sneer. with a look of great pride in his eyes. As for the deputy master of the Soul Palace, he stopped after retreating 1,000 miles. At this moment he had a guess in his mind. Before the human hall, one of the 3 Tiangang halls of the Soul Palace, was destroyed, and the Soul Palace had not been able to find the murderer. Now that he knew that Yao Chen had such strength, he instantly suspected Yao Chen. This matter is of great importance and needs to be reported to the palace master. Otherwise, Yao Chen will be the biggest opponent that prevents our Soul Palace from carrying out its grand plan. Considering the seriousness of the matter, the deputy master of the Soul Palace directly tore open a space crack and left alone. Master, the ancient clan has sent an invitation. In 1 month, it will be the ancient clan's 20-year coming-of-age ceremony. This is a major event for the ancient clan, because those who are qualified to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony are all the most outstanding young people in the ancient clan. 10 days later, Yao Chen came to Chenfeng again. He took out a black jade note and reported something to Chenfeng. Well, I received an invitation this time too. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, and also took out a black jade sticker with many mysterious patterns on it, which gave people a very magical feeling. There are not many forces that can receive the invitation from the ancient clan. Although Chenfeng has not revealed a strength higher than that of a semi-saint, the fact that he controls the entire northwest continent is impressive enough. Master, now that Mistress Sunner has returned, she must have become the most outstanding talent in the ancient clan. You must want to visit the ancient clan? Yao Chen asked casually. Well, I must go this time and you should come with me. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. People from the medicine clan should also be attending this ancient clan event. Hearing this, a faint smile emerged on Yao Chen's old face, but this smile was filled with subtle sadness and bitterness. Yao Chen, given your current status, the people of the Yao clan are probably regretting their decision. This time let them see how foolish their original decision was. Looking at Yao Chen's reaction, Chenfeng patted Yao Chen on the shoulder and sighed softly. Chenfeng knew that Yao Chen was a member of the Yao clan who was abandoned by them. Being in this ancient race, the pressure is actually much greater than in other places. Their rank and status are determined by the richness of blood, but the duty blood flowing in Yao Chen's body is so thin that it can be ignored. When he was in the Yao clan, Yao Chen failed in a mission, which eventually led to him being expelled from the clan. Fortunately, Yao Chen worked very hard. He put all his energy into alchemy and traveled alone in Zhongzhou for nearly 100 years, and he achieved some success. After experiencing a great disaster, he met Chenfeng again, and now he has achieved a 4-star Duluo. Even those old guys in the medicine clan do not have such strength. Yao Lao sighed softly. Master, that race may be the place where I was born and raised, but I don't have any feelings for them. My only parents died when I was young. Later, I gradually forgot about them and never even mentioned them. I'm afraid that only a few people in the Yao clan know that I was once a member of the Yao clan. Even the Soul Palace doesn't know. My only wish is to go back there and carve my parents' names on the clan monument. Don't worry, you have done a lot for me over the years. I promise that next time I go to the pharmaceutical industry, I will help you realize your dream. Chenfeng once again promised that he would not be stingy with his help to a capable subordinate like Yao Chen. The ancient world is located in the eastern region of Zhongzhou. Almost most of the forces in that area are considered to be the descendants of the ancient clan. Of course, even the leaders of some forces are extremely unfamiliar with the emperor of the eastern region. The only thing they knew was that this emperor, like existence, possessed extremely terrifying power. If they wanted to survive in the vast and endless eastern region of Zhongzhou, having an ancient clan's subordinate force on their head was always an effective golden ticket to immunity from death. The ancient clan, this mysterious and powerful race, has been passed down from ancient times to the present. They possess talents that ordinary people envy. The path of cultivation that is extremely difficult in the eyes of ordinary people is, in their eyes, a flat road leading directly to the heaven. They only need a small amount of practice to become strong in the eyes of ordinary people, and quickly surpass those peers who work hard to practice, and finally add all kinds of dazzling halos to their heads. Because of these reasons, the ancient tribe has a mysterious color in the eyes of many people in the eastern region. Even in some remote areas, there are still some people who regard it as a god-like existence. The degree of fanaticism makes it hard for ordinary people to believe, because everyone knows that there are no gods in this world. The northwestern continent is quite far away from the eastern region of Zhongzhou. Therefore, when there was still half a month before the ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony, Chenfeng took Yao Chen and set off for the eastern region. This time Chenfeng chose to travel in a high-profile manner. He took out the 8th level peak flying monster he had obtained before, the Void Thunder Eagle. The speed of the Void Thunder Eagle is unmatched even by some low-level Du Sheng powerhouses, and it can also travel through the void space at will. Chapter 399 Ancient Holy City Master. At our current speed we should be able to reach the eastern region, the entrance to the ancient realm, tomorrow. It is in a city called the Ancient Holy City in the center of the eastern region. Yao Chen sat cross-legged on the body of the huge Void Thunder Eagle, holding a map in his hand, and spoke to Chenfeng beside him. Ancient Holy City. Chenfeng nodded slightly. He had heard of this name. In the eastern region this city is so famous that it even surpasses Dante's Holy Dan City, because this is the entrance to the ancient world. Ancient Saint City is a city that is strictly forbidden to outsiders. There are many strong men from the ancient clans guarding it. If you want to enter the ancient world without an invitation, I'm afraid even a strong man at the peak of Duzun can't get in. Yao Chen explained, but this is not a problem for us. In the eastern region, many large cities have space wormholes that lead directly to the surrounding areas of the ancient Saint City. At that time, as long as we pass through the space wormhole, we will be able to reach the ancient Saint City. If there are no accidents, we will be able to appear outside the ancient Saint City in 2 days. Chenfeng nodded slightly. The distance was so far that even he chose to let the Void Thunder Eagle enter the designated space channel to travel. The journey was smooth, and on the morning of the 3rd day, Chenfeng and Yao Chen truly entered the territory of the eastern region of Zhongzhou. The two of them did not stop, but went straight to a large city, found the space wormhole leading to the surrounding area of the ancient holy city, and then drilled in again without stopping. This space wormhole seemed extremely lively. In the space channel, streams of light flashed from time to time, and one could even see some powerful people walking directly in the air. Among them, the weakest person Chenfeng had seen also possessed the strength of Duzong level. Obviously these people should all be heading for the ancient holy city. The Void Thunder Eagle that Chenfeng and Yao Chen were riding on undoubtedly earned them enough face. The Void Thunder Eagle quickly shuttled through the space channel. In the space channel, many powerful people only saw a huge silver shadow flash by, and then the Void Thunder Eagle disappeared again. The speed was so fast that it was simply astonishing. 2 days later, Chenfeng, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and stared at the end of the silver space passage. The spatial energy there was fluctuating violently, and a ball of silver light vaguely emerged. As it finally time. Looking at the ball of light, Chenfeng let out a breath, but a sense of heat quietly rose in his heart. The graceful figure who seemed to have walked out of a painting, the mother of his children, was about to meet him. Well, here is a vast and endless grassland. The lush green fills the eyes and releases an extremely rich vitality. In a place on this grassland, a magnificent and majestic stone square stands tall. The stone square is about 100 feet above the ground and is supported by countless huge stone pillars. From a distance, it looks like a giant standing between heaven and earth, giving people a sense of magnificence. On this huge stone square, the space appears distorted, with flashes of silver light appearing from time to time. Laugh! The space in the air suddenly twisted violently at this moment. Immediately, Chenfeng and Yao Chen emerged from it and landed steadily on the boulder platform. Master, we have arrived at the ancient stone square now. Looking at this magnificent and majestic stone platform, Yao Chen bowed. Outside he maintained this relationship, not calling him Master Morning Breeze directly, but calling him Young Master instead. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, glancing at the huge platform. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally notice that there were many Duzun masters on this platform. This was the largest number of Duzun masters he had ever seen in his life. This is just a space square. If it were in that city or even in the ancient clan, the number of Duzun strongmen would be much greater. As expected of an ancient clan, Chenfeng sighed slightly, then soared into the sky with Yao Chen and flew towards the outline of the distant city. There are many powerful people hiding in Zhongzhou, and in the sky, there are a lot of Duzun powerful people flying. But even so, the combination of Yao Chen and Chenfeng attracted a lot of attention. After all, the speed of the two was even unmatched by some of the peak Duzun masters, which made many people speculate about their identities. Although the grassland was vast, it was nothing to Chenfeng and Yao Chen. In less than a minute, the huge city that was looming in the distance appeared clearly in their sight. When I saw this city for the first time, I felt that it was not as domineering as I had imagined. The city is built of pale blue rocks. Perhaps due to years of erosion, the city looks a bit decayed, An extremely ancient atmosphere permeates the city, allowing people to get a glimpse of the ancient flavor. As you get closer, you can see that this ancient city is wrapped in a layer of slightly transparent light. The light shield seems weak, but it gives everyone a feeling of oppression that seems to come from the soul. Is this the power of the Du Emperor? Feeling the energy in the light shield, Chenfeng murmured in his heart with a trace of yearning on his face. Only by becoming a Du Emperor can he truly rest assured in this Du Q continent. Young master, in order to show respect for the Dodi strongmen, the ancient clan prohibits anyone from flying within 1,000 feet of the holy ancient city. We have no choice but to walk there, otherwise, the pressure will become stronger and stronger. All Yao Chen introduced with a smile. Although Chenfeng was not afraid of this kind of pressure, he did not want to stand out at this moment. He chose to land on the ground and walked slowly towards the ancient city gate. At the gate of the holy ancient city, Chenfeng and Yao Chen slowly stopped. The holy ancient city was not a city that could be entered at will. Unless invited by the ancient clan, ordinary people were generally prohibited from entering. Although the procedures for entering the city are quite cumbersome due to the ancient clan's resounding reputation, no one dares to act wildly here. On both sides of the city gate, nearly 100 figures in black armor stood upright with spears in their hands, their sharp and cold eyes constantly sweeping around. But when Yao Chen approached, emitting some saintly aura, one of the younger commanders with an upright figure immediately came over and said politely, "I am Lin Quan, the commander of the Black Annihilation Army. May I know your name, Senior? People call me the Medicine Saint. So you are the Medicine Saint Senior from Xingyan Pavilion, please come in." Yao Chen raised his head and spoke slowly, while Lin Quan smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Fighting saints are extremely rare, even in this ancient clan full of powerful people. Therefore, although Lin Quan is arrogant, he does not dare to act arrogantly in front of Yao Chen, the veteran Du Sheng powerhouse. Chapter 400 Firechild of the Yan Clan, Senior Medicine Saint, please. Before Yao Chen even took out the jade note, Lin Quan respectfully invited him in. This is Senior Medicine Saint. It is really worth the trip to see Senior Medicine Saint. Senior Medicine Saint is a true Du Sheng. He led the experts from the Falling Star Pavilion to destroy a branch of the Soul Palace. Such a feat is truly admirable. Such a scene also made some people queuing behind envious. Of course, they could only envy him. Although many people had never seen Yao Chen, they had heard of the name of the Medicine Saint. A strong man like the Medicine Saint, let alone Lin Quan, even some elders of the ancient clan must be treated politely. At this moment, all the halos fell on Yao Chen, so that no one cared about Chenfeng behind Yao Chen. After all, Chenfeng didn't seem to have any fluctuations in his cultivation, and except for his appearance, he was nothing special. Soon Chenfeng followed Yao Chen, passed through the city wall, and entered the city filled with ancient atmosphere. The ancient holy city is quite lively nowadays, and one can often see people walking on the streets. Although there is not as terrifying flow of people as other large cities in Zhongzhou, there are no civilians who can walk in this city. Most of them are strong people with strong strength. Master, let's go to the special resting place set up by the ancient clan in the city. The space gate leading to the ancient world will not be opened until 3 days later. During these 3 days we can only stay in this ancient holy city. After entering the city, Yao Chen tilted his head and spoke respectfully to Chenfeng. Chenfeng nodded slightly. 3 days was not particularly long to wait. A few minutes later, Chenfeng and Yao Chen arrived at the center of the city, where a vast manor attic stood tall. At the entrance of the manor, there was an endless stream of people coming in and out, each of them exuding an extraordinary aura. Of course, in Chenfeng's eyes, the strength of these people is naturally not worth mentioning. When morning breeze moved into the ancient holy city, deep in the ancient world, on top of a cloud peak shrouded in mist, a woman in a light green dress sat cross-legged in the thick mist. The swirling mist made the woman look like a fairy in the mist, exuding an ethereal and moving temperament. Brother Feng, our tribe's coming-of-age ceremony is imminent. You should have already rushed over here. This ethereal and otherworldly woman was Sunner, who had returned to the ancient clan. At this moment, she was whispering in a low voice, and there seemed to be a tall and handsome figure in her eyes. Sister Sunner, you have really impressed me in the past few years. I'm afraid that this time, people from other races will be shocked. Suddenly, a young man came here and spoke to Sunner with an envious tone. The man who came was Gu Qingyang, Sunner's elder brother, and also the head of the 4 generals of the ancient clan's Black Annihilation Army. He was less than 30 years old, but his cultivation had reached the late 8-star Duzun level, making him a genius. However, a talent like Gu Qingyang is nothing compared to Sun'er today. Sun'er is a few years younger, but her cultivation has reached the peak of the second level of Duzun. She will definitely become the strongest person in the ancient clan in the future. I don't care whether they are surprised or not. Hearing the voice of the person coming, Sun'er shook her head gently. I know you don't like these, but you have such a talent which really brings fame to our ancient clan. Gu Qingyang was still very excited. He was a man who put the overall situation first. Although he knew that Sun'er was so talented, and might take away his position as the young clan leader, he didn't care at all. When the time comes to test your bloodline, Sun'er, your divine bloodline will surely excite the tribe members and make the outsiders wary. Gu Qingyang was still talking to himself, but Sun'er ignored him. In her heart, she was always worried about her husband and children. After settling down in the ancient holy city, Chenfeng and Yao Chen strolled around the manor. Finally, the two stopped in a tavern pavilion which covered a large area in the manor. The tavern was not small in size, and in the center of it, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, fighting spirits surged, and the two figures fought each other in a flash. It was such a wonderful fight that bursts of applause could be heard from all around. The two people on the stage were both at the level of 8-star Duzong, and were also well known outside. However, they had no appeal to Chenfeng, and his gaze began to wander elsewhere. Look! The medicine saint is here. I didn't expect to see the true appearance of the medicine saint here. Yao Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of some people around him who knew him, and they cast respectful glances at him. Young master, the strength of the 4 great commanders in this ancient clan is almost the same as the 9 great celestial masters of the Soul Palace. However, the difference is that they are all young people around 30 years old, unlike the Soul Palace, which are all old guys. The Du Emperor bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Yao Chen glanced at the people around him and spoke with a smile, his words showing some praise for the Du Emperor's bloodline. Haha, with Dodi blood cultivation is indeed smooth sailing. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled, then shook his head and said, however, this advantage only stops at the level before Du Sheng. Even in an ancient race like the ancient clan, there are many Du Zun strongmen in the clan, but there are not many people who can truly step into the level of Du Sheng. If they want to advance to this level, they can only rely on themselves. At this time, Dudi bloodline will become a burden. Young master, great talk. Yao Chen was quick to praise Chenfeng's insights. He himself was actually an example. His bloodline power was so thin that it could be ignored, but he still reached the level of a 4-star Duluo. This had a lot to do with cultivation resources and opportunities. While Chenfeng and Yao Chen were talking, 4 young men and women standing beside a stone table not far away looked over. These 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, all have a burning flame mark on their foreheads. It looks like a real flame, giving people a burning feeling. That senior is the medicine saint. He is truly a master and his actions are quite bold. A slightly frivolous man spoke. I heard that this medicine saint senior refined the bone spirit cold fire, which ranks 11th on the strange fire list, in his early years. I really want to see it for myself. The young man's words attracted the attention of the only woman. The woman was wearing a light pink dress and her face was covered by a veil. But even so, the outline revealed through the veil was extremely moving.